Let's find out why everyone is constantly trash-talking this chef, claiming his food tastes like hot garbage.
But they don't know Wu Jin is reincarnated. He was once the ultimate powerhouse, conquering entire continents as the legendary heavenly demon.
But his true passion
Was cooking, an art that meant absolutely nothing in a brutal world of war and physical strength.
Now reborn in the modern world, his dream of becoming a top chef and making a living feels reachable. There is just one tiny issue.
Everyone still thinks his cooking is absolutely atrocious. His co-workers, his boss, and even his brother who spat his food straight into the sink.
But everything changes when a culinary spirit appears, bound to a magical grimoire packed with recipes from another realm.
She spent millennia searching for a chef worthy of a contract.
After tasting Wu Jin's food, she finally found him, but to unlock the book's legendary recipes, he must clear dangerous monster dungeons.
And that's exactly where the great heavenly demon makes his return, annihilating absolutely everything in his path. Only this time, alongside wielding a sword, he's also serving up delicious top-tier food. Born in 2011, Wu Jin was orphaned by a tragic gate accident. Luckily, his friend's parents adopted him, raising him as their own.
But not long after.
Now pay attention here, because his adoptive dad's tragic death inside a gate triggers all his past life memories.
Back in the kitchen, Wu Jin felt something was off. Having finally escaped martial arts to focus on cooking, he thought this was his big break.
The catch? Almost nobody in this modern world actually liked his food.
Which left him incredibly confused. Back in his past life, the elders loved his dishes so much that one literally fainted from joy.
In the present day, our hero was busy pan-frying sausage and veggies when his adoptive brother, Seonho, walked in.
Walking through the door, Seonho caught an unusual scent and found Wu Jin happily eating the dish he had just whipped up.
Suspicious, he asked if Wu Jin made it. Wu Jin nodded proudly and offered his brother a bite to try for himself.
Though hesitant, Sunho was starving, hoping his brother's terrible cooking skills had actually improved this time.
Watch closely, because the very second he takes a bite, he spits it out instantly. Feeling like a single chew would kill him, he ran to chug water, convinced the dish was made with rotten veggies.
Terrified, he looked around and spotted a pack of cherries sitting on the table.
He asked if Wu Jin put cherries in the dish. Wu Jin explained he used them instead of sugar to add a sharp, fresh flavor sugar simply couldn't replicate.
Seonho said he understood.
Announced he was going to take a shower and told Wu Jin to finish the entire plate himself.
Left alone, Wu Jin realized that even after a year of living here and cooking non-stop, everyone still despised his food.
He brainstormed ways to improve, but taking another bite, he concluded that his dish was actually completely delicious. Meanwhile, in the shower, Senho was absolutely outraged that Wu Jin had thrown cherries into a savory meal.
Thinking his brother was insane, he wondered how food could taste this awful and why he kept trying to cook.
Sighing, Sonho knew his brother's talent lay elsewhere. He remembered the night a monster killed their parents and how Wu Jin effortlessly obliterated it.
He realized they both awakened their hunter powers on that dark, fateful day.
But Wu Jin was on a whole different level, likely S rank. Seonho wished he would become a hunter so they could avenge their father together.
Suddenly, a mysterious girl manifested out of nowhere and started detailing Wu Jin's cooking. She described it as a basic meat, veggie and sauce combo, calling it the second most delicious thing she had ever seen.
Wu Jin was shocked it wasn't number one.
The girl stated that the secret to saving the dish was in the sauce, proving to Wu Jin she actually knew her stuff.
She then politely asked him for the official name of the dish.
He replied that it was cherry soy, leading her to realize the unique profile came from the cherries and soy sauce.
As she ate, Wu Jin demanded to know her identity, so she revealed she was the secret spirit of culinary arts.
She explained that spirits contract with humans to boost their skills and that she lived inside the cooking book's dungeon.
Her mission was to prove that modern human cuisine was garbage and that people's palates were completely unrefined.
She claimed to hold countless secret recipes that this world had never even heard of, which Wu Jin can learn to create the ultimate dish. Let's wait and see if he uncovers this flavor.
Join me as we see this spirit confess she only exists to achieve the ultimate, supreme flavor.
She explained she had met countless chefs, but none could make a pact with her. However, she admitted that she only felt that way until this exact moment.
Still completely confused, Wu Jin asked what she meant by that. She insisted that after tasting his dish, she knew he would complete the ultimate recipe, proposing they make a contract immediately.
Suddenly, Wu Jin realized the spirit was tied to a stolen item, meaning it had to belong to his brother. But the spirit girl assured him she had not formed a contract with anyone yet. Wu Jin agreed, but on one condition. Right then, a divine light illuminated everything, and the deal was officially sealed.
Suddenly, a floating screen appeared, revealing he had now officially become a dungeon chef.
Wu Jin was incredibly confused by receiving so much information all at once.
The spirits celebrated their new pact and suggested he check the journal for the details. Opening it, Wu Jin saw he was level 1 with 0 recipes. What an insult to someone who mastered the world's martial arts. Desperate, the girl clarified that this was not his real level, nor did it mean he was a rookie. In reality, the level indicated the state of his cooking grimoire and his mastery over it. She explained he could level up by completing grimoire quests, but Wu Jin did not care since he was not a hunter.
The girl warned him that key ingredients were inside dungeons, places where he was strictly banned from entering.
Wu Jin caught on immediately, asking if he would get those recipes by becoming a hunter. The spirit nodded, promising that clearing the tutorial tower would grant him full access to all quests and recipes. Wu Jin remembered his brother mentioning that the tutorial tower opened every 3 months. He looks at his phone with an idea. Trust me, this changes everything. Meanwhile, Wu Jin's boss guiltily thought he might have been too harsh, but concluded it was necessary to tell him. In the end, he admitted Wu Jin was a flawless cook, besides his weird ingredients, easily doing the work of 3 people.
Suddenly, a text message from Wu Jin popped up on his phone.
He assumed it was about yesterday's argument and felt bad, but the text was a simple notice of his immediate resignation. After the portal incident, colossal, mysterious towers began appearing all over the planet.
They soon discovered that those who cleared their trials could successfully channel mana. The inside of the tower shifted layout every single time someone entered. Only those conquering monsters and traps gained power, despite the extreme danger.
The number of challenges kept growing, attracting greedy people blinded by fame and wealth.
Many of whom spent absolute fortunes on the tutorial. That starting point overflowed with greed and desperate prayers. Inside a tower, a hunter was ambushed by a green slime, but agilely dodged and struck its core. With a single strike, the slime exploded, leaving behind only sticky fluids and a glowing core.
I bet you would also get frustrated if you killed 4 slimes and none dropped any weapons.
Annoyed, he complained about getting only useless fluids after spending 20 million won just on the tutorial. Exhausted, he collapsed, claiming he needed an hour to recover, though lying there, he quickly changed his mind.
He figured that after all his hard work, he deserved at least 2 hours of rest.
His thoughts were suddenly cut short when he noticed more people arriving inside the tower.
Judging them, he mocked them for entering without leather armor. The newcomers were none other than Wu Jin and his spirit.
Our hero realized he was teleported in a blink, telling his partner this beat traveling across the central plains. The spirit girl noted that Wu Jin's clothes looked completely different from the other hunters around them.
Wu Jin remembered that half a year had already passed since recovering his memories.
And though he felt he had adapted perfectly to this modern society, he stared at the other hunter's gear with deep curiosity. Suddenly, a hunter warned him a monster was coming, screaming at him to hurry before they lost the prey. A slime rushed straight at him, but Wu Jin did not care, completely ignoring the man's frantic warnings. With a single strike, he obliterated the creature, thinking he should have worn armor for the long path ahead.
Right there, the grimoire opens. We'll be dexing.
Let's jump in as the system screen alerts Wu Jin that he can register ingredients. He completely loses it, realizing it is talking about the slime he just defeated. But 3 hunters interrupt his moment with terrible intentions. They scream at him to stop stealing their loot, but Wu Jin is so focused on his new system he completely ignores them. 2 other guys show up to threaten him, warning him not to act tough in front of veterans like them. Scared by their hateful glares, the tiny spirit begs Wu Jin to just leave things as they are. Seeing the tension rise, our main character simply picks up a sword that was lying on the ground. As he prepares to fight, he thinks that before even reaching the central continent, this place was already pure chaos. Ready for action, he sees this as the perfect start to climb the tower. The hunters also draw their weapons immediately.
One of them mocks him, saying the kid actually wants to fight.
And warns him that if he gets hurt, he can heal outside, but he will lose his chance to climb. One suggests backing off because they lack weapons, but the group leader refuses to retreat and moves forward. Watch closely here, because they yell that he is not special just because he has a sword and is surrounded. But he does not even flinch, thinking that at least these guys know a little about military combat tactics. Suddenly, one attacks him from behind with a wooden plank, but Wu Jin disarms him instantly using the hilt of his sword. Annoyed, the second hunter rushes in, but Wu Jin easily dodges and uses the guy's own momentum to send him flying.
The last one freezes in terror as Wu Jin walks up and knocks him cold by throwing a piece of wood.
The spirit is stunned by his moves. He thinks to himself that back home he would have broken their necks instantly.
But he decides it is better to respect the laws of this new world and simply goes on his way.
As they walk, Wu Jin asks her if he is the only one who can see the system screen.
She explains that all contractors see their grimoires, then confirms he can indeed register ingredients, even if he is not an official hunter yet.
Hearing this, Wu Jin immediately presses the yes option.
A brand new window pops up right before his eyes, leaving him completely shocked. It confirms the slime fluid is successfully registered. Honestly, tell me you wouldn't be checking your entire inventory item by item right now.
He soon finds a recipe called slime pudding, but he lacks permission to view it. The girl explains he cannot access it yet.
She desperately continues to explain that this is not the grimoire's fault,
but rather because he is still not recognized as an official hunter.
The little spirit remembers how her sacred book was wasted on fools who never understood its true value. She is convinced that in thousands of years, nobody was ever as ready as Wu Jin, so she cannot let him go.
Before he can even finish speaking, she screams in his ear, begging him not to cancel their contract for any reason.
Confused, he watches her cry as she desperately begs him not to abandon her.
Our main character clarifies he only wanted to know if he could invent new dishes without using a preset recipe.
He explains that he prefers creating his own dishes rather than blindly following others' steps, still trembling with fear.
She asks if he is actually being serious, and Wu Jin assures her he never planned to break their pact.
She thought he was mad about the locked recipes, but he explains he is just not used to it and has no complaints.
Amazed, the spirit tells him that in all her years of life,
he is the very first human she has seen willing to cook completely freely. He replies he will only know by trying.
As they walk, Wu Jin senses a strange presence and looks back, absolutely certain that someone is tailing them.
Still, he decides to ignore it. Hiding in the shadows, the mysterious stalker seems to have noticed a key detail. He is shocked to spot the grimoire spirit, wondering what a real contractor is doing inside the tutorial tower.
Shortly after, our cook opens a jar filled with the slime fluid and scoops him out using his finger.
To the absolute horror of the little spirit, he puts his finger right into his mouth to taste it.
She screams in terror for him to stop, warning him that slimes carry poison that causes terrible stomach pain.
Wu Jin does not care and keeps tasting it, noting he expected sweet, but it is actually bitter, spicy, and perfect for desserts or seasoning meat.
the girl cannot understand how he can remain so calm after swallowing raw poison.
Relieved he is fine, she asks what he will make. Trust me, whatever he cooks next will shock us.
Let us dive into this. Wu Jin noticed the slime fluids carried a deadly poison, so he used yang energy to purify the ingredient with his bare hands. Then he released yin energy to cool down the environment, making the slime solidify completely.
After tasting a bit of his creation, he decided what to cook, revealing he would prepare a Yanggang dish.
Right then, several slimes approached, and Wu Jin commented that he was going to need many more ingredients.
Later, the pursuer walked down that very corridor and noticed something bizarre when he saw so many weapons scattered on the ground.
He picked up a spear from the floor, noting that despite the damage, it was still a pretty decent weapon.
The man assumed the main character and his spirit had abandoned all this gear, taking only the slime remains with them.
He concluded that they were only interested in those drops, but he just could not understand why.
He knew those drops were toxic, and harvesting them in the tutorial tower can only mean one thing, a valuable hidden secret.
Once he realized this,
Watch closely, he panicked, realizing that the future had already changed.
he ran to find Wu Jin, deeply regretting not moving faster since that grimoire contractor was a completely unexpected variable. After running non-stop, he arrived exhausted and immediately spotted Wu Jin alongside his spirit.
Wu Jin noticed him arrive and immediately figured out this guy was the one who had been following them.
They locked eyes, and our hero understood the deal, deducing this guy wanted his grimoire spirit and wondering how he could even see her.
The stranger looked suspiciously at Wu Jin and, seeing the remains on the floor, figured he cleared all these slimes alone.
He realized that despite not knowing what kind of spirit Wu Jin had, his relaxed attitude now made total sense.
Even so, it made no sense for a low-rank hunter to hold a legendary item unless some secret faction had handed it over.
Believing Wu Jin was working with that secret code, He felt his massive aura from afar and immediately backed down, claiming he was just being cautious and did not want to fight. Deep down, he wondered why he did not recognize this hunter. But he admitted this beast could easily ruin all his plans, so his focus shifted in an instant. He had to find out why he was collecting slime remains. Hearing his excuse, Wu Jin relaxed and noted, "Human violence is forbidden in the tower." Though to him, that rule was totally meaningless.
Check this out. Suddenly, Wu Jin stepped forward, putting the stranger on absolute red alert.
Unsure of his plans and ready to clash, he felt sure this kid belonged to a certain organization. However, upon getting close, Wu Jin simply offered a polite greeting and introduced himself.
Caught off guard, the man returned the greeting and introduced himself as Zhou Shangjun, playing totally dumb.
He asked what happened there, commenting on how bizarre it was to see so much slime gear scattered around the maze. Shangjun pointed out that people usually hunted slimes in the tutorial specifically to get their equipment.
And that leaving without reclaiming the rewards seemed crazy. Wu Jin immediately admitted he was the one who cleared them all.
Such a direct confession caught Seongjun off guard, making him doubt his original suspicion. He realized the shadow group he suspected was incredibly secretive and would never operate in such an obvious manner.
With that, he ruled out Wu Jin being a member of that mysterious organization.
Though his true goal remained a mystery, still alert, Xiangjun praised his feat but stated he had to leave. As he walked away,
he reasoned that while Wu Jin was not with that faction, his obsession with slime remains was incredibly weird, sparking a new suspicion. Could Wu Jin also know about the tutorial tower's hidden treasure, which was not supposed to be revealed for another 20 years? This made him question his identity. He recalled that 30 years in the future, the world collapsed and he regressed through a miracle.
And yeah,
there was absolutely no mention of a Wu Jin in his memories. He wondered if this kid was a regressor too, but dismissed it. With a serious look, he left, resolved to focus on his own path, since losing that treasure would completely ruin his plans for getting stronger. Wu Jin stood in the room watching Shangjun walk away, realizing that this stranger was incredibly sharp and calculated. And that is where we leave them, watching how the guy kept his distance and completely ignored the Grimoire spirit.
come along with me as Wu Jin starts to suspect if Songjin is actually just like him. After wiping out waves of slimes and gathering his recipe ingredients, Wu Jin finally cleared the room.
He told the Grimoire spirit he was going to cook, leaving her totally baffled by his sudden announcement. He asked her for a pot, explaining he could not cook empty-handed, and wondered if a cooking spirit knew how to get one. Suddenly, very excited, the girl remembered something key and used her magic to summon a pot, promising she could materialize any kind of cooking tool he ever needed. With his tools read,
Wu Jin asked for a silicone spatula and a square mold. Ready to go, he announced he would make yoken, the best way to use slime resources.
He explained he would use the glowing slime core in a different way, all thanks to its unique texture. As long as the inner part did not mix with the fluid, he could use it to design beautiful patterns. Chopping the core, he noticed its rubbery texture and decided to use it separately, just like tapioca pearls. The process started by boiling down all the slime liquid to completely wash away the toxins.
Then he poured it into the mold and while the edges dried, tossed in the chopped core pieces.
Wu Jin mentioned that the leftover melted liquid in the pot was key, explaining that once cooled, it would act like a rich broth. He poured this remaining liquid into the mold, using the spatula to mix everything and carve out some shapes. Pay close attention here, because this changes the texture and flavor completely. Finally, he used a flash freezing technique to finish things up.
Finally, he carefully unmolded the mixture to reveal his brand new creation, slime yoken.
Both were totally charmed by how it looked. Fascinated, the little spirit begged him to slice a piece right away.
Out of nowhere, a message from the cooking system popped up, announcing a brand new recipe had been registered. Surprised, they watched as all the details of Wu Jin's slime yoken loaded onto the screen. Seeing the dish was rank F left Wu Jin totally speechless, but she urged him to wait for the quality rating. Wu Jin asked her if quality mattered more than overall rank, and she assured him that was exactly the case. Right then, an alert popped up showing Wu Jin had leveled up. Several screens appeared, but one caught his eye. His food reached grade A quality. On top of that, another screen showed he unlocked a new recipe for his achievements. She congratulated him excitedly, pointing out that grade A quality was an absolutely massive achievement. Still, Wu Jin had his doubts about the food actually being good since it was only rank F. The little spirit noticed his confusion about quality versus overall rank and offered to explain it while they ate. Wu Jin shrugged, saying he did not care that much, and began slicing a piece.
Before he could even react, the tiny spirit took a quick, eager bite of her yoken slice.
She absolutely loved it, shouting that it was delicious and that contracting with him was the best decision of her life.
I know what you are thinking. Flavor is everything. She clarified that grade A quality counts as a true gourmet delicacy.
The general rank only reflected the preparation difficulty, and since this yokin was simple, the rank ended up low.
She added that higher quality and rank meant way more achievement points and better rewards for Wu Jin. Wu Jin took a bite too. Analysing it, he noticed a bitter, spicy kick contrasting the sweetness, along with a great texture.
She told him the recipe book was now active, calling it the very core of the culinary dungeon grimoire.
She added that he could now spend his saved points to buy any recipe he could possibly imagine.
As Wu Jin scrolled through his panel, checking out the brand new recipes he had just unlocked, the spirit noticed he was not that impressed, figuring it was because he designed the recipe himself. He asked her if he had enough points to buy every single recipe.
She explained that while he had plenty of points, there was a catch. Normally, he had to clear quests to unlock basic recipes and build skills step by step.
Wu Jin realized he had completely skipped the normal training method, which he quickly confirmed.
She explained that quests unlock recipes, and making top-tier dishes boosts your level for even more options. Because of this, she revealed that in thousands of years, no one had ever created a high-quality recipe and hit level 4 instantly. Hearing this, Wu Jin realized he got bonus points and leveled up just by breaking the rules and innovating.
She nodded eagerly.
Cheering him on to keep creating, remembering only hunters got quests, he decided to conquer the tower fast. Stick with me to see if he succeeds.
Alright, let's dive into how he completely changes his mind after realizing this dungeon is perfect for finding rare ingredients. Leaving now would be a total waste. With that in mind, and knowing the tower would close in 2 weeks, he decided to cook a whole bunch of new dishes. Once he reached the second floor of the tower, Wu Jun quickly dodged an incoming arrow trap. It was no big deal for him, but he noticed his surroundings had totally changed.
The traps were much trickier now, and the slimes had unique skills, making them way harder to defeat.
Anyone who breezed through the first floor would now have to fight with everything they had just to survive.
But for Wu Jin, who was paved in his own lane, this was not a real problem.
After wrapping up his battles, Wu Jin whipped up a brand new dish, red slime jelly, hitting a solid grade B quality.
While the girl devoured the jelly, praising his endless creativity, Wu Jin was sighing, feeling like he had failed yet again. The little spirit totally disagreed, asking him what on earth could be wrong with such a wonderful meal.
She reminded him that he cooked non-stop for 10 days, leveling up his grimoire to level 3 and gaining 15 valuable points.
Even so, Wu Jin remained down, blaming the results on his own lack of cooking skills.
Now pay attention to this part. After 10 days of searching those floors, he realized the lack of ingredients was capping his score.
Wu Jun remembered that the first floor only had basic green slimes, while the second floor, despite having different elemental slimes, still lacked any real culinary variety.
He complained, thinking a touch of chocolate would have made his dish absolutely perfect.
Tired of his whining, the spirit girl assured him he was more talented than any chef she had ever met. She explained that epic results require basic knowledge because a cook's true power lies in their passion to create. And while Wu Jun had endless talent, he lacked grimoire knowledge.
So she advised him to build his foundation by following existing recipes instead of inventing things from scratch.
Thinking it over, Wu Jin admitted she was right and decided to start with the absolute basics.
Flipping through the grimoire, he spotted a recipe called Slime King Ice Cream.
The name instantly caught his eye. Determined to make it, he quickly checked the required ingredient list. But he couldn't recall seeing any Slime King monsters in the tower, wondering if he would have to leave to find one. Before he could decide, the grimoire revealed that the Slime King was actually waiting on the 3rd floor.
He cheered quietly since he had already found the entrance leading up to the next level.
Alright, I know what you're thinking. With a new goal in sight, they marched straight to the 3rd floor.
Meanwhile, on the outside, 10 full days had passed since Wu Jin first entered the portal.
Over in Seoul, reporters crowded the portal, waiting eagerly for the first hunters to clear the 3rd floor.
2 men watching the scene gossiped that top-tier talent had probably been snatched up by the big guilds already,
and that they were only standing there in hopes that some of those massive deals would fall through. Just as they wondered who would exit first, someone finally stepped out of the portal.
It was Baek Solha,
the eldest daughter of the powerful leader of the Chionic Guild.
Desperate reporters rushed to swarm her, begging for interviews and asking if she would join her father's guild. With a cold, arrogant attitude, she shut down any unscheduled interviews and told everyone to back off.
One of the hunters muttered about how life was totally unfair, prompting his partner to ask him why.
He explained it was unfair because she was gorgeous, filthy rich, and on top of that, incredibly talented.
He then suggested keeping their eyes wide open, hoping they might still find someone useful for themselves.
The pessimistic one argued that no one clearing floor 3 would join a small guild, but his partner insisted there are always exceptions.
Glasses complained that the elite left on day 10, meaning their last shot at finding anyone decent would be day 13.
After that, according to him,
only the useless stragglers on day 14 would be left. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Woojin was still battling slimes.
The hunter noticed that the structure of the third floor was completely different from the earlier levels.
While the first floors were endless mazes, this third level was split into closed-off rooms. He suddenly spotted a unique door, and trust me, you and I are about to find out what secrets it hides.
Let's dive in and watch Woojin step through that mysterious door, only to find a massive, lush forest. It is honestly mind-blowing that an entire jungle exists inside this tower.
The spirit girl wondered if they had somehow escaped the tower, though she was not really sure about it.
Woojun disagreed, pointing out it could not be the outside world because he spotted slimes up ahead.
Just a bit further, he spotted an altar dedicated to a slime. Right then, his cooking system sent him a sudden alert,
notifying him of a special ingredient, and unlocking the recipe would cost 20 of his hard-earned system points.
Absolutely sure the Slime King was there, Woojun accepted the quest, realizing his system had some incredibly useful features.
Right at that moment, Woojun felt a presence behind him. It was Sungjun who had just arrived.
Sungjun complained that catching up took longer than expected, warily noting that Woojun was traveling this weird path completely alone.
With a quick smile, Woojin greeted Songjun,
mentioning that he had already reached the third floor of the tower.
Songjun explained that since this tutorial tower is a one-time thing, he was going all out, admitting Woojin was impressive for making it this far. Woojin mentioned he needed to secure something in this room, confirming Songjun's suspicion that he was also targeting the unknown piece. Now watch closely as Songjun fakes exhaustion to rest, though his real plan is to secretly keep his eyes glued to Woojin.
The spirit girl asked if he would summon the Slime King right now, but he replied he still lacked materials and needed to hunt more.
Songjun, who was paying very close attention, quickly realized this was Woojun's clever plan. The system demanded 200 fluids and 200 slime cores for the summon. With only 4 days before the tower closed, Sungjun decided to stalk him and steal the boss at the perfect moment.
On the 12th day after crossing the portal,
Woojun just kept on hunting effortlessly, piling up drops under the watchful eye of Sungjun, who was spying on him from the shadows.
The exact same process repeated the next day. By day 14, Sungjun realized that the tower would officially close the very next day. He knew this was his last shot at the unknown piece, since he could not wait 3 months for a reopen. Seeing Woojin still farming, Songjun assumed his rival already knew the summoning requirements for the Slime King and was simply delaying the final showdown.
While keeping watch, Songjun noticed Woojin eating substances that looked incredibly toxic.
Guessing it was some grimoire skill that made monsters edible, which is honestly a genius tool for surviving inside dungeons.
Pushing the absurdity aside, let's see how he plans to steal the boss without raising any of Woojun's suspicions.
Jun noted that over the last 4 days, Woojin would disappear from the area for 30 minutes to 2 hours. His return was totally unpredictable, making this a massive gamble, but it was the only real chance he had left. He seriously questioned whether he could actually defeat the boss and claim the piece in just 30 minutes.
Knowing hesitation would cost him everything, he decided to summon the boss the next time Woojin left, since his materials were ready.
As soon as Woojin walked away, Seongjun rushed to the altar and tossed in all the required summoning items.
He waited with a mix of anxiety and fear until a blinding light completely illuminated the entire altar structure. Suddenly, the massive, dark-skinned Slime King, wearing a glowing, brilliant crown, was successfully summoned.
Its first strike shattered the ground, destroying the area and kicking up a thick dust cloud that disoriented Songjun as the monster charged.
Far from the battlefield, Woojun suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, deeply confusing the spirit girl.
With a dead serious look, he declared they must head back immediately. Meanwhile, the battle had already kicked off in full force.
The Slime King lashed out at Sungjun, who dodged effortlessly and prepared to counterattack, charging forward with his spear.
The blow ripped a hole right through the beast's chest, making it writhe in pain and convincing Seongjun his plan was working.
He nostalgically recalled that half a year had already passed since his unexpected return from the future.
Realizing that simply knowing the future was not enough, suddenly the Slime King unleashed its full explosive rage.
Dodging swiftly, June thought about how his careful preparation saved the entire world, swearing he would never rest for even a single day.
With a lightning-fast leap, he jumped above the monster, ready to drive down his spear charged with pure mana energy.
Wrapping his weapon in a crushing aura, he unleashed a devastating downward slash,
Overwhelming the beast and proving once again that his strikes were incredibly effective.
And that is how we watch this warrior dominate the fight, proving to us that his current power easily crushes his past self.
All right, you and I are about to see if dodging these fierce attacks will let him grab that mysterious item he desperately needs.
Meanwhile, Woo Jin was already there watching the fight, quietly noting to himself that Seongjun's performance was actually pretty impressive.
He realized the kid wasn't directly fighting the slime's power, but was redirecting that energy and adding his own strength to it.
To him, the boy looked around his own age, but his actual skill level was on a whole different tier. A faint energy began radiating from the tip of his spear, and Woo Jin quickly realized the weapon wasn't the source.
He figured Seongjun's techniques far surpassed his raw inner energy, noting that under his training, the kid would become unstoppable. The spirit girl whispered that this was the perfect opportunity to steal the kill on the slime kill.
But Woo Jin immediately snapped at her, saying that wouldn't be right.
He remembered how furious he used to get when people stole his dungeon bosses, which was exactly what those tower bastards used to do. Out of respect, he chose to stay out of the fierce fight, but Seongjun was honestly reaching his limit.
He realized that despite his brutal training, soloing this monster was nearly impossible, and his mana was running completely dry.
Watch closely now, because as he braces for the next strike, he knows it's his very last shot.
With a lightning-fast slide, he slipped right underneath the giant slime.
Believing that piercing it right now would finally end the battle and secure that mysterious core. But the second his blade connected, he felt something go horribly, terribly wrong. Just as the slime started melting into the ground, Seongjun spotted Woo Jin standing there, already returned. He couldn't believe it. The battle strategy Woo Jin had drilled into him over the last 4 days had completely failed.
That split-second distraction cost him everything. The Slime King smashed him with brutal force, launching him straight into a tree.
Collapsed on the dirt.
Seongjun cursed himself for getting distracted by Woo Jin. His injuries were too severe to stand, leaving him feeling like a pathetic failure.
How ironic to think he could change the future. It was pure arrogance to believe things would be different just because he regressed.
Right then, the agonizing memory of a deeply precious woman he lost in his original lifetime flashed before his eyes. Despite the crushing pain and despair, Seongjun refused to break. He forced his body to move, trying to stand once more. He muttered that being arrogant or a failure didn't matter now, because wallowing in regret wouldn't change his cruel fate. I'm sure you and I have both had those moments where we felt pushed right to the absolute edge.
He regretted every single failure, wondering if things would have changed if he'd fought with even fiercer determination.
Igniting a newfound resolve within his soul, he swore a silent oath never to repeat those tragic mistakes again. Pure rage consumed Seongjun as he chose to burn his very life force to crush the monster, channeling all his aura into his spear while vowing never to back down. Shouting that if he lost to a mere slime, he'd never alter his destiny. He was going to destroy it, no matter the price. With that, he lunged forward, charging directly at the massive beast. But before he could strike, a crippling pain froze him. He halted, coughing up blood as reality hit him about his wrecked body. As the slime closed in to deliver the final blow, he braced himself, believing this was the absolute end. Suddenly, a flash of light sliced right through the Slime King. Disoriented by the sudden rescue, Seongjun completely blacked out.
Woo Jin had saved his life at the very last second.
A system notification popped up, confirming he had defeated the Slime King and looted its core, alongside some rare fluid. The spirit girl watched in absolute awe, teasing that she knew he would easily one-shot the dungeon boss anyway. Staring down at the unconscious Seongjun, Woo Jin couldn't help but feel it was an utter embarrassment.
He realized the kid lost focus the second he sensed his presence, which led to that heavy hit and ultimate panic. Unleashing raw mana while heavily injured was reckless, leaving him in this pathetic state when he still had a chance to escape.
Wu Jin figured out that Seung-jun's real target was the Slime King's rare cube.
Knowing the kid could still hear him, he said flat out that without his intervention, he would be dead right now.
As payment for saving him, Wu Jin claimed the cube, but after all that action, he admitted he was pretty curious about the slime's taste.
Taking a bite, he was absolutely shocked.
He noted that despite the sourness, the meat was surprisingly sweet and tender, tasting just as rich as a fresh durian.
After devouring the monster, Wu Jin understood why it was the boss and felt an overwhelming urge to start cooking it up immediately.
And that's where we leave it. What do you and I expect next?
Get ready, because today we are diving into our main character attempting to cook a super rare ingredient. Looking at the recipe, he expected something epic, but the steps were so basic he felt it lacked spark.
But the tiny spirit assured him the instructions were absolutely fine.
Trusting her, Wu Jin decided to follow the manual to the letter, starting by boiling the slime fluid to give it a sweet kick.
Next, he froze the creature's cubes and crushed them into a fine powder.
To pulverize a cube, Wu Jin unleashed a martial arts technique called Black Abyss, wrapping it in dark energy that completely disintegrated it.
He thought about how, even though this technique was born for cooking, people in the Central Plains used it to hurt others.
Once fully crushed,
He dumped the powder into the original fluid and began stirring it with a spatula.
Wu Jin noticed the mixture got incredibly thick as he added the powder, in effect the recipe promised for any type of slime. He realized this process was completely different from the method he used before to melt down the cubes,
Leading him to believe an ingredient's shelf life changes entirely depending on how you cook it. Amused by the process, he finished the dish called King Slime Ice Cream. The system classified it as an E+ rank item,
alerting him that he gained experience, unlocked achievements, and shot up several levels at once.
With the dessert ready, he announced it was time for a taste test, and the tiny spirit happily agreed.
Just as they were about to eat, a sudden groan caught their attention. Jeong-jun was finally awake. Coming to his senses, he asked how long he had been out. He felt his mana still recovering, shocked to wake up much sooner than expected. His body felt like it was on fire, and despite having broken ribs, he realized he could still move. Looking up, he spotted Wu Jin doing something weird, clearly recalling how the man had defeated the King Slime before he blacked out. Then, Jeong-jun noticed that Wu Jin was holding that mysterious piece. That unique tutorial tower item that only spawns a single time. He cursed his own carelessness, frustrated that his original plan to ambush Wu Jin mid-fight and steal the item had completely failed.
Still, he knew complaining was useless, so he calmed down and figured all hope was not lost yet.
Since Wu Jin would never share the item, he would have to take it by force. Gathering his energy, he tried rising to strike. But before he could move, Wu Jin offered him ice cream. Jeong-jun froze in place, utterly baffled by the situation. Wu Jin insisted he eat, since he must be exhausted. Jeong-jun gave him a half-hearted thank you. Now watch closely here, because even though he had no clue why Wu Jin would share, he decided to seize this golden opportunity. He reasoned that as long as they did not kill each other inside the tower, accepting the food only helped him.
The moment he took the very first bite, it felt like his mind completely exploded.
He wondered what on earth he was tasting, and if Wu Jin really possessed a cooking grimoire. Was this edible or even food at all?
To him, it made sense that the grimoire spirit, not being human, could swallow a dish like that.
But he could not comprehend how any normal human could eat it. Still, he kept eating, forcing himself to endure for the sake of his future success. With grim determination, he shoved another spoonful into his mouth. Can you guess what happened next? A system alert suddenly popped up, telling him that by consuming this King Slime ice cream, he had absorbed the monster's pure energy, boosting his stats and mana by 5 points. Shocked, he realized he had never heard of items that could permanently increase stats.
That was when everything clicked. Wu Jin's cooking grimoire granted massive stat boosts through food.
Still dazed, he looked up as Wu Jin approached, asking if he enjoyed the dish. Remembering the ingredient was literally a monster, he figured the chef worked hard and told him it tasted delicious.
Wu Jin, looking quite surprised, asked if he was actually being serious.
Jeong-jun thanked him for saving his life earlier, but staring at him, a chill ran down his spine. He needed to escape.
He was absolutely certain that if he did not run right now, Wu Jin would force him to try another creation.
He offered his thanks once more, but before he could finish, Wu Jin cut in to say he had plenty of leftovers ready.
Desperate, Ex-Young-jun bolted away, shouting that he did not want to trouble his savior anymore, while yelling his thanks.
Watching him flee, Wu Jin regretted his departure, thinking it was a real shame.
And that is where we leave things today, guys. She might be the only one who truly appreciates his cooking on this wild journey.
Wu Jin hoped that maybe they would meet again someday.
She reminded him tomorrow is his last day there, urging him to gather more ingredients right away.
Come along with me to Sayo City, where Wu Jin spawns with the tiny spirit just 2 hours before closing.
She cheers, happy to breathe fresh air after being locked away. Wu Jin tells her it is time to go, but then, boom!
A system notification pops up congratulating him on clearing the tower and officially unlocking his hunter status and inventory.
Stunned by these brand new features,
He senses a presence behind him, instantly grabbing a floating spirit while demanding to know what it is with a terrifying glare.
the tiny spirit begs him to calm down just as another system prompt appears asking if he wants a quick tutorial.
He hesitates, weighing the risks of skipping it, but ultimately decides to hit accept.
Right away, the spirit in his hand starts fusing into his body, a process Wu Jin finds pretty fascinating.
He realizes he can open his profile and inventory with a mere thought, letting him manage his items easily.
While exploring this slick new system interface, he spots his daily quests.
Cook inside a dungeon and serve the dish to someone. Easy enough, since he already cooks every single day.
But feeding others, that is the real challenge. If things go south, Sanho might become his ultimate guinea pig. Suddenly, a loud voice calls him a brat, yelling at him for diving into a portal without warning. It is Sanho, who explains he spent all day waiting. A shocked Wu Jin asks him what on earth he is doing there.
Sanho says he came to pick him up, offering quick congratulations for making it to the 3rd floor.
Cutting straight to the chase, he invites him to join his guild, debating the offer on their way back.
Wu Jin declines, claiming his level is still too low, though Sanho highly doubts he only cleared the 1st floor.
He reveals he already recommended him, meaning a past practical exam gets him into the exact same guild.
Even with such an amazing offer, Wu Jin stands his ground, leaving his friend looking completely and utterly defeated.
Sanho keeps pushing, offering sweet perks like top-tier gear and a fully customized work schedule.
Wondering why he is being so stubborn, Wu Jin explains that is exactly why, since he became a hunter to master his cooking.
Shook, Sanho asks if he has completely abandoned his grand dream of being a chef.
Wu Jin fiercely denies it, but Sanho warns him of regrets. Now pay attention to this harsh truth.
If he fails to register within 1 single week, the government will drag him straight to the Hunter Academy, an imposing, massive facility that leaves them speechless upon arrival.
Baffled by the name, Wu Jin listens as Sanko confirms it is indeed the dreaded prison-like academy he thinks it is.
He warns him it is a state-run facility for rookies where the treatment is absolutely bottom of the barrel.
And transferring to private guilds is near impossible. Plus, prejudice runs rampant and their teaching methods are totally outdated.
Even so, he notes the academy grants supervised access to any young dungeon, though the hidden dangers are worse than he thinks.
But check this out. That free dungeon access changes things.
It deeply excites Wu Jin, who promises to reconsider, though he admits he is currently running on absolute fumes.
Sensing his fatigue, Sanho stops pushing, but warns him to make a choice before they drag him away.
Wu Jin promises he will make his final decision as soon as possible.
Shortly after, a text from the academy lands in his inbox, reminding him he only has until next week to choose.
While prepping another dish, Wu Jin realizes that unlike the resource-starved tower,
The outer world offers endless possibilities. Thanks to this, he cooked up new recipes, leveling his cooking skill twice in 1 week.
Although he failed the daily quest of serving someone, he actually did try to feed his food to Sanho.
but his buddy refused, claiming he would only eat if Wu Jin officially joined up.
Talk about ungrateful. The little spirit sighs, wondering if he will still be allowed to cook inside the academy.
Our hero confidently states that cooking is the very reason he became a hunter.
Even in school, cooking is the plan. Suddenly, his phone rings with a call from Sanho.
Figuring his friend found out his plan to enroll, Wu Jin hangs up instantly, calling him a needy kid. And trust me, what they find at that massive academy will leave you completely speechless. As she commented on this unique atmosphere, you and I see a boy excited to become a hunter, yet clearly eaten alive by doubt.
The spirit girl could not help but notice the massive diversity of people.
Wu Jin, meanwhile, noticed that for an abandoned and remodeled school, the gymnasium hallways were spotlessly clean. Wu Jin overheard some students talking about Jay, mentioning an article about his arrival on the 3rd floor and how much he resembled the photo.
He also noticed that the famous Baek Ha was standing there,
and heard others wondering what she was doing there since she already joined the Cheon Isaac Guild, sparking his curiosity about what kind of person she was.
To his great surprise, he also ran into Se Hongjun at the Vidi.
The spirit girl pointed to a man on the stage, joking that his head was as smooth as a griffin egg.
The entrance ceremony began, and the academy director prepared to speak, introducing himself as Lee Chan-gi with a terrifying voice that scared everyone.
The director declared he was deeply distressed by the unfortunate loss of prestige suffered by the Hunter Academy.
The imposing energy of that speech reminded Wu Jin of something very familiar, his most loyal underlings.
The very leader of the 3 demons from the heavenly demonic sect. The director continued, saying that although there were many reasons for this situation, the fundamental root lay in the lies and terrible attitude of the students themselves.
Pay close attention here. This is where Wu Jin confirms that this man was actually the blood demon Guachi.
Wu Jin was shocked to see Elder Guok in this world. Meanwhile, the director began recounting the chaos of the gate incident from 30 years ago.
He remembered the elder as his bravest, most loyal soldier. The director, in turn, mentioned the Jujang Mayong,
leader of the Ju family, resembled him by becoming strong purely through grueling training, without relying on any items.
Then he questioned what had happened to the hunters of today,
asking who could possibly be foolish enough to enter the tutorial tower completely unprotected. Realizing his former subordinate had found happiness in this world, Wu Jin decided he would help him.
Nearby, Songjun watched the director with intrigue, admitting that no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember who he was.
Si Jun recalled the director soloing B-rank monsters and that Lee Chong-yi was present at the gate incident, details he confirmed on HunterEd.
Possessing such an immense level of skill. You are probably wondering the same thing. Why did such a powerful guy end up as an academy director?
He was absolutely certain that before his regression, the director was Lee Chong-ji, a key fact he would never forget. Jung Jun concluded he had to investigate other changes caused by his return to the past, which was his true reason for coming here.
Wearing an incredibly serious expression, he understood perfectly that this was only the beginning of his major investigation. The practical class kicked off with the instructor ordering the students to strike a dummy with all their might. He explained that a score would appear on screen after each hit, and this exercise was just a test to evaluate everyone, promising to detail the rules later.
The instructor added that weapon users could practice with the gear available on the left, then asked if anyone had any questions.
A female student immediately raised a hand,
questioning why they had to perform the attack 5 times.
To which the teacher responded that the goal was to measure how long they could sustain their maximum output.
Another student asked about the vice director's high score, and the teacher suggested referencing the fact that he was a B- rank hunter.
With no further questions, he instructed everyone to line up to begin the test.
The first ones went up. One girl scored 302 points, followed by someone with 272, then 403.
Watching the tests, Wu Jin thought that while he understood the scoring criteria and saw some new techniques, the overall student skills were disappointing.
Meanwhile, the spirit girl right beside him noticed a very familiar face waiting in the line.
Next up was Jun. Wu Jun figured Songjun had held back before because of him and wondered how he would act this time.
Judging by the martial arts he showcased earlier,
Wu Jin estimated he would score around 19,000 points, but striking the dummy, Songjun only scored 3,097.
He instantly realized he was hiding his strength, remembering how he imbued energy into his spear inside the tower.
He acknowledged that the score was excellent and beat all previous ones, but assumed Songjun had a good reason for holding back.
All eyes immediately turned to the next participant, Bexel.
As the crowd guesses her score, you and I can't wait to see the result.
All right, get ready as we watch Pexel concentrate while a massive blue aura completely wraps around her.
In the blink of an eye, she lunges forward and strikes the dummy, shocking everyone with her incredible speed.
The machine calculates the power and displays an insane score of 10,793 points, effortless for her.
The other cadets are left completely speechless, terrified by her mind-blowing score.
Some whisper that she must be using a cheat item, but quickly realize it is all her raw strength.
When Wu Jin steps up, he scores a humble 222 points, choosing to stay out of their silly rivalry.
While everyone gossips about Ek Songjun and Bigsel's wild scores, Wu Jin officially registers after getting the rulebook from Minsung.
Settling into his new dorm room shortly after, Wu Jin cooks up some food and honestly finds this place pretty awesome.
He feels incredibly free here, a massive upgrade from his suffocating life back home.
And while whipping up his meal, he realizes his blue slime salad actually turned out absolutely amazing.
His brother warned him about getting exploited at the academy, but Wu Jin wonders why he would ever join an annoying guild when he can cook and chill here.
Besides, he finds the classes fascinating, needing to study the core theory behind the most common dungeon monsters.
Though he notices the other students do nothing but complain,
Looking down on the teachers because they think they can just look up everything on the internet.
Suddenly, Wu Jin remembers he has a crucial appointment today and needs to head out before he runs late.
Pay close attention here, because inside the academy gym, the instructor announces their very first real mission. He then reveals he is about to announce the teams assigned to explore the dungeon.
The teacher explains that he will call up the students alongside their hunter observers, who will guide them through a low-level dungeon.
With that, he begins naming everyone, and Wu Jin thinks the idea of a real dungeon run sounds incredibly exciting.
The instructor continues calling out the recruits one by one,
announcing that the next team consists of Yu Shong and Park Il-ho, paired with observer Yor Woo-jin Kim.
Another group has Kim Jong and Lee Ji under Kim Jong-do. And finally, the last team is Cha Yan-or-jin paired with Bei Song, the 10,000-point cadet.
Hearing that he is teamed up with her,
Wu Jin tenses up while the girl shows total disgust at being paired with a hunter who looks so incredibly weak.
To everyone's shock, Kimchi is named as their observer, whom the students instantly recognize as the famous hunter from the Ju family.
The spirit girl whispers to Wu Jin that this guy seems highly popular, and with that, the team announcements wrap up.
The instructor orders the students to meet with their assigned observers, who are already arriving on site.
Their main goal is to clear the dungeon while following the guidance of these veteran hunters.
Right then, Kimchi enters the gym, causing a huge stir among the cadets, who wonder how the school recruited him.
You and I both know this type. Kimchi strolls up completely relaxed and asks if they mind him speaking casually.
Bexel says it is fine, while the guy thinks this is his golden ticket to gain favor with Chionik.
He brags to Beexel Howell about rejecting a teaching job at the academy, but accepted this gig solely because of his ties to Chiyonoki and the powerful Ju family, suggesting she count herself lucky to learn directly from a rank B hunter like him.
Coldly, she shuts him down, making it clear that here she is just Cadet Baxi, not Chionek's spoiled daughter.
Awkwardly, Kim promises to watch his step, while the watching spirit notes that the guy is just an insufferable, disrespectful jerk.
Wu Jin, meanwhile, keeps his mouth shut and silently watches the awkward drama unfold. Kim then reveals he already picked their training options and pulls up the list on his phone. Baxel Hay freezes when she sees the chosen location and asks if they're seriously going there.
Tim nods, turning dead serious as he announces their destination is the dangerous Killer Bee dungeon. Arriving at Namruru Station near the portal, Kim explains that while it looks like a nice park, professional hunters actively avoid it. The reason is that despite the low rank, the killer bees nesting inside are highly treacherous monsters for their level.
Beexel Hay instantly realizes this dungeon's going to be far too dangerous for Wujip.
Remembering his terrible score and lack of swordsmanship, she approaches him, worried, to warn him of the massive threat.
And that is where we leave things today. Let's wait and see if our hero can survive this lethal death trap. Stick with me here. Kim steps in, promising that with a B-rank hunter around, nothing could possibly go wrong. He did not even remember Wu Jin's name. So our main character formally introduces himself and they shake hands.
Kim adds that they should not underestimate Wu Jin since he already cleared the tower and should at least know how to defend himself.
Through the entire conversation, Wu Jin does not react, just listening in silence.
The supervisor defends his choice, claiming other guilds send rookies to easy dungeons, completely crowding them out and ruining the training experience.
Wu Jin realizes that in a
simple dungeon, Bexel Howard do all the fighting, leaving him zero chance to show off his real skills.
Kim keeps insisting the main goal is for them to make the most of this practical training.
He promises there will be no trouble as long as a boss or a C-rank monster does not appear. To ease their minds, he finishes by saying, this dungeon is famous for having no bosses, so there is nothing to worry about.
After that brief explanation, Kim asks if they can finally head inside since nobody has any objections.
Sol Ha stays quiet, nodding in agreement, while the spirit girl looks highly annoyed by his incredibly arrogant tone. Once inside the dungeon, Kim announces they will discuss insect-type monsters before starting the actual practice.
He reminds them these creatures carry a common poison, something they should already know from their academy classes.
Now, pay attention. He mentions the highly dangerous swarm controller. To demonstrate, he spears a bee with his lance, explaining that taking out the leader makes the rest easy. Instantly, Baek Sol-ha spots and kills the leader bee.
Kim praises her speed, mentioning the leader's mana is unique but hard to track without experience, suggesting another method instead.
While those two are busy talking, Woo-jin starts searching the area for crafting ingredients.
He finds a fenestra plant and, seeing more variety here than in the tutorial tower, decides to harvest everything since these only grow in dungeons.
Kim offers to give the girl private lessons.
She just has to request it formally through the Ju family. Shortly after, Kim's gaze drifts over to Woo-jin, wondering what on earth he has been doing since they arrived.
With sheer contempt, he orders him to stop gathering weeds and join them, thinking these academy students are completely useless.
Baek silently observes the scene, feeling that Woo-jin's actions are almost too methodical. Growing impatient, Kim scolds Woo-jin again, insisting that basic exploration means knowing your surroundings and questioning why he is mapping an already cleared zone.
This annoying attitude angers the spirit,
who thinks he is an idiot for interrupting her master's sacred moment of gathering rare ingredients. Tired of yelling, Kim tells Sol-ha to follow him, leaving Woo-jin behind. Alone, our protagonist discovers a recipe for killer bee honey that requires honeycomb jelly.
But here's the thing, in the 10 minutes they have spent here,
he has not found a single hive with jelly. He figures that even though these killer bees are massive, their behavior should match normal bees.
Meanwhile, Kim and Sol-ha fight off the swirl.
And he warns her not to overdo it to avoid injuries. Woo-jin decides he must explore alone, since staying with the group slows down his gathering. He slips away, confident that his companions are skilled enough to stay completely safe without his help.
The duo has already taken down 15 bees, but they just keep attacking without any mercy.
Baek notices that even with their leader neutralized, the insects are still moving in perfect coordination. She realizes this dungeon is much deadlier than reported, thinking that if it is hard for her,
it must be worse for Woo-jin, but looking back, she sees his gone, leaving her totally confused.
Kim starts giving orders on how to handle this chaotic situation. But Baek cuts him off to say Woo-jin vanished. At first he does not get it, so she makes it clear that the boy left.
Kim completely panics and screams out Woo-jin's name, hoping for any kind of response.
Stressed, he curses the kid, admitting he never liked him anyway, especially for picking weeds while they fought. Suddenly, a deafening, thunderous rumble shakes the entire area.
Kim feels his head and vision shake, realizing this noise is completely different from the usual buzzing of bees. Baek also gets a massive headache from the deafening noise, right at that exact moment. A red warning window flashes right above them, announcing that the massive killer bee queen, furious over her nest being invaded, has appeared. Trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos unfold.
Get ready, because today we're watching Woo-jin face a deadly coordinated attack.
As he effortlessly took them down, he realized splitting up was his best move, letting him gather rare materials all on his own.
Suddenly, he noticed the sweet scent from before growing much stronger, suggesting it would lead him to even more valuable resources.
Following that sugary trail, Woo-jin noticed something strange along the path.
The spirit girl following close behind asked where he was going and insisted they should move forward together.
The trail led them straight to a massive cavern, leaving her wondering how they missed it before. Woo-jin explained the entrance was hidden deep in the dungeon. He realized that without his honed sense of smell for honey, he would have never found this place, since almost nobody ventured into this dangerous zone.
Once inside,
he remarked they had finally found the source of the scent. The spirit girl stared in awe at the giant beehive, instantly naming it the honey mine.
Amazed by the massive size of the honey rocks, Woo-jin felt an overwhelming urge to taste them.
However, the second he touched one of the stones, a flashing danger warning popped up before his eyes. Turning around, Woo-jin read the alert warning that the queen bee was absolutely furious about her nest being invaded. Now, watch closely, because a massive rumble shook the entire outside of the cave right at that exact second.
Far away from there, Chigok and Bak were running for their lives.
The instructor regretted how terribly things had gone, complaining that he should have brought an expert tracker from the academy with them.
He was terrified that leaving the dungeon without one of his cadets would completely ruin his chances of earning the Ju family's recognition. Bak desperately suggested splitting up to search faster, but the instructor made it clear that made no sense. While fighting off the bees, he insisted that if she disappeared too, things would become way worse. The teacher explained that splitting up in moments like this is highly dangerous, to which Bak replied she understood completely. Suddenly, he ordered them to freeze and hide.
Hearing a strange noise ahead, they stayed dead silent until the dungeon boss finally appeared, the C-rank Queen Bee. The instructor panicked upon realizing it was the boss. He could not understand how a monster of that caliber ended up in an F-rank dungeon where zone bosses were not even supposed to exist. He concluded that defeating a C-rank opponent with rookie cadets was impossible, estimating it would take at least 3 B-rank hunters to succeed.
But watch this. His despair grew when he remembered that 6 hours after the boss appears, the dungeon would completely seal shut,
leaving only 2 options, flee or die. Trying to calm down, he thought solving this mess might earn him a massive reward from Chanik.
Noticing the boss had not seen them yet, they planned to retreat, but as you might guess, it was already too late.
The Queen Bee had already locked onto them, and before they could even react, she was hovering right above them.
The monster launched a devastating aerial assault, and Chiguk screamed it back to fall back immediately.
The instructor decided to use the environment, hiding behind the massive trees to avoid getting spotted again.
Under fierce attack, he told her he would buy some time so Back could retreat and get ready.
Chiguk was blown away by the bee's sheer destructive power, watching its stingers pierce through solid trees effortlessly.
He admitted it was far stronger than expected, forcing him to unleash his special technique immediately, Spiral Spear, first form.
He lunged forward, unleashing a relentless flurry of thrusts with his spear. After his furious onslaught, the teacher saw he had only cracked the bee's armor, yelling at Bark to run.
The girl hesitated to abandon him, but the instructor demanded she leave while he held off the terrifying beast.
But Badak returned, declaring her father taught her never to turn her back on an enemy, choosing to fight instead. The instructor lost all hope,
shouting that she did not understand how dangerous a C-rank boss was, warning her to be extremely careful.
The bee launched another rapid charge that the instructor barely dodged, fearing Seelha might not be so lucky. The cadet, on the other hand, charged straight at the bee and struck with her sword. After clashing, she realized she could survive for a bit, but her attack did 0 damage, leaving not a single scratch. The instructor then proposed a plan. While Buck distracted the bee, he would end the battle using his spiral spear.
Knowing they could not drag this fight out,
he planned a single devastating blow to shatter its shell before draining his energy. Trust me, they poured every drop of their mana into this final shot.
Back rushed to the front to bait the bee, barely dodging its first strike.
Get ready, because you and I are about to watch this beast hunt her down while she senses something incredibly off.
The monstrous Queen Bee quickly starts summoning worker minions to back her up. While fighting off these fresh threats, Beck realized she had to buy precious time for her instructor's ultimate strike, briefly feeling like everything was totally lost.
Suddenly, the instructor unleashes his attack, channeling every ounce of his mana into the Spiral Spear technique's second form.
The devastating blast pierces the Queen, sending her flying backward. Recovering on the ground, Beck weakly asks if they finally won. The instructor smirks, deeply torvent,
boasting that not even the strongest dungeon boss could survive a direct hit from his spear at maximum power.
Just as Beck relaxes and suggests searching for Wu Jin, a sudden lethal counterattack from the Queen catches her completely off guard.
Before she can react, Bayak takes a brutal blow, slamming hard into a tree. Chiguk panics, witnessing such terrifying raw violence.
Realizing he can do absolutely nothing to help, the instructor slips into pure panic. He used up all his energy on that last strike. After trying so hard to show off, he'd just die here. In his mind, this was all Wu Jin's fault. Without him, he could have safely hidden until the dungeon finally opened. He expected Siola to seize the chance to strike, but soon noticed the beast was staring in a completely different direction.
And that's the exact moment he spots Wu Jin calmly walking up to save their lives.
Furious, the instructor calls him an idiot, demanding to know where he was and screaming at him to run away instantly.
As Wu Jin silently readies for bail,
the instructor keeps screaming at him to escape, warning that he'll absolutely die if he stays to fight.
The Queen Bee lunges with terrifying speed, but before she can touch him, Wu Jin slices her clean in half with one casual sword strike, leaving the instructor utterly speechless.
It looked like Wu Jin barely even tried. Still flat on the ground, the instructor could only wonder what the hell just happened.
He can't wrap his head around the fact that Wu Jin, a guy he treated like trash, easily sliced the Queen.
Now, pay attention here. Realizing the Queen could have easily killed him, he finally understood the sheer power of this monster slayer.
Recalling how horribly he treated the kid before, the instructor realized he was in serious trouble.
Consumed by fear, he slowly limps over to Wu Jin and asks him how on earth he did that.
only to be completely ignored as the young man walks away. Remembering his duty, he rushes over to tend to Beck.
Checking her vitals, he confirms that while she's still knocked out, her life is safe and her mana flows normally.
Meanwhile, Chiguk spots Wu Jin carrying a massive honeycomb, leaving him wondering if that was his goal all along.
He also notices Wu Jin has an inventory skill, making him wonder who gave it to him and deciding to investigate. The only logical explanation in Chinguk's mind is that Wu Jin already cleared the tutorial tower's 3rd floor.
He keeps obsessing over why Wu Jin would join a simple academy instead of a top guild, doubting his true identity.
Suddenly, an incredibly pungent and foul smell cuts off his train of thought.
Walking over, he sees Wu Jin cooking. The instructor suspects it's some sort of alchemical item to scare off monsters. He recognizes the killer bee honeycomb in the pot, but has no clue why he threw in those weird mushrooms, which basically look like common weeds at a glance.
You and I both know it's too late for poison, but here's the kicker. Wu Jin offers the shocked instructor a serving of his brew.
Sweating bullets, Chiguk realizes in horror that this crazy kid actually expects him to eat every last bite.
Staring at the dish, he suspects Wu Jin holds a grudge and wants revenge by destroying his stomach.
Looking down at the massive severed monster corpse on the grass, the instructor decides a little stomachache is way better than getting sliced in half. He steel plates his resolve, takes a bite, and prays he survives. But the second that foul chunk hits his tongue, an absolutely horrific sensation floods his entire body,
making him feel like his soul is leaving. It tastes repulsive, with a slimy texture like live maggots squirming around inside his mouth.
The boiled honeycomb is pure mush, and the mushrooms are incredibly slimy.
The bitter taste confuses Chiguk, since honey should be sweet. He shudders, wondering what other bizarre ingredients Wu Jin snuck into this recipe.
Suffocating through the agony, he's convinced this is pure payback. Before he can even swallow, the kid asks how it tastes.
Tears streaming down his face, Chiguk chokes out that it's absolutely delicious.
And that's where we leave it, as a system screen pops up, confirming he just unlocked poison resistance and a massive boost of energy.
Stick with me here, because Chiguk just noticed this monster dish boosted his stats, and now he is staring at Wu Jin, completely questioning his identity.
Meanwhile,
Wu Jin reviewed his creation's details, noting that Chiguk totally blew past his expectations by instantly recognizing the true value of the dish.
He added that the instructor had a far more refined palate than he ever would have imagined.
As multiple achievements unlocked in his system, Wu Jin realized adding the queen bee gland was a brilliant move to balance out the sweet jelly.
The spirit girl took a bite too, declaring it the ultimate meal that hit all 5 basic flavors.
Happy with finishing his daily quests, Wu Jin decided to head out and gather more rare ingredients.
But just then, Beck, who had been knocked out cold, woke up and slowly stood up.
She remembered passing out after the queen bee ambushed them, and seeing the dead monster, she assumed Instructor Chiguk took it down.
She figured he was way tougher than he looked, while Chiguk, still feeling sick, noticed that Beck was finally awake.
Realizing his own poison resistance had jumped up, he got a genius idea to offer her a bite of the food.
He walked over, telling her to eat and recover her strength, casually mentioning that Wu Jin was the one who cooked it.
She thanked him, and just as she took a bite, pay close attention, because both guys stared at her, eagerly waiting for a reaction. As she chewed, Chiguk asked how it was, and swallowing in pure shock, Beck confessed it was delicious and like nothing she had ever tasted.
Leaving the instructor even more baffled, forcing him to ask her to repeat exactly what she just said.
As a little girl, Beck struggled deeply to taste any food. Her father, desperate to help, used a friend to get a rare dungeon item to spark her appetite. But despite their high hopes, she still tasted absolutely nothing.
Her father fell into deep sadness while the little girl apologized, feeling guilty for tasting nothing despite all of his incredible efforts.
She tried comforting him, saying it was fine because instead of taste, she could feel even better things.
But tasting Wu Jin's muse,
Beck confessed this was the very first time she felt anything like this in 20 years, something her own father, despite spending a literal fortune and doing everything humanly possible, had never been able to do for her. Chiguk, though, just thought she was confused, maybe temporarily losing her senses due to the extreme trauma she just went through.
Beck described her tongue tingling from the intense flavor, leaving Chiguk utterly baffled, while outside the dungeon, a massive crowd of reporters and academy staff gathered. I know you were wondering what was happening outside, as news about this 5-year inactive dungeon boss spread like wildfire.
One man marched with absolute determination toward the portal entrance, and that was Beck's father, the powerful leader of the Chaonic Guild.
He immediately demanded to know if his daughter was safe, and his secretary quickly reassured him,
promising that his strong daughter would be fine, just as a reporter approached to ask how he felt, knowing she was trapped inside.
The secretary stepped in instantly,
scolding the reporter for his sheer insolence and questioning how he dared to ask that, forcing the journalist to shut off his recorder.
Furious at the reporter's behavior, Beck's father flat out called him a piece of disrespectful trash.
But the secretary urged him to stay calm, reminding him that too many eyes were watching and they needed to protect the guild's public image.
Suddenly, the barrier on the portal dissolved and a dark silhouette slowly started to emerge from within.
Both the secretary and the guild leader watched the portal intently as the mysterious figure drew closer.
To everyone's absolute relief, Beck, Chi-guk and Woojin stepped out safe, and her father hugged her, calling it a miracle.
The crowd was stunned to see a C-rank boss completely defeated by one B-rank hunter and 2 academy students.
People immediately noticed the rare item in Chi-guk's hands, identifying it as a drop from the dungeon boss.
Weapons and gear were classified in 5 distinct tiers: common, rare, unique, epic, and legendary.
And Chi-guk realized people in Korea with legendary items could be counted on one hand, making his prize incredibly valuable.
The excited crowd turned their attention toward Chi-guk, bombarding him with endless questions about defeating the C-rank boss and what kind of monster the killer bee was.
They kept asking how he secured the students' lives, but he stood there totally confused, wondering why everyone was questioning him.
Even a young guy recording the scene remarked that it looked like Chi-guk took down the massive beast entirely alone.
Speechless, Chi-guk just stared at Woojin, leaving both you and I dying of suspense.
Elsewhere, the academy director watched the breaking news, deeply worried about losing his job after his school's terrible overall results.
Stick with me, when the principal heard Chiok defeated a C-rank boss, he assumed the kid did it completely alone, harboring some crazy hidden power. Right after the dungeon closed, massive news reports flooded in, with different countries desperately trying to recruit this legendary new hunter.
Online, hundreds of comments praised Chi-guk, pointing out the immense prestige of his family, the Ju clan. Who leaked the story? The principal read that Chiyuka survived thanks to the other students, but figured he only said that out of pure modesty. He decided Chi-guk was incredibly talented, feeling absolutely thrilled to have secured him for his elite academy.
Right then, the door swung open and our 3 students walked in, now hailed as the academy's ultimate heroes.
The principal warmly welcomed them in to have a quick chat.
He explained he wanted to promise them a massive cash bonus while also hearing what actually happened inside that dungeon.
Chi-guk, trying to play it cool, insisted the report was true, saying victory was impossible without Woojin and Beck.
He began explaining the details, admitting that he originally thought they were entering a basic, low-level F-rank dungeon.
Woojin just listened with a totally bored face. As the story unfolded, the principal found the whole situation pretty strange.
Chi-guk claimed they cleared it thanks to his leadership, but warned they must prepare for more weird anomalies in the future.
As he listened, the principal realized Woojin looked incredibly familiar, remembering his bizarre energy and that weird habit of recommending strange food. Now watch this. He suddenly realized Woojin was the literal set leader. His jaw dropped so hard they asked him what was wrong.
Chi-guk also asked him, totally confused, if something was wrong.
Pulling himself together, the principal dismissed them to rest, though his mind was absolutely blown that a legendary sect leader was in his school. Once they stepped outside, Beck congratulated everyone on their incredible hard work.
Chi-guk suggested she check into a hospital just in case and update him later. He told Woojin to go ahead, but before he could even take a single step, Woojin stopped him, asking him to wait.
Right then, Chi-guk felt a wave of absolute terror.
Fearing Woojin would expose the truth after seeing all those wild news reports. He was sweating bullets, knowing Woojin had kept quiet and did not care about the boss loot. He had no clue what the guy wanted.
To his absolute shock, Woojin just asked for his phone number, explaining he wanted to cook him another delicious meal next time.
Chi-guk was so incredibly dumbfounded that he felt the absolute last of his energy completely drain away. And without a word, he turned around and walked off. Meanwhile, his spirit companion was fuming, calling him a reckless idiot and reminding him he did not defeat the boss.
Woojin quietly noted that people always pay attention to whoever seems the hungriest.
And he preferred staying under the radar. Since everything was resolved and he had fresh ingredients, it was the perfect time to start cooking.
Now, pay attention here. Back in the classroom, classmates crowded Wu Jin, demanding to know if the news was actually true.
The article featured Chewick's statement, claiming he defeated a C-rank boss thanks to the crucial backup of his fellow classmates.
His classmates just kept bombarding him with questions, dying to know what it felt like to face a high-level monster and how his team had performed.
Meanwhile, Wu Jin was just glad he finally completed his daily quests thanks to Beck and Chiguk, wondering who would get his food delivery.
Professor Kim Jong-do walked in, announcing the start of class and telling everyone to take their seats immediately.
He reminded them they studied labyrinth traps last session, while Wu Jin stayed completely focused on who would receive his delivery today.
He told the class they would analyze the topic by watching their recent practical exam on the main screen.
The first one up for review was Hanzan,
who looked completely lost inside a thick cloud of smoke during his test.
The teacher warned that in a real fight, he would already be dead and should have held his breath to assess the situation. Hyun looked totally crushed.
But the instructor comforted him, explaining that feeling frustrated early on is completely normal, since the unexpected always happens in a split second during real battles.
Still, the teacher worried deeply about their overall performance, especially with the upcoming tournament just 2 months away.
The Hunter Tournament was a major event where those who cleared the tutorial tower could showcase their real skills,
guaranteeing winners public fame and scout offers from top guilds like Heavenly Wings. Sadly, this academy had not won anything in 10 years. Wondering if he still had enough time to teach his students anything truly useful.
The professor watched on. Trust me, you can't miss what's next.
Alright, stick with me, because today we are watching an amazing girl stand out so much that the teacher cannot believe she is still in school.
Songjun also crushed his assessment with a flawless run, forcing the instructor to admit there was actually some real talent left in this class.
Next up on the roster was Wu Jin, and Songjun immediately went on high alert the second he heard that name over the intercom.
To him, this guy was a total mystery, with absolutely nobody knowing his true strength or how he even got admitted to the academy.
Even though he kept a close eye on him, he only ever saw him cook, so he did not expect Wu Jin to show his power today.
Still, he decided to watch him just in case, but Wu Jin shocked everyone by completely throwing his exam in the most ridiculous way possible.
Pulling the emergency self-destruct lever to score a big fat 0.
Ranking dead last among everyone, leaving the teacher speechless and totally frustrated by such an incredibly stupid move. The little spirit was furious, demanding that the instructor show some respect and stop insulting her boss like that. Now, watch closely here, because Seongjun realized Wu Jin failed on purpose, though he could not figure out the motive. Later in the cafeteria, a group of loud guys were complaining that some absolute idiot was the reason they were stuck there.
They talked trash about how this dude ruined their path while climbing to the 3rd floor of the massive tower.
Even though they barely passed thanks to one of them, one of the 3 brothers swore he would destroy the culprit on sight, while also admitting he totally hated their teacher's annoying methods.
Remembering how he told them they only survived by luck with their weak skills, claiming everyone in school was trash.
As they walked through the dining hall, one brother spotted an incredibly bizarre dish sitting on a table nearby.
They wondered what kind of weirdo would eat something so disgusting, only to realize it was Wu Jin, the exact guy they were trashing. Terrified and completely lost, the 3 brothers ended up sitting right at his table, shaking with absolute fear.
Wu Jin's heavy stare made it clear he remembered them perfectly, and they knew one wrong move meant instant death.
The tiny spirit asked him why he was chewing so loudly and if he actually knew those guys at all. He said they looked familiar but couldn't place them, so Wu Jin had the brilliant idea to offer them a bite of his food, a strange blue slime salad he whipped up himself. One of the brothers stared at the plate suspiciously, genuinely wondering if that thing was even safe to digest. Wu Jin asked him why he was not trying it, but the boy could only see a terrifying murderous aura floating right behind him. Deciding it was better to risk it than take another beating, the poor guy closed his eyes and tasted the salad, thinking one bite would not kill him, but instantly his stomach burned like he had chugged pure mint mouthwash. You and I both know he tried to fake liking it, but the horrible taste won and he threw up everywhere.
Wu Jin shrugged, saying he expected that reaction and was once again dealing with people who just do not appreciate fine dining.
Then he asked if they were enjoying it, and one brother almost blurted out that it was impossible to eat such garbage. But feeling Wu Jin's dangerous vibe, he quickly chose to lie and swear it was absolutely delicious. Shortly after in class, a new teacher named Lee Jung-shuk introduced himself to lecture on dungeon types.
He warned that 3 absences meant instant expulsion and urged them to take notes, since the final exam was in just 3 weeks.
And though the students doubted the class had any value,
the teacher asked if anyone had questions, and meeting absolute silence, he began his technical explanation.
He started talking about the Goblin Station, a highly famous zone, often called the Sweet Spot Dungeon.
Explaining that it was risky for rookies, while Wu Jin paid close attention because this fit perfectly with his own system plans.
The instructor kept detailing other dungeons, mentioning the famous Westland Wild Boar, located right on the outskirts of Wang Simni.
The little spirit whispered that the piggy looked delicious, but Wu Jin corrected her, pointing out it was a wild boar.
He was already craving that rich meat, while the teacher explained that the area was a gold mine for rank E hunters.
But due to constant disappearances reported there, the academy students were strictly forbidden from entering.
The small spirit whined because she really wanted to taste that delicacy, making Wu Jin brainstorm alternative ways to sneak in.
Right then, the teacher mentioned that only a special permit from the principal would grant them access, though he advised against it without experience, which gave him the grand idea to go find Guaki.
Once in the main office, Guaki wondered what on earth Wu Jin was doing standing inside his personal study.
Wu Jin apologized for dropping by, and the director invited him to speak freely. What happens next? Let's find out together next time. All right, you and I are about to jump into this mystery, where Guak ruled out the B dungeon simply because Wu Jin had absolutely zero talent. But the more he watched him, the more he resembled the sect leader himself.
Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted from Wu Jin, carrying the leader's distinct aura. Shocked, Guak demanded to know where on earth he learned that martial art.
Our main character explained that he had an accident on Mount Baekdu as a kid and got trapped there.
Sheltering in a cave, he found a cave full of old books and learned everything out of pure curiosity.
Hearing this, the director concluded that the great leader had left a manual on Mount Baekdu, not Tian Shan.
He remembered the leader complaining that nobody ever noticed the small details, realizing he must have been deeply disappointed in his disciples.
Though he still couldn't understand why the book was there.
He figured that given the boy's massive energy, the story had to be true.
Guak confronted him about his overconfidence, asking how he knew he would recognize that aura. Wu Jin just thought the old man was as sharp as ever. Now pay close attention here, because Wu Jin revealed that the secret book actually mentioned the terrifying blood demon. He added that the details were so precise, the director himself must have learned his techniques the exact same way. The director coldly asked if anyone could just learn by reading, but Wu Jin clarified that it was incredibly well written.
The old man knew his master never acted on impulse and must have written it with absolute precision, sparking his curiosity.
Staring at him, he then asked Wu Jin if he had only come to tell him that story.
Without wasting a single second, Wu Jin dropped his real request, asking for permission to enter the Wasteland Dungeon.
The director explained that even though access was strictly restricted,
he would make a huge exception for him thanks to that incredible new technique.
Deeply intrigued by everything, the director asked for more details about the manual, but suggested they continue tomorrow since it was already late.
Wu Jin agreed to the deal, and then the director asked him who he was planning to go exploring with.
Meanwhile, on top of a building, Chikuk was reporting the latest events to his family leader. Hearing the report, the leader understood everything and dismissed him, but right before he left, praised his excellent performance.
Chiguk thanked him, and the moment he stepped out of the room, he jumped for joy.
He was celebrating the rare compliment from his boss, a serious man who almost never praised anyone. With some free time, he planned to head straight to a bar. But you know how this goes. A text from Wu Jin completely ruined his plans, inviting him to that dangerous dungeon. Incredibly annoyed, Chiguk bit his nails, trying to figure out how to reject the awkward invitation. He remembered reading about that place in the academy rules, and checking them confirmed it. He wanted to go, but it required a special permit from the director. Plus, the strict guidelines stated that squads must have a minimum of 3 members. With Shawa still recovering from her injuries and her family keeping her home, Chiguk smiled in relief because the rules would block them from entering. He messaged Wu Jin back to explain the pass issue, thinking he could finally enjoy his drink in peace. He figured Wu Jin was just being way too pushy.
But our main character replied almost instantly.
He sent a text confirming their meeting for 9 a.m., alongside a photo of the pass signed by the director.
That dungeon was mostly visited by low-rank hunters who had fled from the front lines of battle. The main attraction there was the iron mines, famous for their incredible quality and high mana sensitivity.
Weapons made from this ore were standard for C and B ranks, making mining a highly profitable and crowded business.
Once inside, Chiguk couldn't understand why an amazing warrior like Wu Jin was in such a low-level place.
He noticed that ever since they entered, our main character did nothing but pick herbs and plants off the ground.
Chiguk interrupted him, pointing out that the iron mine was to the southeast, assuming that was their actual goal.
To his surprise, Wu Jin completely denied it, leaving him baffled, and even worse, admitting he didn't even know the mine existed.
While his companion tried to process that, Wu Jin simply vanished right before his eyes. He chased after him immediately, noticing that even though Wu Jin walked quite casually, his speed was absolutely brutal. Chiguk caught up completely exhausted, and honestly, you and I are probably just as confused about their real goal here. He found Wu Jin smiling at an edible cactus. After wandering through the dungeon, the boy opened his cooking menu and made a choice.
Just like how the Slime King recipe used the raw power of those monsters.
Come along with me, because this weird cactus is actually a cooking ingredient. Chiguk demanded to know what they were doing there, but Wu Jin only cared about where the plant came from.
Nervous and on edge, Chiguk answered that it came from the iron mine he had mentioned earlier.
Losing his patience, he reminded him that he had been saying from the start that the mine lay to the southeast.
Before he could even finish scolding him, Wu Jin was already running at full speed in that direction. Exhausted from another chase, Chiguk realized Wu Jin had covered a 40-minute path in just 5 minutes without breaking a sweat.
As they reached the mined entrance,
He wondered why someone with such crazy potential would choose the Hunter Academy when he could go anywhere else. Right before they entered, a miner walked out, saw Wu Jin, and called him a cocky brat, saying he was in the way and this was no place for idiots. The miner kept harassing him, complaining that he was already sick of people coming to dig and now had to deal with a literal kid. Aggressively, he demanded to know what Wu Jin was doing there and why he didn't just get lost immediately.
However, the miner's partner recognized Kim Chiguk next to Wu Jin and gasped, knowing that this man could easily buy tons of iron ore.
Pay attention here, because this sudden shift in mood made Chiguk super uncomfortable, prompting him to demand answers from Wu Jin while formally greeting the miner.
The miner completely flipped his attitude, claiming everything was fine and that he was just explaining the rules to Chiguk's companion. He excused his harsh tone by explaining the mine was highly dangerous and he was only worried the young man might get hurt.
Claiming it was just his duty as a decent guy, he suggested Chiguk clear the mine quickly and invited them right inside.
While Chiguk thanked him for his kindness, the other miners grumbled that it was already too crowded, doubting if letting them in like this was a good idea.
But the group leader just shrugged, predicting the two of them would return without having mined a single stone.
Once inside, they were told to follow one of 3 paths, promising that the ore quality would improve the deeper they went. As they advanced, Chiguk thought to himself that even though people always picked fights with Wu Jin, they instantly changed their tune once they saw him. The spirit goal popped up to let them know they had reached the exact spot, packed with highest quality ore.
That was when Chiyuk remembered a key detail. They had not brought any actual mining tools.
Wu Jin suggested using his sword to dig out the iron, but Chiguk stopped him cold, insisting on using professional gear.
While the instructor explained that not even the Academy's tools would be enough to break that solid rock, Wu Jin simply walked up to the wall, sliced off a chunk of ore with his sword, and said that was plenty. Horrified, Chiguk stared at the scene, unable to wrap his mind around how on earth he could cut through solid rock like that. With everything done, you and I are left wondering if this crazy guy is even human. Honestly, Chiguk was thinking the exact same thing. Seeing them walk out, the miners asked if they were already finished, which Chiguk confirmed with a simple yes. Behind their backs, they scoffed, saying it was obvious they would leave empty-handed, and that you could not expect much from a B-rank hunter.
Outside, Chiguk was dumbfounded to see Wu Jin already cooking the cactus, complaining that the juice wasn't bad, but the taste was too bland and needed something extra.
Right then, he got the idea to whip up a sauce using slime fluid. He heated the fluid, throwing in chopped onions and chilies. Just as he suspected, the spicy kick completely leveled up the dish. The cooking system announced that he gained experience and created a peak-quality dish infused with pure dungeon energy.
That last term instantly caught Wu Jin's attention.
The spirit girl popped back up, cheering that her boss cooked something above A rank, shouting that she always knew he had it in him.
She explained that dishes with that rating contained dungeon energy, granting special status buffs to anyone who ate them.
Wu Jin confirmed it himself when he noticed a status buff that increased his strength for 24 hours. He decided to offer the cactus dish to the instructor, who stared at the food with absolute disgust, doubting it was even edible.
But remembering Woojin's previous cooking, he admitted this one at least looked a bit more normal.
Hesitantly, he wondered if you could actually grill and eat a cactus, but felt relieved knowing Woojin had already tasted it.
But the moment he put the first piece in his mouth, he felt a horrible urge to gag, absolutely terrified by the taste.
Nauseous. He recalled hearing that cactus was refreshing and tangy, but the actual texture felt way too much like an avocado.
With every chew, he felt his mouth turning into a greasy, oily mess.
Seeing him suffer, Woojin offered him a bowl of sauce. Trust me, this wild cooking experiment is only just getting started. Come along with me as we watch Chiguk try a little sauce to improve the flavor, only to get hit by a destructive spice.
Even after that terrible experience, the instructor collapsed straight onto the ground.
But surprisingly swore it was delicious, making Woojin happy that someone finally appreciated his cooking. Lying on the floor, Chiguk saw a system notification warning that his strength increased by 3 points for 24 hours.
He froze when he saw his stats shoot up, just like the last time he ate Woojin's food.
But this time, the buff lasted a whole day. He finally realized Woojin wasn't kidding. Dungeon food was a legitimate power-up.
Suddenly, the ground started shaking violently, making him think a massive earthquake was hitting.
But no, it was a stampede of wild boars charging, and the miners started screaming at everyone to run. Chiguk braced himself for a fight, knowing a single boar was easy, but a whole pack was a different story.
If he had been out here alone, he definitely would have avoided this fight.
But having Woojin nearby gave him courage, so watch closely as he charges with his spear right into the horde.
Even though he could take them down, he noticed there were just too many, thinking it would be easier if Woojin lent a hand. Yet when he looked around to fight side by side, his partner was gone. He thought the herd had trampled him.
Suddenly, a spooky voice whispered right in his ear, criticizing the flashy but useless movements of his spear.
Looking around, he spotted Woojin standing on a nearby peak, completely shocked by the guy's unbelievable movement speed.
From way up there, Woojin yelled down instructions,
shouting that these were just wild beasts and there was no point fighting them like they were humans.
While Chiguk wondered how he could hear him so clearly, Woojin warned him to focus because a boar was sneaking up behind him.
Chiguk neutralized the threat easily while Woojin watched, thinking this guy was the only one who appreciated his cooking.
So he decided to return the favor by giving him priceless combat lessons money could never buy.
I know what you were thinking. Wouldn't you be furious if your teammate ran away and started lecturing you?
From a safe distance, the miners' leader watched the entire clash unfold.
He noted that everyone else had run off, and if Chiguk won, they would keep all the rich iron ore. However, he noticed the hunter wasn't performing up to standard and wondered why his level seemed so low.
Plus, he remembered seeing Chiguk's supposed disciple bolt as soon as the attack started.
Up on the mountain, Woojin kept criticizing Chiguk's moves,
pointing out his bad center of gravity and wasted energy, which only made Chiguk lose his mind with rage.
Woojin analyzed every single movement, noting Chiguk's strikes were too flashy and lacked direct impact.
He advised him to use his body efficiently instead of wasting massive strength on every blow.
Finally, he scolded him for moving too much and letting his emotions control the spear.
As an increasingly furious Chiguk kept slaying boars, fatigue finally started taking its toll on him.
Looking around, he was completely surrounded and worried these monsters would just keep coming forever.
He wondered how long he could hold out. Realizing his partner was a slow learner, Woojin finally stepped in. He drew his sword and right from the mountaintop unleashed a truly devastating strike.
Chiguk felt a massive wave of energy, and suddenly a brutal shockwave swept the area, shredding dozens of boars. He was stunned to see a slash from that far, realizing Woojin must be an S-rank hunter.
Before he could process the strike, Woojin was already standing right next to him, proving that their levels were light years apart. Meanwhile, the watching miner saw the battlefield instantly transform.
He witnessed the total annihilation of the beasts and mistakenly credited the incredible feat to Chiguk.
The man thought that while he'd met many B-rank hunters, none of them were this impressive.
He concluded that Chiguk had actually been hiding his true monstrous power all along.
Suddenly, a notification popped up for all three, warning that the slaughter had enraged the dungeon boss, who now stood before them.
The colossal boss of the desert dungeon emerged with a deafening roar that filled the air with pure dread.
Stick around because we are just getting started.
Get ready because you and I are about to see Chiguk screaming at Woojin to cover up and fight back instead of giving up.
But just as the giant wild boar was about to charge, Wu Jun stepped forward and took it down with a single lethal strike.
Chiguk froze completely, unable to believe his eyes, and as Wu Jin sheathed his sword, he admitted he did not even see that attack coming.
The miner, watching from afar, also admitted he could not follow the incredibly fast movement of the spear, wondering if something like that was even humanly possible.
In the end, he figured Kim Chi-yuk was a god training his disciple in secret to avoid attention and feared they would silence him for witnessing it.
The man was absolutely certain he would die, since dying in dungeons was a very common thing.
Although Chiguk seemed like a nice guy,
Willing to sacrifice himself for his apprentice, the miner doubted that kindness extended to strangers, so he ran deep into the cave to hide, terrified.
Wu Jin noticed the miner's presence had suddenly vanished and felt a bit disappointed since he had planned on sharing some of his food with him.
He also realized that unlike the assassin from earlier, this dungeon boss had not dropped any gear or equipment at all.
On the other hand, the spirit girl was absolutely thrilled to have secured some top-tier high-quality meat.
Wu Jin mentioned that a great chef must satisfy hunger, and seeing the dungeon would close in 6 hours, warned they could not waste any time.
Chiku complained, grumbling that based on the loot the monster dropped, they were basically going completely broke.
He figured Wu Jin would use the creature's cores for cooking, hoping they would have special effects like before, but then he remembered that meant having to choke down that awful food all over again.
That core was worth 300 million. So let me ask you, would you eat a nasty dish that expensive or just run away in silence?
Running away seemed best, even if it made 0 cents financially.
Then he asked Wu Jin if it was better to just wait for the exit to open, but he got no response.
Wu Jin was incredibly focused, brainstorming what kind of dish he could create using the boss monster's remains.
Watching him slice the meat, Chiguk noted his knife skills looked straight out of a manga and wondered what diabolical dish he was whipping up.
Noticing his instructor's intense gaze, Wu Jun asked if he was dying to try the food, and Chiguk, with tears in his eyes, sarcastically said yes.
Then the instructor asked if he was going to start cooking right away,
explaining that he had not even finished digesting the roasted cactus he ate earlier.
Wu Yun reminded him they had to stay 6 more hours, and Chiguk confirmed it was because the boss had spawned.
Wu Jun concluded they would be stuck there until dinner, which meant Chiguk had already missed lunch entirely.
While the hunter complained about the dungeon's rules, the spirit girl asked Wu Jin if the meat was ready, praising his incredible skills.
Wu Jun asked her for a pan to fry a piece, explaining he wanted to test the flavor and ensure it cooked properly.
Upon taking a bite, he commented that, as expected of dungeon ingredients, the texture was completely different, crunchy like a fruit, and though it was nothing special otherwise, he loved its wild aroma. After thinking it over, he decided to cook sweet and sour pork. Stick with me to see how this experiment turns out.
The spirit girl was surprised by the idea, but trusted that the final result would be delicious.
Though she wondered how he could make that here, to which Wu Jin replied she would see and asked for a food steamer.
He explained it was important to combine the cactus with the pork, placing them together inside the steamer. Before adding the ingredients from his inventory, Chiguk saw Wu Jin adding star anise and chili peppers, correctly deducing that he was trying to make that sweet and sour pork dish.
He thought that since he was using real meat this time, the dish could not fail, even if the chef was Wu Jin himself.
But his hope died when Wu Jun tossed the cactus into the pork, proving he would fail again by completely underestimating his talent for creating culinary disasters.
Wu Jin himself realized that just steaming the cactus together with the meat would not be enough.
So he decided to roast both ingredients using iron ore, thinking this would easily double the incredible flavor of the meat.
Chiguk, for his part, complained about the horrible smell, wondering how it was possible for the oil to smell like rotten avocados.
Wu Jin explained to him that after roasting the meat, he planned to add soy sauce and rice wine to finish the cooking process.
Upon hearing this, the spirit girl started screaming,
saying she could not wait any longer because she already smelled a delicious aroma floating in the air.
Wu Jin told her it would take 3 more hours, absolute torture if you and I had to endure that heavenly aroma for so long.
Come along with me. We are starting with Chiguk watching Wu Jin happily cooking, so he decides to take a quick nap.
Soon the feed is ready. Wu Jin takes a bite and realizes that even with the boss core, the flavor is still way too bland.
To fix this, he throws in some queen bee venom and proudly announces that the dish is almost done.
Meanwhile, Chiguk is having absolute nightmares about Wu Jin.
The spirit girl notices him twitching in his sleep and wonders what kind of nightmare has him so terrified.
Wu Jin tells her he's just waiting for the absolute perfect moment to take the pork out. Trusting his gut, he pulls off the lid right on time, releasing a massive cloud of steam that reveals his masterpiece.
Right away, the cooking system alerts pop up, confirming the dish is a superior rank A quality meal.
Just then, Chiguk wakes up crying in sheer terror, screaming that Woojin is trying to force-feed him a honeycomb.
He woke up relieved it was just a dream, but wait, watch closely now, because seeing the real food Woojin prepared made him slap his own face.
The stinging pain confirmed this was definitely not a dream.
Woojin tells him to eat up before it gets cold, and Chiguk accepts his inescapable doing.
He tries to cope by remembering that despite the horrible taste, his stats always go up, and this time will be no different. Looking back at their last meal, he admitted this looked much better. Even so, Woojin radiated a terrifying aura, making Chiguk fear for his life if he refused. In the end, he reasoned that real meat had to be 1,000 times better than cactus.
But the moment he pokes a piece, he hears an unexpected loud crunch.
He wonders why meat would ever be this crunchy when it is supposed to have a super soft texture.
With no time to lose and needing to eat to survive, he shoves a piece in, praying for some insane stat boosts like last time.
But what hit his tongue was an incredibly salty taste, exactly like drinking straight seawater. He could not comprehend how any flavour could be this overwhelming. It felt like wild boars running wild in his mouth, with a crunchy, rotten, gummy-like texture. To him, this dish was the ultimate dungeon curse. Before despair could swallow him whole, a system notification suddenly popped up. Eating the boss core boosted his health by 4 levels, and another alert confirmed his resistance stat went up as well. I know what you were thinking. What an insane cheat. But for a rank B hunter, boosting stats normally takes an absolute fortune and endless effort. He realized that if this info leaked, countless hunters would come rushing here. Still, everything has a limit, and this taste was so utterly vile that dying honestly felt like a better option.
Outside the wasteland dungeon, a massive crowd of people stood waiting.
One of them remarked that following Chiguk here was definitely the smartest move they could have made. A reporter thought back to his 3-year dry spell and how his luck finally turned when he snagged an exclusive on the Killer Bee dungeon.
All around him,
The crowd kept gossiping about Chiguk, who had already run into dungeon bosses twice, wondering if he would pull it off again.
Suddenly, the portal opens and a single person steps out. To everyone's shock, it is a miner screaming that he thought he was going to die.
Once outside, the poor miner is completely stunned by the massive crowd waiting for him.
The reporter recognizes him instantly, and after racking his brain to remember his name, calls out to him.
The miner, shocked anyone knew his name, asked how the reporter found out.
Before he can answer, a swarm of journalists surround him, frantically asking what happened and if he saw the legendary Kim Chiguk.
Feeling pressured, the miner told them to calm down, promising to explain everything.
He reveals that he saw Chiguk inside, claiming he is secretly a rank A hunter, hiding his true monstrous power.
Right at that moment, Kim Chiguk and Jin step through the portal, with Chiguk wondering why there is a literal army waiting. News about Kim Chiguk spreads like wildfire across the internet, with increasingly sensational headlines. Countless users celebrate online, convinced that their country finally has a brand new rank S hunter to brag about. The headlines screamed that Chiguk cleared the board dungeon completely solo, placing him in the top 1% of all hunters.
Hyped up reporters push Chiguk, asking what went down and if he expected an advanced boss to spawn, but he just tells them to calm down,
promising he will answer everything, though he warns the press beforehand, explaining that some answers will have to wait, and that is where you and I leave him, sharing the wild, unbelievable truth.
Alright, you and I are about to see Woojin totally blown away by Chiguk, who was dodging reporter questions like a total pro.
On the inside, Chiguk was celebrating, absolutely thrilled to have pulled that off so smoothly. He was determined to keep the truth from those reporters, even if their wild theories were actually spot on. Feeling pressured for answers, Chiguk quickly claimed he and his partner just had an accident during their dungeon raid.
But he made sure to highlight Woojin's insane control, saying clearing the dungeon without him would be totally impossible.
Posing as his temporary master, Chiguk claimed he had to protect his student, leaving the reporters completely baffled.
Using that as his excuse, he ended the interview to protect the kid's privacy.
Suddenly, the story shifts, diving straight into the life of director Lee Chung-gi.
His life in the demonic cult changed forever due to 3 massive events, joining up and then becoming the Heavenly Demon's right-hand man.
This made him ridiculously strong. One day,
the former Heavenly Demon asked if the spicy rajogi chicken could be improved with a stronger aroma to boost both its smell and flavour.
With that in mind,
Now pay close attention here. The heavenly demon started cooking like a madman, using legendary martial arts to prep the food. Cheon was totally mesmerized.
Once the dish was ready,
the master suggested adding cilantro and sea squirt. But when Cheon took a bite, he immediately felt the chili peppers and cilantro clashing horribly.
And even though the sea squirts tried to balance things out, the final result tasted incredibly suspicious.
So, when his master asked for an honest review, Cheon felt he couldn't possibly disappoint his absolute leader.
Forcing a big smile, he enthusiastically lied and told him the food was absolutely flawless. That tiny compliment changed everything. From that tragic day onward, the heavenly demon never stopped cooking.
Over time, the sheer destructive power of his dishes only kept on skyrocketing,
whipping up horrors like pork-scented tofu. Unfortunately for Cheon, his master constantly dragged him in to try these new creations. Finally, the day came when Cheon decided he was going to tell his master the cold, hard truth.
He wanted to tell him straight to his face that his food tasted awful and beg him to stop. But as he brainstormed a nice way to say it,
the heavenly demon found him.
I know exactly what you're thinking. Cheon was at his absolute limit when his master served up yet another horrific culinary experiment.
He genuinely believed this food was far deadlier than the Tang clan's poisons, and if he kept eating it,
his brain cells would completely melt. Even though he respected his leader, fate was seriously putting his loyalty to the test.
Suddenly, he had a crazy idea. He would transcend his physical body to become an immortal and escape.
Just as he began opening a jolly door,
Cheon truly believed his long-awaited realm of immortals was right before his eyes, but before he could cross, a divine being called him a scoundrel,
ruling that he would never reach immortality or enter the divine realm after taking so many lives in his past.
The entity banished him, and out of nowhere, Cheon reincarnated on Earth as a baby being breastfed.
Despite everything, there was one delicious thing he absolutely loved about this modern world: high-quality sushi.
As he ate, he recalled his former cult leader and began reflecting on Wu Jin.
To Cheon, it seemed totally impossible that Wu Jin had defeated a C-rank boss all on his own. On the other hand, since the kid inherited their master's legendary techniques, maybe he actually could do it if he went all out. He wondered why the kid was hiding his massive power, but figured he would just interrogate him once he visited his office.
Shortly after, Wu Jin walked in with a formal greeting. Cheon, now acting as director, told him to relax, reminding him they went to the same school.
In a very casual tone, he asked why he was so tense and suggested speaking freely, claiming to be an open-minded guy. Deep down, Cheon thought today's youth open up more if an adult takes the lead, even if they lack manners.
He noticed Wu Jin wasn't even curious about being schoolmates, figuring it was just hard for him to talk to an older guy.
So he decided to explain everything step by step, starting with the exact martial arts style he had mastered.
Cheon explained that his combat style was known as the Blood Demon art,
created by the Blood Demon. But tell me, do you and I think Wu Jin's heavenly demon art is going to be superior?
Hey everyone, you and I are about to see how the heavenly demon is praised for his absolute power and unshakable ideals.
He explained that the Blood Demon met the heavenly demon by pure chance and was so awestruck he immediately swore loyalty as his subordinate. Cheon added that while the heavenly demon path was tempting, the Blood Demon actually possessed far greater talent. Meanwhile, Wu Jin was already showing he was completely sick of this long conversation.
Laughing, Cheon joked that as former comrades, Wu Jin really should not try to compete against him.
He claimed the heavenly demon art brought enlightenment at a glance, yet disciples still preferred the path of blood.
Sick of listening, Wu Jin found Cheon's wild claims way too ridiculous to even believe.
That was when Cheon finally revealed his true ultimate goal. As he aged, his curiosity grew, and he desperately wanted to learn the heavenly demon arts Wu Jin mastered.
He offered to trade blood techniques, acting like he was losing out. Instantly, Wu Jin's face turned dead serious.
He saw right through the nonsense. Pay attention here, because Cheon's real target was the legendary heavenly demon martial arts.
Wu Jin admitted it was natural to crave his skills. Anyone in the Central Plains would die to get them.
But he calls him out for living a life fed by old myths. Then Wu Jin stands and a crushing dark aura begins devouring everything. Cheon froze in absolute terror from the sheer overwhelming power radiating around him. Finally, Wu Jin called him by his real name, Guak Cheon, making him shake as he recognized the sect leader standing right there.
Wu Jin pressed on, accusing Cheon of claiming blood arts surpassed celestial arts, A flat-out lie he did not even believe himself.
Terrified, Qian started desperately apologizing, insisting he never meant it and begging the leader to believe him, but Wu Jin cornered him, repeating those were his exact words. Desperate, Qian tried to justify himself,
claiming he was lured by a rumored manual and tricked by a fool, stating he was ready for punishment while begging for mercy. Seeing his absolute submission, Wu Jin cooled down,
saying owning up was enough to let it slide. Jian thanked him, but Wu Jin warned him about his past disrespect.
Then he told the director to sit so they could finish their chat in peace.
Wu Jin recalled how the blood demon claimed he would ascend and vanish. Jiang nodded, explaining that the immortals had actually rejected him out of pure, terrible luck.
Wu Jin remembered the gods blamed 30% of his sins on the cult and the rest on food.
Now, you have to admit, this memory is highly suspicious. It left Wu Jin so lost in thought, Jian had to snap him out of it.
Wu Jin repeated that if not for that initial lie, he never would have revealed his identity.
Qian apologized again, admitting greed blinded him, and Wu Jin closed the topic, saying he was completely done discussing it.
The director noticed his master seemed incredibly pleased with this modern world,
making him worry the master might be dreaming of a future ruled entirely by demons.
Then Wu Jin broke the silence by offering Qian some of his own home-cooked food, leaving Qian completely shell-shocked and speechless.
Finally finding his voice, he stammered that the master's cooking was only for heroic achievers, and his sins made him totally unworthy.
Wu Jin brushed off,
saying that was an old sect rule. After all, they were at Hunter Academy now.
Excitedly, he declared his cooking had improved vastly, and Qian must be absolutely dying to try it. Inside, Qian panicked, remembering he tried to ascend just to escape this food, and now he had to eat it again.
He desperately wished his old buddies Guangma or Changma were there, so he did not have to suffer alone.
But then he realized everyone who ate with the master vanished. He would have to face this deadly dish entirely alone.
He shuddered, thinking that if those cooking skills actually improved, the food would probably taste way weirder and more horrifying.
Elsewhere, a mysterious man received urgent news from his loyal servant Park Soon-jin.
The boss monsters they targeted, the killer bee and the wild boar, were defeated by a B rank hunter named Kim Chiuk.
The man questioned his subordinate, asking if he truly believed Kim was capable of such an unbelievable feat.
Park admits that while Kim has talent, it is impossible for a mere B rank, and that is where we leave it. What do you think happens next?
Alright, let's dive into this together, because they're claiming Kimchi only made it with the Zhu clan's help.
His servant added, thinking that even if he beat the boss by luck, he could never find the intel needed to track him down.
Hearing this, the man ordered his men to keep a tight eye on Kimchi, demanding instant reports on everything.
He declared it was all for the Grand Eclipse plan before vanishing, leaving Park Soon-jin shaking as he wrote the name. Meanwhile, back at the academy,
Beck was feeling tidally trapped and miserable ever since that dangerous killer bee incident went down.
Her dad kept preaching that the outside world was too deadly, but she felt he was totally overreacting.
Honestly, she only enrolled in the academy to escape her smothering father, who lost his mind over every single tiny scratch she ever got.
Literally calling in every top healer over a minor scrape and forcing her to stay locked up in the house all day. As she sat there brooding, Bike spotted a wild news article about Kimchi, stunned by rumors claiming he was secretly a disguised rank A hunter.
Now pay close attention here, because Bike just found out Chiguk and Wu Jin secretly went dungeon raiding without her.
She was absolutely furious since they were supposed to be teammates, yet they didn't even bother to invite her. She began questioning why she even cared so much about Wu Jin. He was just a regular, hard-working hunter to her. Was Wu Jin really just his disciple, or was there some deep, dark secret he was hiding from her?
It actually made sense. Maybe Chiguk got so completely hooked on Wu Jin's cooking that he couldn't stay away from him.
Back couldn't help but remember that legendary meal, how it had completely awakened her dead taste buds.
It was like a shock of pure electricity jolting her tongue, the literal definition of mind-blowing flavor.
Even after trying tons of other fancy dishes later, she could never replicate that magical feeling.
Determined to know the truth, she set out to find Wu Jin, desperate to experience his unique cooking again.
During class, while the teacher lectured on dungeon mana boosts, Sia Bea kept her eyes glued to Wu Jin the whole time,
watching him study with total focus before suddenly rushing out when she realized she was 20 minutes late. She grumbled that those endless interrogations since returning from the bee dungeon had totally ruined her schedule. She tracked him to the cafeteria, where everyone was whispering after spotting Chiguk sitting right next to him.
I know what you're thinking. Why are they suddenly so close?
Sure, he was his disciple, but it was bizarre given how notoriously cold and antisocial Kim Shae-guk usually was.
Blocking out the noise, Shiguk forced down Woojin's latest dish, silently weeping over the absolutely horrific taste.
The meat was both bitter and painfully spicy, causing a severe, agonizing stomachache.
Nearby, other students warned each other to avoid the table due to the stench, just as Beaksall finally located them.
He warmly asked if she was feeling better, and she nodded, thrilled when Woojun happily offered her a bite.
Chiguk, completely done with this madness, just stared in silence, questioning Beck's sanity for putting that in her mouth, while the crowd watched breathlessly for her first reaction.
But she immediately went into pure ecstasy, declaring Woojin's cooking to be an absolute heavenly masterpiece. This reaction left Shiguk completely brain-dead with shock, totally unable to comprehend what was actually happening.
The exile realized the flavor was different this time, not as aggressively intense, but actually quite smooth.
She explained that the dungeon bee dish felt like 100 tiny needles stinging her tongue, whereas this was like a cute little piglet gently scratching it. Seeing Chiguk eating, she assumed he loved it too, thinking it was just a matter of personal preference. Getting up, Beaksall thanked Woojun for the food and asked if he would cook for her again, getting a happy yes.
The other students watched in pure confusion,
wondering if that hideous-looking garbage actually tasted good, but seeing Kimchi completely devouring his plate made them think twice.
His cute little food spirit happily cheered that more people were finally starting to appreciate her master's cooking.
And Woojin confessed it made him incredibly happy, remembering how back in his past life, people praised his food but never dared to ask for seconds.
It was a real shame because despite loving his dishes,
they absolutely dreaded his heavenly demon title. And that's where we leave things today, right as a dark presence creeps in.
Let's dive into this. Woojin suddenly noticed someone hiding their aura in a way no normal human could ever detect.
Stepping into the gym, he found Seyoung-jun training intensely with a wooden sword, completely amazed to see him battling virtual holograms again.
Looking closer, he saw opponents wielding spears, swords, and bows, with terrifying beasts and monsters lurking within the chaotic crowd.
Woojin realized this was basically training for an actual war against entire armies, especially since he only saw the final moments back in the tutorial tower.
But seeing Seyoung-jun pushing his absolute limits right now made everything click.
Woojin finally realized that his partner's martial arts skills were genuinely insane. Knowing it was rude to stand there staring, he decided to slip away and head straight back to the dorms.
But before he could leave, the spirit girl stopped him to show him something cool, pointing at a poster for the Grand Hunter tournament.
Woojin felt like he'd actually heard about this event before.
Maybe back during one of his lectures, though he couldn't quite recall the details. This annual event was strictly for rookie hunters with under a year of experience, drawing massive crowds with its action-packed formats. For these rookies, it was a golden opportunity.
Standout hunters could instantly skyrocket their value and gain massive fame.
But the ultimate prize was qualifying for the World Tournament, a massive honor reserved only for the top 4 hunters in South Korea.
Woojin did not care about the prizes, but pay attention here. The spirit girl spotted a reward called Mandragora that instantly caught his eye.
He remembered hearing stories about it being an incredibly rare, legendary plant.
And the spirit girl happily confirmed its mystical properties.
This ingredient had an unmatched aroma and a subtle bitter kick that would elevate any palate to a whole new level.
It was perfect for basically any dish, whether grilled over charcoal or served as the main course.
Despite the mouth-watering description, Woojin firmly declared he had zero interest in entering.
The spirit girl whined, insisting he had more than enough raw talent to easily crush the competition.
He explained that being at the top just brought annoying responsibilities, and he wasn't sacrificing his precious kitchen time. Plus, a massive tournament would just draw annoying attention when all he wanted was to cook in peace.
Deeply moved by his cooking obsession, the spirit girl joked that he acted like a monk, which she honestly already suspected.
Suddenly, Woojin's phone rang. It was Guak Cheon, calling to see if the sect leader had a quick minute to chat.
Woojin asked what was up, and Guak explained they urgently needed to discuss some highly important matters.
Even offering to drop by his room. Annoyed by his total lack of common sense, Woojin scolded him, pointing out how weird that would look.
So Woojin decided to go himself. Check this out.
He told him he would bring some dinner over and make it talk while eating. Guak practically lost his mind with joy over the free meal, but Woojin hung up before he could babble.
Moments later, he heard Guak screaming from the next building, assuming he was just celebrating the upcoming feast.
That night, Wu Jin explained how he balanced the flavor of the bee dungeon meat with a fresh touch of mint.
Taking a bite, Guak emotionally declared that the taste took him back to the bloody days of war and slaughter.
Wu Jin simply asked if he actually liked it,
and Guak enthusiastically approved. Once finished, Wu Yin cut straight to the chase and asked what this urgent meeting was really about.
Guak wanted to know if he had seen the giant announcement boards posted all over the academy grounds.
And Wu Jin immediately guessed it was about the tournament. Guak nodded, admitting the school had not won anything in 10 years.
Knowing what was coming,
Wu Jin watched Guak bow deeply, begging him to enter and restore the academy's glory, but his instant refusal left Guak completely speechless.
He reiterated that his life belonged solely to cooking. Guak, on the other hand,
could not understand it, believing the prize mandragora would have been more than enough to capture the chef's interest.
Tired of the constant begging, Wu Jin told him that if they were done talking, he should leave.
But trust me, Guak was not giving up, knowing that having a power shaft like him around elevated the entire academy.
Come along with me and see how this guy planned to use the tournament to keep bureaucrats off his back until retirement.
While Baekhyul guaranteed great results, any wrong move now would be way too risky.
Director Guak was totally convinced that if the sect leader actually entered, victory would be completely theirs. He had to find another way to convince him, since even the legendary mandrake did not spark his interest.
With a brand new plan, Guak told him he had an irresistible offer and asked Wu Jin if he wanted to hear it.
He pointed out that the dorms only had an old, cramped, shared communal kitchen, which was super annoying. Losing his patience completely, Wu Jin snapped and ordered him to get straight to the point.
So Guak promised that if he joined and did well, he would build him a luxurious private kitchen right inside the academy.
Shocked, Wu Jin admitted the offer sounded highly tempting, but still not enough. Just then, a sudden news report caught his eye.
A hunter guild had just cleared a dungeon, securing a rare, valuable artifact they were about to auction off.
Seeing that object called the Hammer of Fire, Wu Jin instantly muttered that he would love to have one just like it. Guak nearly had a heart attack, explaining that a rank A artifact cost hundreds of millions, and it made no sense for someone so indifferent to want something so incredibly expensive.
But Wu Jin had other plans, since he only wanted to use that legendary mythical hammer to crack open walnuts.
The very next morning,
pay close attention here, because the students were gathered in the gym with zero explanation, sparking total chaos until Guak stepped up demanding silence.
And seeing Wu Jin and his team standing right behind the director only made everyone way more suspicious. Guak started his speech by reminding them they were future hunters and that the annual tournament was starting in 2 months.
The teachers wondered why on earth the director was in such an unusually good mood.
Guak explained that while they always ran a strict selection process to choose the 4 representatives,
this year 2 students were fast-tracked directly without any trials, Baekhyul and Chon Wu Jin.
His excuse, Baekhyul proved her worth in the Killer Bee dungeon, while Wu Jin shined bright both there and in the Wild Boar dungeon raid.
To back up his highly controversial claims, the director invited Kim Chi-guk up onto the stage.
Moments earlier, Chi-guk was silently cursing his luck, wondering what on earth he had done to deserve this.
And here is the truth you and I need to know. Guak privately discovered Wu Jin was the actual hero behind Chi-guk's fame.
The director promised to keep his mouth shut if the man publicly backed his controversial choice of the 2 students.
At the podium, Chi-guk introduced himself and, admitting he barely knew the school, vouched for the immense talent of both rookies. As the crowd murmured, Chi-guk thought that if the highly talented Baekhyul had not enrolled in this academy,
he would never have set foot here for all the gold in the world, while noting something super weird about the director.
Guak used highly respectful honorifics with Wu Jin, an insane way to treat a regular student, right after his speech.
A reporter suddenly cornered him, apologizing as he introduced himself as Kwon Jong-jin from the prestigious Hunter Division.
Chi-guk recognized him instantly. It was the same reporter from the Wild Boar Gate who was in a terrible mood that day.
Annoyed by the sudden interruption,
Chi-guk listened as the reporter claimed he had a key question, directly asking if he truly recommended Chon Wu Jin to represent the academy.
Stunned,
he asked where he got that rumor, and the reporter replied that the news had already gone viral across the Hunter social networks.
Online posts accused him of abusing his power to favor his own disciple, even though he did not actually consider Wu Jin his student.
Irritated that this was now public, the man knew he could not simply turn a blind eye to the situation.
since the nomination was completely official, but one tiny detail made him drastically change his mind on the spot.
He remembered that one of the top prizes was a mandrake, instantly realizing Wu Jin's sole motivation was purely culinary.
Relieved by this, he assumed the kid would easily reach the semi-finals to secure that ingredient, fully confident now.
He openly admitted to the nosy reporter that he had indeed personally recommended the young prospect,
adding in a highly threatening tone that his entry into the grand tournament had absolutely nothing to do with favoritism. The news went live announcing Chiguk's controversial disciple, triggering brutal online criticism about Wu Jin's true strength.
And trust me, what comes next is going to be wild, as the media already speculates this kid is training in secret to sweep the finals.
All right, come with me to check out the brand new space that is becoming Wu Jin's kitchen.
Gawawaki asked if he liked the location, and Wu Jin happily said yes.
He figured nobody could refuse entering the tournament after getting an offer that massive.
When asked about the interior design, Wu Jin just said he would figure it out later.
Gawawaki believed this massive investment was totally worth the immense glory it would bring the academy.
He felt absolutely sure nobody could beat Wu Jin, viewing the other competitors as mere amateurs.
His only real concern was a certain auction hammer, a key item for his own upgrade.
Determined, Gawasaki promised to secure the flame hammer no matter the cost, so Wu Jin thanked him and left for class. Back on campus, several students expressed serious doubts about Wu Jin's legendary cooking.
They simply could not believe that eating his food could actually boost a person's stats. Overhearing them, the spirit girl got incredibly angry, snapping back that they needed to show some respect for the chef's food because the divine flavor was all that mattered.
Soon, she and Wu Jin headed straight to the training gym. Now, pay close attention. The instructor announced that today they would finally start weapon training.
He advised them to stick to familiar gear, or at least pick up spears or blunt weapons.
Si-hun chose to practice boxing with his bare fists, earning praise after the teacher noticed his physical growth.
Wu Jin grabbed a spear, prompting the instructor to remark that this was expected from Kim Chuk's disciple.
Watching this, Shan found it bizarre that a swordsman who easily one-shotted bosses would train with a spear.
Despite keeping a close eye on Wu Jin from the very beginning, he still could not crack his true identity. His only certainty was the guy's obsession with dungeon cooking. He noticed the spirit girl, despite being from a Rei Grimorio and highly demanding,
devoured Wu Jin's dishes with absolute delight, proving his insane culinary skills, even if his own terrifying memories of that last meal said otherwise.
He thought that compared to those horrific dishes, anything he ate to survive back then tasted like heaven.
Shang was also questioning why a powerhouse like Wu Jin would ever become Chiguk's humble disciple.
He knew all about Chiguk's reputation before his regression, a mere B-rank hunter who lacked any respect from top players.
I know what you're thinking. Why on earth would Wu Jin let someone else take credit for killing those bosses?
At first, Shang assumed he wanted to keep a low profile, but soon realized he possessed the raw power to crush anyone.
This led him to believe Wu Jin was at least in A rank, and likely S rank or even higher.
He had to keep watching him closely, but admitted he had far more critical matters to handle right now.
The stern auction was happening in 2 days, and if things played out like before his regression, a massive tragedy would occur.
He knew he had to stop it at all costs, while Xiang Jun kept obsessively analyzing the entire incident.
At first, he thought it was just a random bandit raid, but then uncovered the Eclipse Group's involvement.
The poor victims of that fateful auction had ended up completely mummified by a sinister dark curse. Having finally recovered from his injuries against the Slime King, Xianzhong resolved that he could not just sit back.
Nearby, Wu Jin trained relentlessly with his spear, intensely reminding him of his old comrade, the spear demon Zhang Yang, a man obsessed with martial arts.
Wu Jin remembered trying to fix Zhong Yang's incredibly stubborn habits, but the man was as rigid as his own weapon.
As he unleashed the 7 demonic dragon techniques against a simple training dummy,
he thought Xiong Ying could have been a real dragon without those flaws, while nearby students whispered that his flashy moves looked useless.
Wu Jin did not seem to do anything special, looking like a completely ordinary guy. However, Shang Jun knew those students were complete fools for failing to see the truth.
While they saw simple, random swings, Shang Jun was certain every strike carried absolute mastery, building toward a devastating blowout. Strong enough to pierce through entire dimensions, proving he was not just a sword master. And so we are left wondering, who is this guy really? Elsewhere, a teacher scolded Changjun for falling asleep, while the Stern Guild ranked as the 5th largest in Korea, alongside Samju and Chaeyonik.
And while those last two giants represented the nation's true military might.
Let's dive into how Stern controlled all the cash, running security, manufacturing, and hiring famous hunters for crazy publicity.
They said the absolute easiest way to get rich in Korea was through Stern, and their crown jewel was their auction house.
Even with the late hours and 500 million won entry fee, hunters flocked there because the items were incredibly reliable.
With millions changing hands, security was super tight, handled by B rank and A- rank hunters.
That night, Wu Jin and his butler Guak arrived. Guak promised everything would go smoothly, even though auctions were usually a bore.
Wu Jin replied that finding rare items is hard, so he actually enjoys checking out these auctions now and then.
Guak asked him to wear a mask, explaining this rule started after a furious hunter murdered an auction winner.
Since then, entry was completely anonymous.
Wu Jin understood, realizing this rule meant they could not actually guarantee anyone's safety on the outside.
The two walked inside. Right at the entrance, a security guard asked Wu Jin for his identification bracelet.
After checking it, the guard explained everything was done on tablets and offered assistance, but they turned him down.
The heavy doors swung open, and the guards wished them an amazing evening.
Once inside, Wu Jin noticed that literally everyone was masked.
Now pay attention here, because the host thanked the crowd and announced the event was finally about to begin.
They revealed the first item, hair from a yeti, starting at 100 million won. Guak asked Wu Jin if he remembered how to use the tablet,
explaining that all item details popped up on screen and they could bid directly using the device.
He added that yeti hair makes great bait or can be used for potions that stimulate hair growth.
Seeing its amazing effects,
Guak placed a bid. Moments later, the host announced the hair sold for 7,800,000,000 won.
While the next item was prepared, Guak regretted bidding only 500 million.
Wu Jin, on the other hand, was just thrilled to see so many cool items. The auctioneer announced the next lot, a pristine wyvern wing, which is an incredibly rare find.
Wu Jin thought to himself that adamantium would make incredible kitchen knives, and sandalwood a great cutting board. He quickly caught his own greed, knowing that if he kept wanting everything,
he would lose what he already had. Just then, they introduced the Ignis Nest Hammer, an unidentified artifact from an A-rank dungeon starting at 1 billion won.
This announcement instantly grabbed the attention of both Guak and Wu Jin.
The latter commented that seeing this hammer in person made his heart beat incredibly fast.
They both nodded, and Guak bid the starting 1 billion won, expecting an easy win since 80% of mystery items had terrible stats.
Nobody wanted them because they could not be appraised, and some cursed items had even killed their owners.
But on rare occasions, they held insane powers, which is why guilds used appraisers. To their shock, the bidding had already reached 2,200,000,000.
Guak realized this object, completely unknown to Korea,
could be an incredibly powerful divine weapon. He gasped when he heard the current bid hit 68 billion won.
Feeling hesitant, he made a final bid of 10,200,000,000, and the hammer was sold.
I know what you're thinking. That is crazy spending. So Guak suggested they hit a dungeon to make it back.
But Wu Jin immediately refused, arguing that it would make him way too famous when he only wanted to dedicate his life to cooking.
Right then, the host revealed the night's highly anticipated main event, an epic weapon called Fire Prison, retrieved from an A-rank boss.
Guak noticed the weapon was imbued with intense mana and strong fire resistance,
allowing the wielder to convert their own mana into flames and control them with absolute freedom.
A weapon worthy of its title, easily worth billions. Bidding started at 10,500,000,000 and rose at lightning speed.
After rapid back-and-forth bids, the weapon sold for a massive 56 billion. Guak comforted himself, thinking that in the end he was pretty lucky to get that hammer. And we finish with the mysterious Ignis Nest scroll for 100 million won. What do you and I think happens next?
Let's dive into how this all starts, with Guak doubting the ridiculous price tag on a supposedly mithril hammer.
As he was thinking, a strange breeze brushed past his back before a sudden massive explosion shook the entire hall. Two mysterious figures emerged from the smoke, and one ordered the other to remember exactly who the sacrifices were supposed to be.
His partner nodded to Nemoth's command, and both declared that the game had officially begun. Terrified, the host started screaming for the guards, while Guak finally realized they were actually under attack.
One of the intruders chanted a bizarre spell, forcing absolutely everyone on the stage down to their knees.
The guy announced that the spell was ready, but the girl quickly reminded him of their real mission objective.
They walked toward the stage, claiming they only wanted the scroll, though she specified they also needed one extra item.
Suddenly, Hunter Park Day-Jen charged with his fists, but she easily dodged while calmly analysing his fighting style.
Sure, the guy had decent magic resistance, but everything else about him was just straight up pathetic.
Counter-attacking, the invaders noted that sacrifices are much better off healthy, making him absolutely perfect just the way he was.
The girl replied that she already knew that, which was exactly why she only touched the hunter's head.
Watching all of this unfold, Wu Jin found the intruder's techniques pretty interesting and wanted a much closer look.
Now pay attention here, because even though Garnick notices his interest, he thinks it's safer to freeze until security arrives. The male invader complained about needing so many sacrifices for their plan. But his partner snapped at him to focus. Suddenly, guards armed with katanas surrounded them, demanding their immediate surrender. The guy blamed the girl, calling her an idiot who had absolutely no self-control. And she swore she would murder him once they got back. Instantly, she shredded the guards while her partner unleashed dark magic. Wu Jin watched everything, instantly noticing that their combat level was vastly superior to any academy student.
It literally looked like they were drawing mana straight from their hearts.
Besides, that dark aura was completely different from his own absorption technique, which had very clear limitations. Staring at the woman, Wu Jin admitted he had never felt such pure, unadulterated evil. She was basically sadness incarnate. The Shadow Man started scolding her once again, telling her to hold back so she wouldn't ruin the sacrifices, but she barked back that he was doing the exact same thing. She then added they only needed to grab the scroll and the hammer, which immediately sent poor Guak into a total panic.
And just like that, we get exactly what we wanted. Wu Jin stands up, ready to handle the situation.
Shocked by his leader's sudden intervention, Guak quickly nodded, ordering staff to evacuate everyone, while Wu Jin casually walked toward the invaders. Guak silently thought those invaders were the unluckiest people alive for accidentally triggering the wrath of their supreme leader. Annoyed, Wu Jin wished he didn't have to deal with this, but it had been a while since some fool dared to covet his property. He pitied the lives lost in all this chaos, but in the end, it just came down to the victim's own lack of strength. Harrop, the Shadow Man, was shocked to see Wu Jin approaching without releasing any energy, mocking his foolish boldness for seeking death. The girl ordered Harrop to prepare the dark ritual while she personally took care of finishing off Wu Jin. Both opponents locked eyes, and then, in the absolute blink of an eye, she teleported right behind his back to strike, but he blocked it effortlessly. Sensing absolutely no aura from him, she froze in pure terror. Wu Jin complained that her attack was merely annoying, stopping it barehanded and forcing her to retreat. Harrop began mocking her, claiming her only redeeming quality was having absolutely no mercy. She snapped back that this guy was ridiculously strong, rushing forward to launch another assault.
But he kept blocking everything. Terrified by his godlike skill, she wondered where this man came from, deciding she had to use her impurity.
Suddenly, a thick, dark mist erupted from the woman's body, and her eyes flared with pitch-black flames. Seeing this, Harrop realized she was dead serious about unleashing that power and decided to join the fight. He fired a dark spell directly at Wu Jin's back, who effortlessly defended himself using nothing but his bare hands. Harrop was horrified to see how easily his magic was stopped, leaving Wu Jin completely unscathed.
Even after taking hits loaded with pure energy and negative emotions, the girl boasted that she controlled despair, an impurity capable of rotting both an opponent's mind and body.
While Harrop shivers in panic, you and I see a completely calm Wu Jin claiming this easily surpasses Nemoth. Alright, you and I are about to watch Wu Jin lose his temper and absolutely blast this woman with a brutal gut punch. According to Harrop's intel, there shouldn't have been a high-level warrior like this at the auction, which meant huge trouble. He began chanting a dark spell in a strange tongue, shocked that Wu Jin wasn't even attacking him. Wu Jin felt like he would have liked to see a bit more of his opponent's skills, but he couldn't stand that disgusting energy. Harrop kept hesitating, instantly panicking the second Wu Jin finally decided to make a move. He grabbed the fire prison spear, casually declaring that borrowing it for just a little while wouldn't be an issue. Wu Jin was genuinely impressed as the spear literally transformed into pure fire, proving the legends right about this insane weapon. Harrop watched in shock as the spear's flame shifted from bright red to deep crimson. Watching this, Guak grinned with satisfaction, muttering that it seemed their leader was finally starting to get serious. Taking an imposing stance, Wu Jin announced that his real assault was about to begin.
Fast as the wind, he lunged forward, completely bypassing her wrap to charge straight at Nehamat.
While mercilessly punishing her with the Qiguk techniques, Wu Jin realized he needed to hold back because he had so many questions.
Nehamat recognized the legendary style instantly, wondering why a member of the Zhuzhongmiang family was here, but Wu Jin shut her up immediately.
Now pay attention, because he made it clear that he asks the questions here, demanding to know her true plans.
Suddenly, Nehamat leaped back, screaming that she was sick of this and demanding Wu Jin stop playing around with her.
She realized he was blocking her strikes effortlessly, even as his own spear thrusts became sharper and deadlier.
Meanwhile, Harap prepared another spell, warning Wu Jin not to dare challenge them and accusing him of just putting on a tough act.
Nehamat assumed that even if this spear technique had flaws due to the flashy Qiguk style, its true essence still relied on dozens of lethal, precise cuts designed to completely obliterate the enemy. Before she could even react to this, a relentless barrage of spear strikes hit her dead on.
Despite taking heavy damage, she stood ground. Harap asked if she was okay, and she ordered him to prepare the eternal abyss to buy time.
The mage insisted that it was better to retreat and plan a different strategy.
But she snapped back furiously, reminding him that the organization wouldn't tolerate such an absolute failure.
Persuaded, Harap agreed and started chanting, causing a thick wave of pure darkness to completely envelope Nehamat.
Here's the part you and I need to watch closely. Wu Jin stared with zero fear, excited they were finally getting serious. Nehamat began to mutate, fusing with the surrounding shadows until she transformed into a six-armed monster.
She swore Wu Jin's death would be painful, but he already realized she was just shielding herself with a dark aura.
As she lunged with wild fury, unleashing shadow punches, he casually deflected every single strike with his spear.
He noted that although her raw strength had skyrocketed, she moved clumsily and without control, just like a wild bull.
With a single kick, Wu Jin sent her flying, making it clear that her attacks were completely useless.
Enraged, Nehamat shrieked with anger upon realizing she couldn't land a single clean hit on him.
Even after unleashing all her power and activating the terrifying Yaka Temple.
Wu Jin remarked that her foundation was weak, though he praised her decent energy control, which only made her even more furious.
She swore Wu Jin's arrogance would cost him his life, promising to tear him to pieces right there.
Charging again with her wild dance technique, she attacked fiercely, but he continued blocking everything with absolute ease.
Then, effortlessly, he slashed right through her, leaving her stunned. Wu Jin told her that her raw strength was pathetic and energy control alone wouldn't cut it.
At that exact moment, Harap screamed out to Nehamat,
yelling that enough was enough and everything was finally ready to unleash the eternal abyss.
Pitch-black walls surrounded Wu Jin. With an evil smirk, Nehamat warned he'd regret his pride right before total darkness swallowed him whole. The mage boasted that this was his ultimate spell, perfected over years to drain a rival's power and completely distort their senses. He was absolutely certain that no matter how strong this hunter was, there was absolutely no escape from this realm.
Nehamat materialized right behind Wu Jin and whispered into his ear,
mocking his sudden silence before lashing out with pure hatred. But he casually dodged it, muttering that this new power was absolute garbage.
He understood that even with his senses blocked, tracking enemies was incredibly easy thanks to their massive energy trails.
Trust me, the real issue here is space itself.
Come along with me to check out this cursed place, built to suck the life out of anyone like a starving ghost.
She thought the spell was so wicked that even the strongest would crumble, but a sudden massive shockwave cut her thoughts short.
Nahum mocked her past arrogance, though he admitted she was finally starting to react to the heavy blows. He added that the longer someone stayed in that bottomless abyss, the faster their opponent's energy would drain away.
She asked if he would yield to the abyss or her own hands, but before Nia could finish, Wu Jin lost patience, teleported right in front of her and called her insane.
With one lightning-fast move,
he pierced her body with his flame spear, telling her to shut up. Seeing Nehamat instantly crushed inside her own abyss, Harap fell into absolute despair.
Unable to believe his own eyes.
Harap couldn't comprehend why the abyss had zero effect on Wu Jin, wondering why he hadn't shriveled into a mummy yet.
Seeing Wu Jin still overflowing with intense power, he realized his opponent's real goal was to destroy the technique from the inside. Furious, Harap screamed that it was impossible, since this ultimate skill was the proud result of his entire life's research.
Gripping his spear, Wu Jin fondly remembered his old comrade, Zhong Hyong,
who was always by his side wielding this very weapon to shield him. Snapping back to reality, he smiled. His friend was gone, but the spear remained.
Look at how Harap aches.
He started throwing frantic shadow attacks, but Wu Jin casually raised his guard, unleashing the seventh form of the demonic dragon.
A massive roaring fire dragon emerged, utterly shattering all the pitch-black darkness of that bottomless pit.
In the blink of an eye, Wu Jin materialized right before Harap, daring him to show his final trick before getting deleted.
Too terrified to speak, Harap only heard Wu Jin deliver his final sentence, demanding to know his true identity and his master plan.
Panicking, Harap began praying like crazy, calling upon the god of chaos and begging his dark master for the strength to survive.
He chanted eerie spells in some bizarre tongue until a heavy, thick shadow energy started oozing out of his body.
Thanking his god for answering his desperate call, he declared he was ready to offer up his entire soul.
Before he could even process it, that malevolent force invaded his physical form, tearing away his remaining self-control.
Wu Jin noted that, unlike the previous transformation of Nyamoth, this vibe felt entirely different. The dark ritual was complete.
And the Lord of Chaos, taking over Harap's body, mockingly stated that he had been watching these pathetic mortal struggles.
Swallowed by the shadows.
Just think about this. The Lord of Chaos arrives to announce his grand plan, while Wu Jin only wonders what happened to Harap.
The entity noticed Wu Jin's surprising composure in his presence, remarking that manifesting there in person was totally worth the effort.
He then offered that if Wu Jin pledged absolute loyalty to the eclipse, he would personally grant him unimaginable power.
Wu Jin immediately declined, stating he had no interest in that garbage. Furious, the dark god swore to force his submission and readied his shadow strike. But before he could strike, Wu Jin drove his spear straight through the god's chest, releasing a devastating blast of crimson flames. The Lord of Chaos realized Wu Jin had chosen to spit on his divine favor, relying only on a pathetic mortal vessel.
As his essence faded, he challenged Wu Jin, saying he wanted to see if that smug composure would hold during their next encounter.
With those final words, the heavy malice hanging in the air completely dissolved. Guak started chanting prayers, praising the heavenly demon's eternal reign and demanding total submission. Wu Jin casually interrupted, asking if he knew the Lord of Chaos.
Guak shook his head and offered to look into it, but Wu Jin preferred to handle the matter personally.
He regretted confronting the Lord of Chaos without figuring out the dark entity's true objectives first. Concluding they had raided the auction house just to use the crowd as mass sacrifices, though their power source and ultimate plans remained a mystery. Wu Jin decided to slip away before more people showed up, wanting to investigate this whole puzzle on his own terms. The chaotic incident at the auction house dominated everyone's social media feeds for the next few days. News channels covered the shocking death of the absolute powerhouse Park Dae-hin while speculating about the identity of the masked spear hero. Reading the headlines, Shang realized that the future had shifted once again. The auction was hit by Naihemoth and Harap the Life Devourer, both major players in the grand mystery of the eclipse. Xiang knew that, even before his regression, they were monsters so overwhelming he wouldn't stand a single chance of winning. And now we're left wondering who could possibly crush them, while he was just sneaking in disguised as a guard. Stick around to find out.
While on patrol.
Stick with me. We're about to watch him sabotage the enemy's magic, eliminate dangerous future rivals, and swap the auction scroll for a fake. Even though Seong-jun was thrilled with his success, he couldn't stand that some random stranger took out the auction's two strongest bidders. Security footage caught a masked spearman unleashing the spiral spear technique, leading the media to identify him as the legendary Chi-yuk. But Seong-jun knew the real Chiuk wouldn't last even 2 minutes in a fight against monsters of that level. He kept racking his brain over who this mystery guy stealing the spotlight really was. He even suspected Wu Jin for a split second, but immediately dismissed it. Wu Jin's obsessive cooking passion meant he'd never be there. Plus, someone with his godlike power would have absolutely zero reason to hide behind a basic spiral spear technique anyway. Suddenly, Shang-jun spotted a major clue. Before his regression, Kimchi never even cleared B rank, but now he was totally different. He was taking down the Eclipse bosses ahead of schedule, almost like he knew the organization's entire playbook step by step. Watch closely here, because Shang-jun just reached the only logical conclusion. Chi-yuk was also a regressor,
Meanwhile, Wu Jin was laser-focused on cooking for the spirit girl.
She mentioned that the meat dish smelled absolutely incredible and tasted way better than she ever expected.
As Wu Jin poured the rich broth into another pot, she asked if it was done, but he replied that a crucial step remained.
That's when he pulled out his newly auctioned hammer, claiming it was the ultimate tool for the next phase.
Praising its solid weight and grip, he joked that adding a long handle would make it perfect for pounding rice cakes.
But today, his only focus was crushing bones. Out of nowhere, a sudden barrage of system status screens cut him off.
The alerts declared that all specific conditions had been met.
An unknown spirit was waking up, and the artifact was resonating. Before they could even process this, an annoyed voice screamed from the hammer.
The spirit bashed Wu Jin as an idiot for boiling and grinding prime weapon-grade bone materials, demanding an instant apology.
As for Wu Jin, he was completely baffled by the entire situation. The girl took offense at being called an idiot just for enhancing food flavor, while Wu Jin calmly asked for his name.
The spirit was utterly appalled that they called this cooking, but Wu Jin just demanded he reveal his identity. He finally introduced himself as Schmidt, legendary emperor of the Black Hammer Empire and a genius blacksmith.
I bet you didn't expect this. Wu Jin completely ignored him, grinding bones anyway and leaving Schmidt begging to be heard.
The spirit girl wasn't having it, calling him a total creep and throwing insults, while Schmidt dismissed her as a mere bug.
Suddenly, a terrifyingly dark aura flared from Wu Jin as he deadpanned, telling them to shut the hell up. Terrified, Schmidt realized pushing further meant instant death, so the legendary blacksmith explained that 700 years ago,
he perished while forging an epic weapon destined to make history, sealing his own soul deep inside the hammer.
Tearfully, he claimed Wu Jin possessed the raw potential to surpass him, urging him to start his blacksmith training right away.
Wu Jin shut him down instantly, stating his one and only goal in life was to become a chef.
Schmidt despaired, watching him waste god-tier talent crushing bones that could easily forge legendary dwarven armor instead.
But the spirit girl interjected, declaring that wasted food is far more tragic than any unfulfilled dream, as Wu Jin finished his crushed bone soup. Moments later, Wu Jin opened his inventory to put the hammer away, triggering pure panic from the legendary blacksmith spirit.
Sealbeck tried the food, happily noting that it tasted absolutely incredible.
Right on cue, the system notified him that completing 7 straight days of daily quests finally unlocked the main scenario. Later, he hopped onto a bus, reflecting on how long it had been since he last visited home. The spirit girl assumed they'd head straight for the main quest, but Wu Jin admitted he hadn't been home since entering the academy.
He realized that even after unlocking the memories of his former life,
certain bonds remained deeply rooted inside him, and family was just as precious as his culinary craft.
now they could finally tackle the main quest of cooking a B-rank dish, while the reward of a mythical dungeon chili piqued his interest.
She explained that it originated from a legendary gourmet dungeon, which was home to incredibly unique chili varieties.
She added that this place was crafted by the very same legendary figure who created her.
An unmatched chef, and trust me, you and I will definitely want a taste of those recipes.
Alright, you and I are diving into Wu Jin's quest to level up his cooking by learning about dish grades. As the girl explains it, it is all about effort and rare ingredients.
Wu Jun recalled that his absolute best quality creation so far was nothing other than dongpo pork.
But no matter how hard he tried, he just could not break past a C+ rank.
Returning home, his warm-hearted mother and brother welcomed him, and soon they all gathered around the table for dinner.
The spirit girl, who was also eating,
bluntly called the food bland and amateur, completely destroying its lack of balance and obsession with exact measurements.
His mother asked if he missed home cooking after being away, and he shyly admitted he really did.
Hearing this, the spirit girl immediately backtracked, declaring food made with a mother's love is the absolute best, before the mum asked about his academy life. After finishing, they thanked her, and Wu Jin told his mother to rest up, promising to handle dinner himself.
He then proudly told his brother that he had perfected a brand new recipe back at the academy,
making the boy break into a cold sweat and claim he would rather die than taste it, though his mother praised the initiative.
While mentioning she had a medical appointment, leaving him to eat dinner alone with his little brother.
She insisted it was just a routine checkup, but Wu Jin's brother desperately begged her to stay home instead.
Even so, she said her goodbyes and left, saying it was already getting late.
As Wu Jin started preparing, watch closely here, because Sean Ho suddenly jumped in and insisted on doing the cooking.
He scolded Wu Jin for obsessing over food right after lunch, arguing they should use this time to talk instead.
How added that his brother's sheer obsession with cooking had stripped away all of his former human warmth.
He realized his brother was never this cold, wondering if awakening caused it, though he quickly dismissed that crazy theory. Then he remembered how Wu Jun always loved cooking as a kid, likely influenced by their mother's deep passion.
For Sean Ho, everything shifted completely the day Wu Jun finally awakened.
Comparing this cooking obsession to his own urge to hunt, he figured cooking was how Wu Jun coped with their father's death. Stepping closer, Sean Ho mentioned the news reports calling him Chiguk's disciple and demanded to know what was going on.
Wu Jin's brief response suggested it was all fake,
making Sean Ho assume that his entry in the Hunter tournament was just another massive lie as well.
But Wu Jin clarified that part was real because of a promise, then stayed silent under more questioning, infuriating his brother. Sean Ho asked if he acted like this at the academy, recalling weird rumors about his mysterious, bizarre dishes.
With total confidence, Wu Jin claimed plenty of people loved his food, leaving his brother completely baffled and skeptical.
I know it sounds unbelievable, but let's watch as Wu Jin starts cooking, telling him he will understand after one single bite.
Terrified, Sean Ho demanded to know what kind of meat he was using. Wu Jun replied it was koji fermented steak and began cooking it with a wild, mesmerizing, high-speed style.
Once it was ready, Sean Ho feared the smell but knew he had to try a bite to avoid his endless nagging.
Yet the moment that first bite hit his tongue, he was completely conquered by the most mind-blowing flavor.
Wu Jin wished he had used his magic hammer to prep, but realized explaining that tool would be way too complicated.
Furious, his brother aggressively demanded to know what on earth he had put in the food.
Suspecting his hunter brother used dungeon ingredients, Wu Jun casually confirmed the truth, leaving Sean Ho mentally devastated by the revelation. Suddenly, their mother arrived,
playfully teasing that Sean Ho's childish shouting could easily be heard throughout the entire building.
But he noticed she looked more tired than usual and asked if she got bad news from her doctor.
She said it was minor, but a hurt wrist meant she had to close down the restaurant to rest up.
Sean agreed she deserved a break after years of hard work, though she worried about letting down her loyal customers. Unexpectedly, Wu Jin cut in to tell them not to worry, announcing he would run the restaurant himself.
His mother was thrilled by the offer, while Sean Ho stood frozen in disbelief. Soon, outside the shop,
Sean Ho questioned if he remembered the promise of running a shop, reminding him he never did any cooking.
Wu Jin simply noticed his brother's cooking style was identical to their mother's.
And that is where we leave it for now. Trust me, you are going to want to see what comes next.
Come with me to see these two get to work, with Wu Jin chopping and Sean Ho cleaning.
Soon after, their relatives arrived asking for their mum, and Sean Ho explained they were covering for her while she recovered from a wrist injury. And the orders started rolling in.
Wu Jin was taking the customers' orders while Sean Ho took charge of prepping all the food.
After serving everyone, Sean Ho was completely wiped out, wondering if they would get a break before dinner. He honestly could not understand how their mother survived this brutal daily grind.
Luckily, with the good money they made, he wouldn't have to run this place forever. But suddenly, a strange rumble hit his stomach.
He yelled that he needed a restroom urgently, begging Wu Jin not to touch anything in the kitchen before rushing out.
Meanwhile, the powerful guild leader, Lee Jong-gil, famously known as Arin,
was walking around in shock. He never expected Dion to die like that, and now he urgently needed a replacement.
He couldn't forget the footage from the auction, where the supposedly invincible Dion was completely erased in a blink.
Lately, his body was aching non-stop, especially his back. Old injuries and age were finally catching up to him.
Still, he kept up his routine of visiting local diners, a habit he picked up after his favorite spot was destroyed.
Stepping into Wu Jin's family restaurant, he saw that the interior was old but incredibly clean.
Now pay close attention here. This place looked decent, but when Wu Jin greeted him, Arung immediately had doubts.
Seeing such a young cook made him question the food, so he decided to order something incredibly basic.
After taking the order, Wu Jin just stared blankly and walked away, leaving Arang unimpressed by the service.
But the spirit girl saw this as the ultimate chance to show off her chef's cooking skills.
Despite his promise to Sean Ho, Wu Jin couldn't bear to keep a hungry customer waiting. Feeding people always came first. He was torn between stuck-to-the-book family recipes and cooking with his absolute maximum dungeon power.
Ultimately, he couldn't resist throwing dungeon ingredients into the mix, creating a high-tier Grade A dish.
He boosted the flavor using cactus and fennel seeds, adding a splash of fresh lemon juice at the end.
Wu Jin knew coating the meat in dungeon slime would melt down to create a deeply rich, complex flavor.
He served the plate to Orang, fully aware he broke his promise and would have to apologize to Shanho later.
Taking a bite, Orang noticed something off. What do you think happened? The meat was incredibly tough and bitter.
If the ingredients were actually spoiled, it would smell terrible, but the aroma was honestly amazing.
He felt so weird eating it and wondered what Wu Jin had done to the food. But as he grumbled, a system screen popped up,
showing that eating the dish boosted his health stat by 3 points for the next 24 hours. Arung was shocked. This food contained pure dungeon energy that wasn't just boosting his stats, but completely curing his back pain.
Right at that moment, Sean Ho finally walked out of the restroom feeling relieved, only to realize they actually had a customer.
He was ready to explode at Wu Jin for cooking, but his rage vanished when he recognized Arung, the legendary guildmaster.
He quickly tried to apologize for the food, but then he noticed Arang was grinning like a maniac.
The guild leader walked up to Wu Jin, introduced himself, and got straight to the point. He offered to buy the restaurant and hire him as their exclusive highly paid chef.
Hearing this insane offer completely froze Shonho in place.
Orang had never heard of food that granted status buffs and knew their rival guild must never find out about this. He had to lock this kid down before anyone else discovered his talent.
But first, he needed to confirm if the magic was from the restaurant or the chef. Wu Jin was tempted, but his true dream was feeding the public.
Meanwhile, the little spirit girl was thrilled that someone finally recognized his genius-level skills.
Wu Jin explained that the shop belonged to his mum,
so he couldn't sell it, adding that he really needed to focus on his main system quest anyway.
His quest required a grade B dish, and the spirit told him rank was based on rare ingredients. Fast forward to the academy classroom.
The professor mentioned it had been 2 full weeks since they started, and they should all be adjusted by now.
He then announced they would face a massive exam on August 20th.
He said it would be easy, but what do you think? 10% theory, 30 control, and 60% grade E monster hunting.
To calm everyone down, the instructor explained they would only be hunting 3-dimensional illusions made of pure magic.
This got everyone buzzing, because you and I both know only Wu Jin had ever defeated an E-rank beast.
Meanwhile, Wu Jin realized that crafting premium dishes would require complex recipes that take way more time to prepare.
Right then, Bexor walked over to speak with him,
asking how his exam went and suggesting he get Chikuk to help him train his mana control and hunting.
Then, looking a bit embarrassed, she invited him to study together over the weekend.
Though Wu Jin wanted to return the favor, he replied that he had other plans and needed to focus on cooking.
Beck Sol understood and asked him to lunch instead. He accepted, glad she appreciated his food, while the other students listened, absolutely paralyzed with shock.
Back in class, the teacher pointed out that during their last hologram exercise, the students completely ignored every single trap.
Because of this, the teacher took extreme measures. Now watch closely right here, because beyond normal traps, dungeons hold a far more lethal threat: poisons.
So, he announced an intense practical lesson where they would literally eat poisonous herbs. The goal was to build up their resistance and sharpen their senses against future dungeon toxins.
The students immediately panicked at the thought of eating poison, muttering that this lesson was completely useless.
The instructor tried to calm them down,
explaining these were low-grade dungeon plants with minimal toxicity, perfect for learning emergency survival skills.
He added that after eating them, their tongues and fingers would swell, though the symptoms only last 3 to 5 minutes.
Even so, one student protested, arguing that minor symptoms or not, poison is still poison and can be fatal in worst-case scenarios.
The professor, giving him a cold, intense stare, gestured for him to continue. And the kid finished by saying everyone already knew about poisons and the class was just a waste of time. The teacher coldly shot back that this exact student triggered 11 traps during the last test, while most triggered at least 10. He asked him point blank if he truly believed his own words, shouting that in a real fight they would all be dead. I know you're thinking the same as me. What a brutal shutdown. No one dared speak again. As he chewed on a leaf, June mentioned he had accidentally eaten one before and had a terrible time. Meanwhile, Beck Sol tried hers and realized that despite being toxic, it tasted like absolutely nothing, just bland grass.
As for Wu Jin, the moment he tasted the Arca's saffron,
he realized the plant had an amazing aroma and figured it would make a perfect addition to his recipes.
It made him realize how much he had delayed his plans to scavenge dungeons for exotic ingredients due to all these crazy events.
On a whim, he asked the teacher if he could keep some saffron, but got flatly rejected since it violated academy rules.
Seeing the young student look so disappointed,
the teacher wondered how this kid had ever cleared the tower. Suddenly, Wu Jin's system booted up, showing him dungeons containing the herb, as if it read his mind.
He searched for an E-rank dungeon and found one in the exact same rainforest where he had caught that legendary golden frog.
Once inside the dungeon, Chiguk grumbled that after such an exhausting week, they were supposed to enjoy a peaceful weekend, yet here he was, ditching his own plans for this. He could not believe Wu Jin kept dragging him into these places and wondered if his friend had any normal hobbies.
Chiguk noticed Wu Jin had done nothing but gather saffron since they arrived, recalling that the herb made a fantastic painkiller if processed correctly.
Still, it made him highly uneasy watching Wu Jin hoard it, terrified he would use it as some weird ingredient for his cooking.
Totally baffled, Chiguk worried another boss might spawn and he would somehow end up getting all the fame again.
Though, on the bright side, it helped divert attention from the mysterious spearman mystery. Even so, he could not shake a bad feeling.
But honestly, his absolute biggest fear of all was having to eat Wu Jin's cooking ever again.
Baek Sol, who tagged along with them, could not stop overthinking the whole situation.
She initially assumed Chiguk only hung around because she was Du Zheng's daughter, but noticed he seemed way more interested in Wu Jin.
This forced her to conclude that Chiguk really had taken Wu Jin under his wing, ignoring the rumors that he was completely useless. Even the media showed Chiguk truly protected him. Stick with me, because I have a feeling this partnership is about to shock us all.
Come with me. A giant frog suddenly ambushes our girl, and even though her strike lands, she knows something is off.
Suddenly, a massive beast looms behind and swallows the frog whole. Luckily, Chiguk acts fast and completely obliterates the creature.
Afterward, he advises Baek to focus on her internal rhythm and to rely more on her sword.
She thanks him for the guidance, and he suggests she take a quick moment just to catch her breath.
Watching this, Wu Jun notices her lack of conviction, seeing that her hesitation during the attack betrays her insecurity.
He knows simple words will not solve her issues here.
But once she finds her confidence, her natural talent will truly shine. For now, he decides to just observe.
Meanwhile, Chiguk wonders how much longer they will stay trapped here.
Sensing the boss will appear soon, he dreads Wu Jun cooking again, but if that food boosts stats, he can tolerate it.
Honestly, he would suffer through anything. Stat-boosting food is unheard of, so if Wu Jun actually has a unique skill for that, it is absolutely insane.
Looking at it that way, Chiguk can survive making the sacrifice. But the moment he remembers the previous dishes, he changes his mind instantly. As he analyzes Wu Jun's bizarre cooking obsession, he spots him drinking straight from a vial and screams at him to stop. Get ready for this. Wu Jun claims it tastes great, right before the system confirms he successfully harvested actual snake venom.
This is where it gets crazy. Chiguk realizes it is utterly useless to expect normal food from a guy who literally chugs poison.
Fascinated, Wu Jun comments that the poison's flavor profile is incredible and surprisingly salty, leaving a lasting aftertaste that is totally different from the killer bee flavor.
With this, he knows exactly what to cook to reach rank B and decides it is finally time to exit the dungeon.
Both are shocked by a sudden decision not to cook here. Nervous but intrigued, Baek asks how long the meal will take.
Wu Jun replies that he will finish it by tomorrow night and call her, still baffled by the rush.
Chiguk grumbles about the meetup until realizing he is basically going to spend the entire weekend with this guy. When dinner night arrives, the group gathers together inside the academy cafeteria. Chiguk stares at the bizarre dish, which looks suspicious from every angle, wondering if he should just make a run for it. To make matters worse, Baek asks if he is excited to eat, making him seriously question her sanity. Chiguk finally pieces together that Wu Jin risked his actual life in the dungeon just to have a saffron. He looks around the room and spots others waiting for their cruel fate of testing Wu Jun's crazy creations. She digs right in. Remembering she actually liked the last meal, Chiguk worries about his stomach and asks for her honest opinion. You see what I mean? She says it is delicious but tingly, which totally freaks Chiguk out even more.
Driven by the hope of getting a stat boost, Chiguk summons all his courage to take a bite,
believing that foul-smelling things sometimes taste great. But with the very first bite, a massive electric shock jolts through his entire body. He describes every spoonful of broth as lightning striking his tongue, turning this dinner into absolute torture.
Curious, Bexiel asks Woojun how he managed to create such a unique recipe.
He explains that he took inspiration from Japanese noodles, using saffron, spices, and wild boar meat to balance the acidity and texture.
Bexiel nods in agreement, mentioning that she can genuinely feel the crackling sparks.
To which Woojun adds that he refined actual snake venom just to get that salty flavor.
Amazed by her deep interest, he claims eating his food is like plunging into the deep mystery surrounding him.
Chikua can't believe how casual they are, instantly deciding that these two are indeed a match made in heaven.
Worse yet, he must finish everything to trigger his status window. Gritting his teeth, he gulps it down without tasting.
After finishing, he feels like an electrocution survivor, comforting himself with the thought of his upcoming stat boosts.
But as the seconds tick by, the window never shows up, exactly as he feared would happen again.
Wooyeon notices he is done, while Bexiel sweetly thanks him for the meal.
Calling it absolutely delicious. As Chiguk weeps over his wasted effort, we learn only rank A dishes guarantee stat upgrades.
With this, Woojun successfully wraps up his first major main quest,
unlocking the second phase, which requires hunting rare ingredients at the bottom of a submerged cavern.
And that is where we leave it today, watching poor Woojun whine that his venom dish missed that rank A tier.
Alright, join me as we watch this spirit girl cry, because that dungeon chili would have guaranteed an amazing score.
He knew the chili would completely ruin the saffron and noodle flavors, even though its hidden power still shocked him.
In the end, he admitted he did not understand this ingredient, and using it blindly would destroy his professional chef pride.
Which is exactly why he chose to keep it out. Determined, Woojin resolved not to use that dungeon chili until he mastered it, feeling that relying on its power would ruin his achievement. The spirit girl trusted his path,
but warned him that since it was made of incredibly rare materials, unlocking its secret would take a very long time.
But Woojin assured her he had more than enough time to learn through pure trial and error.
Checking his new quest, he discovered that the reward for gathering those ingredients was a special fermentation warehouse.
The little spirit clarified that this was no ordinary item, as it could function directly inside his own inventory,
automatically regulating the temperature and humidity, completely removing the need to find a physical space for the process.
Woojin loved hearing that everything would keep its original size and ferment right there, so he decided to start moving immediately.
Suddenly, Chiguk appeared out of thin air, asking if he even knew what resting meant after summoning them 3 days in a row. Keep your eyes on this guy, because he complained that they couldn't find the boss, and the previous meal wrecked his stomach all day.
Then Chiguk remembered that his master had postponed the discussion about taking on a brand new disciple,
ordering him to use Woojin to cover up the entire auction situation for the time being.
He knew they were talking about the masked spearman, but he truly had no idea why everyone assumed it was him.
After reviewing the security camera footage, Chiguk admitted he was shocked to see that the spearman's movements were identical to his own, choosing to stay absolutely silent. He thought his boss genuinely did not know his identity, but he could not figure out who else mastered those exact spear techniques. With a deep sigh, Chiguk resigned himself to accepting that he had no other option, admitting that even he had started to doubt his very own innocence.
To buy some time, he asked Beck if she was tired, warning her that overworking damages health, but she said she felt perfect.
That response secretly enraged him, but he faked calmness and suggested they head toward the cave Woojin had mentioned earlier. Walking along, he thought about how bizarre his team was, realizing that only the massive rewards made this whole mess bearable.
I know you were probably thinking the same thing, but he recalled that nightmare was worse than the food, hoping a big group meant no hidden boss.
So he decided to focus completely on boosting his public image.
And just a moment later, Woojin gave the start signal.
Deep underwater, a desperate group of hunters was fighting hard against a massive, long-legged crab monster.
The monster's relentless pressure and their lack of healing trapped them, until suddenly the creature was sliced right in half, marking the grand entry of Woojin and his crew. The allied knight apologized for losing control, but Chiguk calmly replied, the strike was unavoidable. Even though he was used to low-level hunters apologizing, this entire encounter felt incredibly strange to Chiguk. To his absolute surprise, the knight politely asked for his autograph. Right then, Chiguk realized his reputation had completely skyrocketed. He told the knight he did not have paper on him but would remember next time, while other hunters claimed a boss encounter here was highly unlikely.
But they trusted that if one did show up, Kim Chiguk would know exactly how to handle the situation.
They were also completely surprised to see Beck and Chiguk's disciple standing right there.
Whispering jealously that Wu Jin was treated like royalty. Oblivious to them all, Wu Jin was only brainstorming his next delicious recipe.
Chiguk loved getting clan recognition and boosting his popularity, but he felt deeply uncomfortable knowing it was all actually thanks to Wu Jin.
He was terrified his disciple would change his mind at any second and reveal who actually defeated the hidden dungeon bosses.
He imagined his entire life ruined in a blink, getting kicked out of the clan immediately.
If only he was stronger than Wu Jin.
Then all his problems would disappear. But to do that, he needed the leader's secret galactic meteor spear technique.
Left with no other choice, he realized his best option was to cooperate fully.
Which meant silently forcing down Wu Jin's terrible cooking without a single complaint. Suddenly, Wu Jin and Beck stopped dead in their tracks.
Chiguk asked what was wrong, but even Beck did not know why he stopped. Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Hey friends, come along with me as Wu Jun stares at some rocks where his system says a dungeon is nearby.
He figured the boss's location would be in the dungeon log and concluded the entrance was hidden among those stones.
Getting closer, he noticed a magical barrier blocking the path, the very first one he had ever seen.
Fascinated, Wu Jun noticed that while this barrier felt different, it was actually very similar to traditional illusions. He thought about using brute force to smash it completely,
but feared scaring the boss away too early, so he decided to analyze its structure calmly first.
Just as he suspected, the barrier had a highly complex fine weave, far more refined than usual.
With surgical precision, he plucked a single thread, knowing how easy it is to collapse the whole structure.
The second he did, the dungeon entrance opened up, leaving everyone completely shocked. Chiguk stood amazed, wondering how the portal appeared, and realizing that standing still was not the key to opening it.
Without a single second of hesitation, Wu Jun stepped inside.
The others yelled for him to wait, having no clue what danger lay on the other side.
Chiguk and Bayak rushed to follow, but as they tried to cross, an invisible force threw them back.
Now pay close attention because a warning suddenly flashed saying the dungeon player limit was exceeded.
Chiguk wondered who else could have entered, before realizing only Wu Jun made it. Inside, our main character was instantly mesmerized.
He realized that despite being underwater, he could breathe perfectly and move around with absolute ease. Right then, he remembered this was his first time seeing the ocean, since he only knew mountains before. Looking around him,
Wu Jun whispered that the sea, filled with strange fish and creatures, looked like a stunning piece of art.
He wondered where Bayak and Chiguk were, but the spirit girls suggested they were exhausted from their previous trip.
Wu Jun recalled it had only been 2 days since the last dungeon, so their exhaustion made total sense.
To make it up, he promised to cook something amazing. Meanwhile, the spirit girls shared his awe of the deep.
As he explored, Wu Jun stumbled upon some scorpion seaweed.
Perfect for crafting heavy armor, and an arachnia shell that gives incredible temporary fire resistance.
He spotted plenty of seafood, perfect for cooking, but no sign of his real target, the boundless fisherman.
To track him, he cast long-range vision until sensing a familiar energy 10 miles away and dashed off.
You saw that too, right? Out of nowhere, a shadow lunges to attack him, demanding to know his identity.
Watching this guy move, Wu Jun noted his incredible stealth skills, even without using advanced techniques.
Moments later, Wu Jun recognized the outline of Shongjun, who completely froze in shock upon seeing him there.
Wu Jun apologized for the scare and made up a quick excuse about getting lost.
Refusing to believe someone that powerful could get lost in a hidden dungeon.
Shongjun assumed he wanted the sea jewel too, which he needed to decode the stolen auction scroll.
He already knew that using that legendary artifact safely required a spiritual stone first.
He had even used a disguise item, never expecting to run into Wu Jun in this place.
Still, he figured it was better meeting him under this fake identity than his real one.
Playing it cool, he feigned pity, determined not to let him slip away like in the Slime King dungeon.
Shongjun remembered the Boundless Fisherman's 500-meter domain and how the Eclipse sect failed by getting too close.
Seeing the dungeon untouched, he deduced the members of that sect had met their end.
This worried him, knowing Wu Jin's skills were more than enough to easily defeat the beast.
As Shongjun plotted to lure the fisherman out, Wu Jun announced he had to keep moving.
They parted, and Shongjun smiled, watching Wu Jin walk straight into a trap. Things were going perfectly.
Just then, a system notification popped up, warning him that someone had breached the fearsome fish's territory.
Meanwhile, Wujun felt an aura as heavy as a god's, realizing things were about to get interesting.
And trust me, you and I are about to see a legendary fight as the boss appears before him.
Stick with me here, because Wujun was absolutely stunned by the size of this giant fish, admitting its name was spot on. Noticing shredded clothes caught in the beast's teeth, he realized the previous hunters fought with everything they had, but still died.
But the spirit girl got incredibly excited seeing the giant fish bones, claiming they were a total delicacy.
Wujin was shocked, since he thought she was shy, but she proudly declared she absolutely loved seafood.
When he asked about her favorite dishes, she said she'd eat whatever he cooked, so Wujin started planning whether to make fresh sushi, sashimi, or even steam it.
Suddenly, the massive fish went into a wild rage and lunged forward to attack.
Wujin felt a sudden burst of power, but he dodged it with ease. Though this aura was weak compared to his past opponents, he recognized the same corrupt energy he felt back at the auction. That's when he noticed the dark mist leaking from its mouth, realizing the beast must have devoured the Eclipse members.
He realized that not even a high-tier hunter like Cheon knew about this sect.
Meaning they hid their identity to assassinate others and gain power. As the fish shot lasers, Wujin boiled with rage.
And pay close attention here, because Wujin cursed that disgusting cult, furious that their victims would never enjoy a good meal again.
As he dodged the fierce strikes, he admitted he totally underestimated them at the auction, deciding he'd show no mercy next time. With a swift movement, he countered,
combining his modified spiral spear and the celestial net to shred the monster into pieces.
After winning, he noticed the celestial net felt weaker than expected, realizing he needed to upgrade the skill later.
But just when it seemed the danger was finally over,
a violent earthquake shook the entire zone. Wujin immediately panicked, knowing tremors like this were definitely not normal.
Despite defeating the dungeon boss, he started prepping a massive spell, sending waves of energy flowing everywhere.
While the spirit girl watched in confusion, he noticed the beast's energy fading, yet the ground kept shaking for some strange reason.
With the monster defeated, a dropped item materialized.
Usually a normal side for Wujin, but this time he felt an incredibly bizarre energy oozing from the relic.
Which makes you and me think someone was directly messing with the entire system.
Even if he didn't know who or why, eager to test his new item transformation skill, he decided to try it.
But first, the system pinged a dialogue request. When he accepted, a mysterious glowing white portal opened right in front of him.
The spirit girl stood completely speechless, claiming she had never seen anything like this in her life.
A system warning popped up saying access was restricted and the fish's core would dissolve if anyone went inside.
Wujin realized the evil energy completely vanished the second the portal appeared.
She begged him not to cross, warning that they knew nothing and the unknown is always a death sentence in dungeons.
Completely brushing off her warning, Wujun declared he was going in anyway.
As they approached, she was violently blasted back. He told her to wait, realizing only authorized players could pass through.
Stepping through, the view blew him away. Right in the middle of a vast void, he spotted a blinding white light.
A glowing entity stared down at him, suddenly introducing itself as the system administrator.
Our hero instantly compared this entity's massive power to the Chaos Master. The being started discussing item transformation, but first asked why he was so incredibly curious about the process. He explained the dungeon's energy went totally haywire, and since it was his first time seeing it, he had to know.
The godlike being clarified that he had witnessed the exact process of a monster turning into an item.
However, no living being was ever supposed to witness such a phenomenon.
Because of this, it suspected an unexplainable system error, which Wu Jin quietly accepted, knowing his own secret past.
After giving his side, Wu Jin demanded to know the exact details of this transformation process.
The being agreed, saying showing him would be faster, explaining how every area is run by a deity and split into sectors.
The environment and monsters of each sector are called casualties, all closely monitored by system admins.
Both Wujin and the deity admired how breathtakingly beautiful these sectors truly were.
The entity warned him he was about to see what happens when causality goes wild, revealing the endangered sector is where he currently lives.
And that is where you and I leave him, watching the unstable energy threaten his home.
Come along with me as the entity warns that a few unstable people will trigger total collapse.
The fix summons beings from other zones and dump all this heavy causality onto them.
These summoned beings are the monsters, and once they are defeated,
that heavy karma goes with them, turning into a harmless item to prevent further chaos.
That is exactly what Wu Jin saw. Slay a beast, grab the loot, and face even stronger forces. Wu Jin praises the entity, giving them props for managing this crazy system so well.
But what actually worries our main character is that this administrator's aura feels identical to that of the Master of Chaos.
He recalls the entity mentioning some interference, since transferring causalities keeps things stable.
He figures there are two rival factions, one keeping the peace and one actively wrecking it.
Piecing this together, he tries to ask more, but the being shuts him down immediately.
Wu Jin is slightly bummed by the silent treatment, but he knows there'll be other chances later.
He thanks the being, who warns him that their little chat might trigger new reactions.
Before throwing him out of this pocket dimension, the administrator asks him to check one last thing.
Now pay attention here. Something shocks the admin, who demands to know how Wu Jin broke in before kicking him out. His partner is already yelling, asking why he is back fast when only a single minute has passed.
Wu Jin is fascinated to find out that time flows completely differently in there.
Those parting words echo in his mind, questioning his presence in a place he was never meant to reach.
The young guy guesses this anomaly happened during his wild ascension process.
He remembers God warning him about consequences, refusing his entry into heaven until he repents. Our guy was seriously annoyed back then.
Right then, Wu Jin was ready to flex his legendary cooking skills on God.
But got flooded with old memories instead. Oh well, he will just have to deal with ascending to heaven some other time.
Wu Jin locks his eyes back onto the massive fish he just took down.
Wasting zero time, our guy starts prepping the catch while his helper practically drools waiting for the results.
Prep is lightning fast. Wu Jin slices the fish with absolute god-tier knife skills unseen in human history. His eager assistant leans in, amazed at how incredibly soft and delicate the meat looks.
You and I both know that melting fat and rich aroma are next level. Wu Jin thinks this is his masterpiece.
With that, our hero finishes the quest. His companion rushes over with his reward, the dungeon fermentation cellar.
Remembering his previous deer,
Wu Jin is sure this item will be broken too. His next task, reach level 25.
the little assistant notes how much this feels like the classic tower tutorial. Wu Jin wonders if she is right.
Since he crushed the main quest so fast, leveling up will be a breeze if he just focuses on cooking.
But for now, he cannot lock in the quest because his level is still too low. Wu Jin promises to stay busy with other jobs, which absolutely thrills his little partner. He will clear that quest eventually, just by cooking his own way. Meanwhile, we shift to the Deep Sea Sanctuary.
Xiangjun looks around, noticing that a massive clash went down here.
He thinks that since Chong Wijin drew all the aggro, grabbing the ocean jewel was a total walk in the park.
To prep for its activation, he added some stabilization circles, confident he can handle the relic's raw energy.
While Chonru Jin did not seem greedy, there was no point in letting him know about the artifact anyway. With everything set up, Xiangjun announces he is ready to begin the process.
A brilliant light explodes from the orb, confirming his suspicions of the insane amount of mana sealed inside.
He expected power, but not this overwhelming surge. Still, he believes he can control it as the bamboo scroll reacts. Suddenly, an agonizing pain tears through his body. But he is so close, he just has to hold on a bit longer, letting out an agonizing scream as the process finishes. He gasps, barely breaking the seal, wondering if he will ever witness power like this again in his life.
We leave it there as a strange voice interrupts.
Alright, let's dive into this wild story. Once the conditions were met, a mysterious voice compared his achievement to a castle in the clouds, and the bamboo scroll was released.
Songjun instantly recognized the item as the loyal companion that had stayed by his side before his regression.
The artifact began to hum, picking up the martial god's recordings where he questioned what kind of training he had been doing.
The martial god spirit had chosen Songjun as his master, and Songjun simply commented that it had been quite a while.
He finally worked the master of all combat. Meanwhile, back at the sanctuary, Wu Jin figured out that after beating the boss, a weird rule of causality blocked him for 6 hours. He felt like he could force the portal open himself.
But he had no idea what the fallout would be. Once those 6 hours passed, his spirit nudged him to head out.
Still, the spirit whined about wanting some food, complaining that the absolute lack of squid ink was just disappointing.
Wu Jin told him he did not usually cook with that, but promised to have some ready for their next trip. Now watch closely, because as he stepped through the portal, an annoyed voice demanded to know how many times they had to repeat this.
Wu Jin totally played dumb about the hidden dungeon, while a girl standing right next to him tried to calm everyone down.
Just then, Wu Jin spotted the instructor and shouted Chiguk's name at the top of his lungs.
Everyone noticed he had just emerged, and the reporters went wild hearing that Kim Chi-guk's disciple had returned from a secret dungeon.
Woo-jin sighed at the madness. Right there, he told the press that finding the hidden dungeon was all Kim Chi-guk's doing, boosting his fame even more.
A week later at home,
Woo-jin felt he had finally shattered the A-rank cooking wall. He whipped up a monkfish loin fish burger.
A truly limit-breaking dish packed with dungeon energy and carrying a special buff that grants 3 extra strength points.
He served it to Xian, who got freaked out upon tasting it, wondering how long he could survive these crazy food experiments.
The food reminded him of his clash against the master of the blooming sword sect, whose skills rivaled his own sword technique.
Though that technique usually smelled like sweet plum blossoms for miles, right now the only thing he could smell was fish.
Seeing he cleaned his plate, Woo-jin asked what he thought of the meal.
Qian managed to reply that the scent was absolutely captivating.
Right away, the system popped up to confirm a 3-point boost to his strength after eating.
Jian figured this stat boost wasn't that bizarre, since his former sect leader used rare elixirs as cooking ingredients too.
Permanent stat upgrades normally cost billions of won, making this favor worth pure gold. Since Woo-jin sourced all his own ingredients, he couldn't complain at all.
Then he mentioned that time was flying, with only 5 days remaining before the grand exam.
Woo-jin was completely clueless, so Qian had to explain that the big test was scheduled for August 20th.
Had he actually forgotten? Woo-jin mumbled the date, slowly recalling that someone had indeed warned him about it.
Back Solar had invited him to study together, but he was so absorbed in his cooking that he lost track of time.
Chen felt confident he would land the highest score, but clarified that for the sake of fairness,
Not even he was allowed to know what was on the test beforehand.
Let's look at this closely, because after recommending Woo-jin, the media attacked him, and if he failed, they would absolutely destroy him.
Woo-jin agreed that transparency was key, and there was no need to apologize. Qian thanked him deeply for understanding.
After wrapping up dinner, Woo-jin got up to leave. Chan waved him off, thanking him for the food and wishing him a good night.
Relieved that the upcoming exam meant he would finally get a break from those terrifying, monstrous dishes.
But right as he opened the door, Woo-jin paused and noticed Qian seemed to be dealing with a nasty headache.
He understood the fatigue, but as the cadet leader, he couldn't afford to get sick, so Woo-jin promised to bring him even more food.
Qian was totally baffled. Meanwhile, Sung-jin knelt down trembling right before his leader.
Begging for forgiveness, he reported that the Sea Sanctuary mission was a total bust and every agent was dead.
According to the news reports, the culprit behind wiping out the Eclipse members inside that sanctuary was none other than Kim Chi-guk, their prime suspect.
Suddenly, shadows surged forward and snapped Sung-jin's fingers, leaving him shivering on the floor begging for mercy.
His boss cold-bloodedly ordered to place Kim Chi-guk under Level 1 surveillance immediately.
You and I both know this list targets the top hunters capable of ruining Eclipse's grand master plan.
Alright, you and I are about to jump into one of the wildest academy stories yet. The goal was to recruit or eliminate them, and Park Jin knew this was his absolute last shot.
He kept repeating Kim Chi-guk's name with pure rage.
Back at the academy, everyone was buzzing about how brutal the exam would be, but Selha was focused. She needed that top spot so her father would finally acknowledge her.
On the other hand, Woo-jin felt like his preparation for this test had been flawless. He studied the special hunter laws and dungeon regulations. Even if some parts made zero sense, he felt more than ready to face it.
With everything set, the wait became completely unbearable.
He just wanted to finish quickly so he could plan how to cook that mature angelfish meat.
Right then, he sensed a completely different kind of energy radiating from Jo Sung-jun, who had just walked through the door.
Other students whispered that he had been missing for a week, maybe joining another guild. But Woo-jun noticed his aura was completely different.
Compared to their last encounter at the sanctuary, Seong-jun had grown an absolute ton.
Leaving Woo-jun completely puzzled by how he managed to evolve so fast. It was not just basic raw energy either.
Now pay close attention here. He felt like a totally different person, and Woo-jun noticed no energy came from his right shoulder. Why is that?
He projected a fraction of his own energy to investigate and immediately understood the whole situation. Floating right next to Jae Seong-jun was the spirit of a completely different record. Jo Sinong-jun wondered if that spirit mastered the martial arts, given how incredibly pure its energy and skills seemed. The massive similarity between both energies confirmed the kid had fully absorbed the memories of a genuine master. That was not common at all. Since his own cooking skills were terrible, he thought maybe he should find a master spirit too. Meanwhile, the martial god sensed something strange. John asked him what was going on or if something was wrong, but the martial god completely denied it.
Though he admitted feeling like they were being watched, Jo Se-Young-jun figured the god was finally starting to relax around him.
Probably because he endured that hellish training without a single complaint, on top of confessing he was a regressor who partnered with him in the past.
He explained he returned from a devastated future where they fought shoulder to shoulder against the beasts that wiped out everything.
However,
the martial god did not react at all to hearing about the phantom fire, as if he remembered absolutely nothing.
Putting that subject aside for now, Sungjin told him that he actually needed a huge favor from him.
He explained that, for specific reasons, he had to conceal his presence at the academy, asking him to watch certain targets to see if they were allies or enemies.
Mentioning that Cheon Woo-jin did not seem to have noticed he was even standing there.
And here is where things get tricky. Their very first target was Lee Chiangyi, a complete unknown.
Getting good grades would boost his chances for the Hunter tournament, since priority went strictly to the top 10 students.
And he needed them to save the world. Then, the teacher started the exam, giving them exactly 60 minutes.
Any answer marked past the limit would count as cheating, and they had to raise their hand if they spotted mistakes or had questions.
Woojin would rather be cooking, but he had to take Chian's situation seriously and focus completely.
The test covered a huge range of subjects taught throughout the academy,
spanning from dungeon exploration and combat all the way to hunter laws and current events.
The first question asked what to do upon finding a hidden dungeon. Theoretically, the correct answer was reporting it immediately to an agency hunter due to the extreme danger.
However, from his recent experience,
where he proved the dungeon was not dangerous, he knew exploring it was right, so he chose the option they marked wrong.
For the history and lore sections, he simply wrote down everything he had memorized.
But for the monster and dungeon questions, he answered based purely on his own real-life experiences.
The final survival question focused on the Red Feather Jungle, a place he recently visited. He knew that if he explained how to cook Arcus saffron properly, a delicious herb, his answer would be flawless. But then he realized he was making a rookie mistake by answering strictly from his own point of view.
Other people would not have cooking utensils or know anything about the ingredients.
So he wrote that they would consume the herb incorrectly, causing them to pass out instead of escaping.
Once the 60 minutes ended,
the teacher declared the test over and ordered them to the gym for the practical exam, warning them not to be late.
While the students whispered, Woojun knew there was no time to waste, and trust me, what comes next will completely blow your mind.
Alright, let's dive into this wild story together. Seola approaches Woojin to check his test and suggests comparing answers.
But he shuts her down instantly, reminding her that the practical exam is about to start and they need to hurry.
This makes her tease him, joking that he seems like the type of guy who always plays strictly by the rules.
On his way, Woojin overhears two guys complaining about the very first question and realizes they didn't study at all. A week later, the results are posted.
While some students are celebrating, others are left completely devastated by their terrible grades.
The professor tells them to check the monitors for their scores, adding they have until Monday to appeal any grading errors.
Woojin notices he only scored 45 points on the theoretical part.
He can accept the bad practical grade since he threw it on purpose, but that written score is a total injustice.
The second the professor stops talking, Woojin confidently raises his hand.
The teacher is surprised, since this kid is usually dead silent, wondering what is up. Woojin then asks if the test was out of 50 points.
Now pay attention, because the teacher says it was out of 100, and Woojin firmly demands a correction. A classmate behind him glances at his monitor, sees the low score, and assumes he is just throwing a childish tantrum.
Woojin internally calls them idiots, blaming the academy itself for feeding them such a mediocre and useless education.
The professor, feeling he has already been far too generous, orders Woojin to meet him in the faculty office later to discuss the grade.
Meanwhile, Seola mentioned she fully expected to take first place, but had to settle for second. Jo Sung-jun, the top scorer, believes this achievement will finally grab the attention of Lee Chung-gi. How Lee Chung-gi treats Baekha proves he only values the absolute best, and Sungjun is determined to secure his tournament spot.
Now he must prepare for Eclipse's upcoming attacks. Without Harab or Nephimoth, this future will stray from his past life.
Gaining Chae-Woojin's help could massively accelerate his current strategies.
But he cannot fully trust such an erratic guy, whose presence at this culinary academy makes absolutely no sense.
The martial god notices Sungjun looking pale and asks if he is doing all right.
He claims it is nothing, but suddenly decides to use the god's special observation skill to measure everyone else's strength.
However, that skill fails when dealing with the rare individuals who are actually stronger than the god himself.
He points at Woojin, asking the god to measure his strength. What do you think?
The martial god activates his gift and declares the boy is completely average and weak, though his body is perfectly built for martial arts.
He has nothing special going for him, calling him a waste of elite talent who could easily rule. Sungjun cannot believe this, having personally witnessed Woojin's raw, terrifying power.
If the martial god's divine ability failed to measure Woojin's power, there is only one possible explanation.
Che Woojin is stronger than the martial god himself. Shocked, he stares at the boy, who remains staring at the ground, completely relaxed. Elsewhere, Park Sang-jin seeks out Lord Sariel. Emerging from the pitch-black shadows, the entity demands his latest report.
Sungjin confirms that Kim Chi-guk cancelled all his plans, remaining locked away inside the Ju clan's territory.
Sariel asks if they discovered their surveillance.
But Sungjin denies it, explaining that Ju Jongyong himself seems to be restricting Chi-guk's movements.
Sariel deduces they are trying to silence rumours of the masked spearmaster, using Chi-guk to locate the missing piece.
He laments that without the timely intervention of the Ju clan, they would have already failed to secure it. The Dark Lord claims their enemies must have uncovered their plot, meaning they now have to force Chi-guk out into the open.
Sungjin asks how, and Sariel reveals that Chi-guk's disciple will compete in the upcoming tournament, forcing his master to attend.
Sungjun recalls that he personally recommended his disciple for the tournament, a proposal Ju Jongyong has already approved.
He agrees that the chances of Chi-guk showing up are extremely high,
but worries about how tough it will be to ambush him at the venue, even with several Eclipse soldiers on hand. Besides, he notes that their ultimate target is capturing South Korea's strongest hunter,
the legendary mage Kang Sunwoo, making it an impossible mission to fight both of them at once under these conditions.
Sariel dismisses his worries,
assuring him that a certain item will be more than enough, presenting a dark, energy-filled orb.
Amazed, Sungjin knows this power will crush them. You and I are not ready for what is coming next.
He promised to secure the mission's success with results worthy of their support, claiming it was all for the grand plan.
Now, come along with me to the Academy cafeteria, where the tension between Seola and Seong-jeon was insanely thick.
She was privately fuming that he grabbed first place, while Songjun just wondered why she looked so incredibly terrifying. Deep down, she had to admit his performance was absolutely flawless and totally deserved a perfect score. Even so, she congratulated him with such pure rage that he could barely breathe.
Taking a deep breath, she tried comforting herself with second place, but her massive disappointment was written all over her face.
The martial god joked that her glare was literally digging a hole, while Songjun felt the whole vibe was super awkward. He had hoped this lunch with Cheon-woo would help him build a decent relationship with Seola, who was destined to become the S-rank hunter known as the Lady of the Moon. But now he could barely speak, so to break the ice, he brought up Woo-in's cooking.
Remembering that nightmarish underwear-flavoured king slime ice cream, praying that today's dish would be completely different.
Right on cue, Woo-in showed up, apologising for the long wait.
But when he poured fish sauce over it, even the martial god questioned the atrocity. Songjun swore that dead fish was screaming.
But check this out. Seola happily asks what kind of food it is.
Wu explained it was fish head curry inspired by Singapore, but whipped up in his own style with custom spices. Sangjun noticed something twitching inside and asked what it was.
Wu Akian praised his sharp eyes, confirming he added hidden dungeon anglerfish parts, specifically the bladder and tentacles, for a soft texture. Songjun, who already expected pure chaos from this guy,
thought it looked like a failed resurrection spell, but at Wu-in's invitation, Seola devoured a chunk, declaring it blew her expectations away.
Swearing it was the very first time she tasted something that literally exploded with flavour in every single bite.
The martial god, deeply confused, asked if that even counted as flavour, and Songjun admitted he had absolutely no clue.
The divine entity concluded that just chewing down that meal was a form of extreme survival training.
Songjun realized the quiet Wu-in only opened up through cooking, and to truly understand him, he had to eat.
He prayed for a normal taste, but that day, both of them literally saw their entire lives flash before their eyes.
The next day,
Professor Choi Min-sung gathered the cadets, announcing he was about to name the representatives for the Hunter Tournament.
Pay attention here, because we're about to see 4 students called up for the massive academy tournament.
The other students whispered that selection should be based on merit, though they assumed 2 spots were already guaranteed locked. The instructor knew they were right and that the director's personal recommendation was bound to cause major drama. He called Chon Woo-jin, Seola, Kim Joel, and Seong-jun forward, explaining that Woo-win and Seola showed insane boss slaying skills under extreme pressure, while Joel and Sung-jun proved their absolute worth during the exams. Even though most agreed with the list, the real issue was Woo-in, whom many still viewed as completely unworthy. The teacher secretly admitted that choosing him was the hardest part, and the classroom's freezing reaction was completely expected. Even so, he declared this was the most talented roster of cadets the Academy had seen in years. Meanwhile, Woo-in was busy daydreaming about his bizarre quest rewards, like a magic pepper that boosts flavor and a fermentation tool that works at literally any temperature.
He planned on using these items to cook up dishes that could satisfy anyone, but he had to tread carefully.
The teacher added that the selected cadets would receive special training led directly by Headmaster Lee Chiang-hee.
Before diving into the details, he shared his heartfelt thanks to everyone for joining their academy. Seng-jun was surprised by the director's warmth, realizing he'd meet him early, which made his strategic analysis way easier.
Plus, he'd get more time with Woo-in. The martial god questioned if approaching that man was necessary, but Song-jun confirmed it was vital.
The ancient deity firmly warned him that Lee Chiang-hee was absolutely no walk in the park,
warning that he was insanely dangerous and carried a terrifying presence. Seng-jun was utterly shocked to hear such caution from the martial god.
The martial god warned that Chiang-hee's aura was massive and his brutality off the charts, making any confrontation highly dangerous.
Even so,
Song-jun felt confident he could survive any direct assault unless Che Yeon-woo caught him off guard. Let's wait together and see what happens next. Come along with me as he returns to the kitchen and then heads home, sighing deeply because the tournament is tomorrow and final preparations are urgent. The martial god ironically pointed out that only someone so special would get injured like that right before the big competition.
Sung-jun complained about the brutal treatment he received.
But the martial god fired back that it was no big deal.
Recalling that his own training with the bald guy was so brutal, he felt like dying a dozen times over.
He explained that while other apprentices had tailored tests requiring just one hit to pass, Seng-jong was a special case.
He realized the martial god noticed his recorded training. Thus, Seong-jun reflected on the sheer mastery of Lee Chae-yong.
Every single movement was incredibly skilled and deep, with Eagle Claw's sharp attacks and defenses as solid as iron.
His combat skills were so insanely versatile, it was like he was living a second life.
With such overwhelming power, Song-jun wondered why he acted so weird around Woo-jin, especially since he, who got VIP treatment during training, did nothing but cook and even forced others to eat dishes like zombie vomit.
Song-jun wondered if Lee Chae-yong was using Woo-jin's food to boost his stats, but dismissed the idea since he would be way more proactive. Lying in bed.
Now, here is where I tell you, the more we learn about these two, the less we understand their actual nature.
He knew that based on the terrorist attack at the tournament, the eclipse would seriously begin taking over all of Korea.
If that happened, game over. Song-jun felt he had done his absolute best and was determined to stop the catastrophe this time.
On the day of the Hunter tournament, inside a packed Colosseum,
Jill commented on the massive crowd. Suddenly, someone shouted Baek-sola's name and everyone began chanting it in perfect unison.
Joel asked what was going on, and she explained her face appeared in a Chae-yong promo, which ignited her massive fan club.
She told them not to pay attention to it and just hurry up.
Woo-jin also spotted Kim Sun-ho there. Sun-ho was swarmed by fans begging for autographs and reporters with cameras asking dozens of questions.
He asked for calm, thanking everyone for their interest,
promising to do his best to meet expectations, though he secretly found all this attention annoying since he became a hunter to fight.
A reporter asked him about the rumor that his brother Woo-jin was a disciple of Kim Chi-kook.
Sun-ho replied that Woo-jin had been extremely busy and he had not even seen him, so he was not entirely sure.
I know you agree with me. This made zero sense to him and deeply hurt his pride.
For someone who can one-shot an A-rank monster, to study under a B-rank was ridiculous. He lamented that his brother would be perfect if he just did not cook. Determined to track him down, Sun-ho apologized and headed straight into the arena.
Walking down a hallway, he found his brother's room. Getting closer, he heard Seola's voice, which surprisingly sounded super excited instead of monotone.
She was asking Woo-jin for the name of a dish she had seen before.
Right when Woo-jin was about to answer, he spotted someone at the door. Sun-ho introduced himself, saying he wanted to visit before the tournament.
Feeling super awkward, he thought about leaving, but they had already invited him inside.
Walking in, Sunho was horrified. Woojin welcomed him by pointing to monkfish tentacle canapes that were still actively squirming on the table.
He explained it was the perfect type of appetizer for snaffing.
Seola recognized those tentacles from the previous curry, while the terrified Sunho thought those canopies definitely should not be moving.
To his utter shock, she ate one and declared it amazing, praising the wonderful texture those wiggly tentacles provided.
She regretted that Joel, who had gone to the restroom, was missing out on this.
Sunho was completely shocked to see Woojin's food bringing joy to someone as stoic as her.
Just then, Songjun commented that he did not win this time and had bad luck, making him wonder if there were actual winners.
Woojin asked if he liked the dish, and he confirmed it. Sunho realized his brother was not lying about his food being a hit.
When Sangjun invited him to sit and eat, Sunho made up an urgent excuse and quickly got out of there.
He muttered that he almost missed the preliminaries because of that awkward moment.
He overheard Siha saying she envied Sangjun for being able to eat such eccentric dishes all the time.
In the end, you and I know these cadets are crazy, and he will investigate this whole thing later.
Down on the field, amidst the cheering crowd, the three-legged crow team coach ordered his students to place at least third.
Get ready, because this festival just brought back memories of Woojin's old victories on Mount Chaion.
Suddenly, he felt a powerful presence and saw someone approaching.
Recognizing his immense power, the man thanked everyone for their hard work and introduced himself as Kang Sun-woo,
the association president and the #1 hunter in the entire country.
The crowd cheered for the national hero, who remained undefeated at 40, ever since awakening at 18.
Before starting the tournament, Sun-woo gave a small warning to everyone.
He reminded them that while this tournament finds new talent after the gate disaster, they must never lose mutual respect. Then he announced the start of the famous ceremony of light.
A symbolic moment to remember that without him, the entire nation would have fallen into catastrophe.
He then pulled out an S-rank artifact, the tears of a star, and fire surrounded everything.
The show was so incredible that people started making wishes for their future before the preliminary matches were announced.
Woojin checked the bracket and saw Jaeol would fight first, followed by Seola, with himself going last.
He was matched against Seok-jun, and everyone claimed he got incredibly lucky.
His spirit complained about how they dared to look down on his boss.
But pay close attention here. Woojin only cared about the duel between Songjun and Songho. The tournament opened with Park Junai attacking Silo with his sword, but she dodged and defeated him instantly.
With a subtle move, she dodged his thrust and knocked him out cold without even unsheathing her blade.
Her unbelievable speed and skill left the entire crowd completely speechless, proving she was far more than just Baek Du-jang's daughter, as Jaeol congratulated her on the win.
She walked right past him with a cold thanks, and when asked for her secret, she just said, training.
Then came the moment for a massive clash between two of the tournament's absolute best.
Kim Song-ho from the Chionic Guild entered the arena to face Songjun from the academy.
Tension was high as everyone wanted to see if Songjun would pull off another major surprise. From the stands, Ciela commented on his bad luck for facing one of the strongest warriors. You and I already suspected. Everything depended on whether Songjun showed his true power. The duel began with Songho attacking fast, but Songjun blocked his gauntlets with his sword. Seong-ho kept up the pressure, unleashing combos and faking a punch that turned into a surprise kick.
But Seong-jun easily dodged by leaping back, prompting the impatient crowd to yell at him to fight seriously.
Song-ho was shocked to see him balked. He had trained hard against veteran hunters for this tournament and fully trusted his own abilities. He could not understand how Songjun moved so effortlessly, shutting down every single strike.
Knowing he would lose his rhythm without backing off, he tried to retreat, but Songjun charged head-on. Sang-ho knew it was too late to dodge. He thought of counterattacking, but immediately gave up, realizing the massive gap in power.
He simply resigned himself to defeat.
Yet Songjun's attack only left a tiny scratch. Furious and confused, Songho threw a right hook, cursing and demanding answers, but he stayed completely silent.
Fueled by rage, Sang-ho screamed that his opponent's sword overflowed with conviction, and he was no fool.
In his mind, Songjun apologized. He had to save as much energy as possible to stop a catastrophic threat coming during the grand finals.
Anything could happen, and his only true mission was to protect Kang Sun-woo.
Without another word, Sang-ho unleashed his full power and charged forward with devastating force.
Sangjun recognized that feeling, but before their weapons clashed, something highly bizarre happened to the arena.
The crowd wondered if this was part of the show, completely clueless as Song Ho looked up in confusion.
The sky suddenly turned pitch black, and a thick, dark energy covered the entire arena.
And believe me, you and I both know the terrifying final disaster has just started right now. Stick with me. Panic explodes as the temperature suddenly drops and the internet goes completely dead.
Soon, people start passing out amidst screams of despair as they watch their loved ones fall, until a massive explosion cuts it all short.
A guard reports they detected the blast at Exit B, confirming that an unknown group is carrying out a terrorist attack. They immediately order the evacuation of civilians and send reinforcements to the scene. Right in the center of the arena, they hurl an energy spear straight at Kang-soo, who blocks it instantly. They are dangerous cultists.
Who mockingly say they expected him, though his incredible reaction time went far beyond their wildest expectations.
They call him out directly by his name, but Soo calmly tells them that, unfortunately,
they won't be able to kill him because first he needs to uncover their sect's identity. Elsewhere, Chiguk yawns, exhausted and pretty bored. He feels totally suffocated by all this, not believing he is a Jew clan member important enough to warrant an elite hunter escort. In fact, it seems this heavy surveillance is only to prevent him from leaking valuable information about the hidden piece.
Pay close attention here. Someone suddenly interrupts his thoughts.
The man introduces himself as Kwan Yong-jin, mentioning it has been ages since they last met, asking if he came to watch Chon Yong-woojin fight. Shortly after, Jun Jin, leader of the Three-Legged Crow Guild, praises Chiguk's massive fame, though the boy brushes him off instantly.
Another guy approaches asking for an autograph, but Chiguk quickly apologizes,
explaining that due to circumstances beyond his control, he will sign next time, while secretly thinking all this attention will drive him crazy.
An announcement declares the start of Shango's match. Chiguk knows he's a strong candidate to win, and it's worth watching him closely.
His opponent is Jo Seong-jun, the academy ace. Chiguk notices that the swordsman fights way too close to his rival, completely neutralizing the long-range advantage his high-tier gear was supposed to give him. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Kim Chiguk again. A complete stranger tells him he is dying to ask him a question.
Chiguk panics, wondering how on earth someone could slip past his elite guards so easily without leaving a single trace.
The stranger claims to be his fan and asks with deep curiosity how he always manages to find all those hidden pieces.
Suspicious, Chiguk demands to know his identity, making it clear he won't share that kind of classified info.
While mentally cursing his completely useless security detail, the guy keeps pushing, begging for even a tiny hint. Annoyed, Chiguk calls for security, knowing this random intruder needs to be thrown out of the venue right this second. However, the guards look totally confused, insisting that absolutely nobody has approached that side and they haven't seen a soul. They warn the stranger, who turns out to be Seong-jin, that this is a restricted area. He just casually remarks that it's exactly what he expected. Suddenly, the sky above the entire arena turns pitch black. Chiguk looks up in absolute confusion. You feel that eerie vibe too? Sunjin just laughs, calling the sky beautiful and saying Chiguk should agree. A loud explosion echoes. Sunjin admits he didn't expect any answer, knowing beforehand that Chiguk wouldn't talk. The guards grab Sunjin, but he coldly warns them that it is already too late.
Pitch black darkness devours the entire area as frantic screams of panic ring out, begging for help.
Sunjin warns them not to compare this to the Harab Abyss, since this magic belongs to Lord Stherial. Chiguk is completely lost by his words.
An escort hunter orders him to take cover due to the massive danger, but instantly a dark arrow pierces right through his neck. Chaos erupts. Sunjin mocks them, asking if those fools really think they will escape alive, since the time of negation has come. That magic barrier, called negation,
acts like a total eclipse, completely sealing off the area while draining everyone's life force with raw negative energy.
But the absolute scariest part about this technique
is that it allows him to summon monsters who blindly obey the user's orders. Seeing the situation, Seong-jun realizes the summoning will take some time, meaning he must take down the caster before it's too late. Having faced negation several times, he senses the energy flow and deduces that the person responsible is hiding near the parking lot.
Meanwhile, Soo confronts the cultists, repeating that he will only spare their lives to squeeze out information about who they really are.
The attackers immediately recognize him as Kang-soo, while an injured guard lying on the ground deeply thanks him for the rescue.
Soo orders the agents to focus on evacuating the civilians, while he personally takes care of wiping out these dangerous invaders.
Su notices these cultists are rank A, impossible opponents for basic security. You and I know things are about to get wild.
Listen up, because you and I are about to witness a brutal battle today. On top of that, a strange unseen manner was complicating everything.
The summoner ordered Su to surrender, promising to spare his life.
Su shot back that they should be begging instead, knowing the cultists built a barrier just to unleash chaos across the arena.
The enemies praised his wits but mocked him, asking if he really thought he could hold his barrier while taking them all down.
Su decided that foolish question did not deserve an answer. The cultist leader ordered his men to charge, declaring it was all for the grand plan.
With a wave of his hands, Su unleashed fire magic, creating a massive burning wall. One enemy dodged and leaped forward, screaming for him to die. Su charged fiercely, shattering the attacker's sword with a barrier, while quickly handling another opponent on the side.
One of the enemies infused his blade with dark energy.
But Su used elemental compression in his hand, firing a beam that pierced and knocked out several cultists on the ground.
He realized he limited his power just to knock them out, wondering if they were actually holding back.
If their magic resistance was too high, or if it was that weird manner, suddenly an energy sphere flew right at him.
Here is where things get tense for us. Su noticed his barrier corroding, suspected the man in the red blindfold, and chose to target him first.
A cultist charged in with an obsession spell, but Su instantly teleported away.
Seeing a dark magic tentacle approached, he conjured a shield, which was immediately wrapped in that sinister force.
Surya quickly dispelled it, knowing full well that a single second of delay would have cost him his life.
Things were worse than he imagined, as people evacuated, frantically questioning why there were monsters inside the arena.
Su realized the cultists wanted to wear him down, while their leader prepared another sphere of dark energy. Su concluded he could not waste any more time and had to finish this whole thing right away.
Elsewhere, Jun struck with his sword, believing he had neutralized the barrier mage over in the parking lot.
However, the martial god furiously chewed him out, calling him a disobedient bastard for not expecting the mage to cast a perfect shield before dying.
Xiangjun bitterly realized he should have just chopped off his head.
Because of that last-second spell, the negation was successfully completed.
With the mage dead, the negation would not vanish instantly, and though a way to break the barrier existed, it would take too long.
I know what you were thinking. The priority is absolute. Sangjung knew if Kang Sung-woo died, everything was lost. He had to keep him alive.
He failed to stop the Supreme Being's negation, triggering the monster's summoning and unleashing the worst possible scenario.
He had no other choice left but to fight alongside Kang Sung-woo.
As the beast charged, Jun unleashed his martial spirit art, first form, gentle breeze, instantly decapitating the creature.
The martial god demanded to know what on earth was happening.
Scolding him for rushing straight at the barrier maid, Jin simply replied that things were too urgent to explain.
He remembered that before his regression,
Kang Sun-woo had died right there, causing the star rank to fall to the eclipse and triggering Korea's total collapse.
Though he was ready to stop it, the eclipse was moving much faster than expected due to regression side effects. He admitted he got careless, thinking he could easily save Sun-woo since he allied with the martial god much earlier this time.
If he wanted to minimize collateral damage, he had to make a tough choice.
While civilians were being evacuated, Chaeyonik would protect the academy alongside the presence of Baekula.
He knew Chun Woo-jin would survive, but if Kang Sun-woo, Korea's greatest pillar, died, everything would burn to ashes.
The martial god warned him not to let emotions cloud his blade and to keep his focus sharp.
Elsewhere, Chigo gripped his spear, cursing the man standing right in front of him.
He thought about how this enemy had crushed the Ju clan's escort hunters like children, wondering who the hell he was.
A wounded hunter asked what he wanted, and Sunong-jin replied he just wanted to know how Kim Chi-guk found the hidden piece. The injured man proposed that if he took care of finishing Chi-guk off himself,
Sunong-jin would spare his life, but he was killed before he could even finish the sentence. Sunong-jin looked at Chi-guk and offered to spare him if he revealed how he had located that valuable lost piece.
And that is where we leave it for today. Chi-guk knew it was a total lie, since the man's eyes screamed he wanted him dead.
He knew he was facing a mage who could wipe out the entire Ju clan elite in a single hit, so striking first was his only option.
Come along with me as he charges at insane speed, unleashing his spear's first form, the multi-blade chain strike. In response, Sunong-jin quietly whispered mysterious words in a runic language.
Chi-guk's vision went completely dark as pink blades erupted from the ground. Dodging them, he heard Sunong-jin mockingly comment on what a great show it was.
But without the abyssal flame, Chiguk was powerless. He had worked himself up over absolutely nothing. The desperate crowd screamed for the hunter's help, but Chiguk just yelled at them to run away quickly.
Finding them way too noisy, Sunjin vaporized them with his pink magic. Furious, Chiguk called him a crazy bastard. Sunjin demanded he speak, reminding him that fighting in denial without his peak abyssal flames completely surpassed his current abilities.
Chiguk realized he needed to stay calm to buy time and escape, asking if speaking would truly save his life.
The young man nodded instantly, promising him that his word was absolute.
Hoping Kong Sun-woo and the stadium's hunters would rescue him, Chiguk stole by saying it was a long story and asked if he was ready.
Suning-jun coldly assured him that he would listen very closely, without missing a single detail.
Watch closely right here. Thinking he was buying time, Chiguk started recounting the day he awakened his mana.
How he cleared the tutorial tower, and his very first official raid as a hunter.
He kept babbling all the way to his 6th mission, detailing how dangerous it was and their defeats before the boss room.
Just as panic was setting in, Sunjin cut him off, saying enough was enough. Chiguk protested, claiming he was close to the hidden item.
But Sunjin shut him down, stating he had repeated that part 6 times, completely exposing his stalling tactic.
Desperate and fearing his end, Chiguk insisted he was telling the truth, begging him to believe his story.
Sunjin unleashed his terrifying energy, demanding to know how he dared mock his grand plans.
As Chiguk stood frozen in confusion, Sunung-jun summoned a monster. A rank A minotaur emerged, leaving him stunned by its zombie appearance.
Sunung-jin announced that despite his promise to spare his life,
he had changed his mind to make his death as agonizing as possible. Chiguk blocked the blades, but a massive fist swung toward his face.
He managed to dodge by diving aside, realizing the attack was insanely fast and that he needed to react much quicker. But then Dark Blade skewered him right before he took a devastating blow from the Minotaur,
sending him crashing into the wall. Bleeding on the ground, Sunjin mocked his pathetic claims of defeating Harasab and Nehemoth, praising the power of the Jade Flame.
With a cold, heartless tone, he declared that Chiguk must simply die.
Is this really how it ends? Look with me as Suino's intense battle still rages in the distance.
Suddenly, lightning bolts obliterated the cultists. Seeing this, Jun was deeply impressed by Kongsu's power.
He understood why the Eclipse was so desperate to kill him, since their entire foundation was built on dark negativity and magic.
And someone like Su, who reached this level of power all on his own, was a massive threat to their existence.
But he noticed that Su's left arm was already fully corrupted by dark energy,
meaning it was only a matter of time before it consumed him entirely. Songjin wondered if that mage was giving him trouble and decided to join the fight.
However, as his focus shifted, he sensed a second barrier spell, the Purgatory of Slitheriel.
Its execution seemed incredibly sloppy, suggesting that it had not been cast by the demon itself.
Songjin wondered if the future had changed again.
Even though he hated fighting with so much uncertainty, he had no choice. Helping Kang Su was his top priority.
That was when his gaze shifted toward a nearby building, where Chiguk lay helpless on the ground, barely clinging to life.
He spotted Cheon Woojin standing over him. Chiguk warned him to run from the danger, but Woojin simply told him to rest.
With a single blow, Woojin completely obliterated the Minotaur. Wearing a furious expression, he warned that this would all end very soon.
Sensing absolutely no life force in these creatures, he suspected they were being controlled directly by necromancy. He resolved to handle this first, sensing the controller was nearby, while silently apologizing to Kim Chi-guk.
The strongest energy came from the arena, where the summoner had fought Kim Chi-guk, whom he viewed as absolute garbage.
Seeing him beaten bloody unleashed his fury.
Enraged that this man dared to attack his home and harm one of the very few people who actually appreciated his cooking.
Chiguk's wounds are deep, and trust me on this, stopping the bleeding immediately is vital if he wants to survive.
Alright, you and I are about to watch Kim Chi-guk freeze in shock upon seeing Chon Woo-jin, whom Sunung-jin recognizes instantly.
He remembered Woo-jin was Chiguk's disciple, the guy who came out of nowhere and one-shotted a minotaur that even his own master could not defeat.
The whole situation felt impossible since he could barely sense even a tiny drop of mana coming from this young warrior.
But looking closer, he finally understood the terrifying truth.
If someone who crushed a minotaur leaked so little mana, it meant his true power was just too massive to even detect.
Cheon Woojin was vastly stronger than he appeared. Doubting he was actually a disciple, Sunjin decided to wait and see what happened. Then he started connecting the dots.
Wu Jin went viral a month ago by defeating a hidden monster in one strike, right when he first teamed up with this kid.
So he realized Wu Jin was the one actually taking down the dungeon bosses they were hunting.
Maybe Chiguk was finding the hidden clues, but it was Chon Wu Jin who ultimately finished off the dungeon bosses.
Sunjin wondered what Wu Jin gained from this, guessing he was backing the Zhou clan as Zhongyong's ultimate secret weapon. Even without hard evidence, he decided Chaeyon Wu Jin was simply too dangerous and had to be eliminated right now.
Our main character charged forward with absolutely inhuman speed. An irritated Sunjin jumped back, swinging his sword, but Chaeyon Wu Jin blocked every single strike using only his spear.
Now, pay attention here. Wu Jin's mockery absolutely enraged Su Nongjin, who charged up a massive wave of energy to strike back.
But that Nan
questioned his arrogance, promising to show him absolute despair before summoning a terrifying bone dragon.
Chon Wu Yin noticed the barrier was highly advanced, while Su Ningjin realized his opponent's power was on a completely different tier.
The bone dragon charged furiously as Sunjin roared that, for the sake of his grand plan,
Chaeyon Wu Jin had to go to hell. But the strike was easily blocked by our main character's spear, who casually praised the effort and demanded better tricks.
Sunjin watched in horror as his dragon shattered in one hit. Wu Jin laughed, saying he only knew how to yell without showing anything new.
Desperate, Su Nongjin began unleashing wild blasts of atomic rage. Wu Jin analyzed the tactics, noting that blending summons with long-range magic was actually a decent strategy. But he figured one person couldn't possibly maintain the barrier and cast such high-tier spells alone.
Someone was helping him behind the scenes. Ready to end this, Wu Jin got into his stance.
Sanjin recognized the move instantly. It was the first form of the spiral chain spear. Blood sprayed everywhere as he was pierced directly through the chest.
He collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony and shaking as he cursed Chaeyon Wu Jin's name.
He realized this style differed from Chikuk's multi-directional attacks. This one aimed straight for vital points to kill.
And here's the mind-blowing twist we've been waiting for. He was the masked spearman from the auction.
Sunjin realized he was the one who killed Harab and Nemoth, ruining their plan. He had to kill him at all costs.
Though he was terrified of summoning that beast, knowing the monster might devour him the moment it appeared.
He knew he was going to die anyway. For the grand plan, he'd drag Wu Jin down to the grave with him.
Dragging himself to a massive transmutation circle, he screamed out, desperately summoning the beast.
Devastating energy erupted from the seal, but our hero didn't flinch, sarcastically praising his desperate struggle.
He had no idea what was summoned, but wanted to crush it quickly to interrogate the old man afterward.
The beast let out a massive roar, muttering that it had been ages since his last summon.
Sun Jin proudly announced that he was the one who summoned him.
Thinking to himself that the creature was once a human who almost became an apostle, but failed, turning into a monster of eternal rage.
Noticing that the giant monster didn't seem angry or pleased, Sun and Jin pointed at Wu Jin, yelling that he ruined the eclipse plan and had to die, but the creature just turned its back.
Sunjin demanded he hurry, but the monster called him insolent right before ripping his head off, leaving his lifeless body on the ground.
Chaeyon Wu Jin commented that the creature before him was just a nameless grub that dared to give orders.
Looking up, the beast absorbed the dark energy, and trust me, what we watch next will leave you frozen.
Get ready, because we are about to watch Wu Jin discover this nasty beast was draining the barrier for pure greed.
It was not just absorbing power its body could barely handle. The flow had reversed, pointing to something absolutely terrible. It was defying the heavens, a forbidden method to obtain massive power, exactly as the name of the technique suggested.
But the fate of anyone seeking strength by ignoring divine will is always the same. Their mind shatters completely, erasing their humanity.
But this time, things were different. Usually people do this willingly, but it seemed someone had forced this beast to trigger the forbidden process.
Wu Jin wondered who on earth could do this, since almost nobody knew about that highly classified secret method.
Meanwhile, the beast roared that its power was overflowing, screaming that it loved this incredible sensation with all its soul.
Fueled by wild rage, it slammed the ground violently, further destroying the already lifeless body of poor Sunjin.
The monster cursed him, blaming him for failing to kill a simple pest and calling him a useless insect for needing help.
Then it glared at Wu Jin and asked how he preferred to die, offering him the luxury of choosing his own end.
Now pay attention here, because Wu Jin simply replied that the beast was pitiful, asking how it ended up looking so pathetic.
Furious, the beast screamed that he was insolent, accusing him of mocking its struggle to endure the sheer will of its own master.
Saying that, it lunged forward with a brutal strike, which our main character easily dodged without breaking a single sweat.
The beast threatened to smash his face into pieces, but Wu Jin kept dodging while calmly analyzing his opponent's overall strength.
He knew very well that the power of defying the heavens was at a level completely unreachable for any ordinary person.
The monster spun around, wondering how an insect with 0 mana was managing to dodge his attacks so flawlessly.
Wu Jin kept dodging as if everything was in slow motion, admitting it looked annoying but adding that he still had a couple of questions for him.
In response, the beast slammed both arms into the dirt with raw fury, commanding him to shut his mouth.
Seeing he would get no answers, Wu Jin unleashed the first form of the spiral spear, executing 2 lethal cuts to sever both arms.
However, he noticed something strange.
You and I knew this wouldn't be easy, but watching the monster regenerate using pure corruption energy is honestly insane.
The beast called him an arrogant brat and demanded that he stop playing around with such stupid tricks.
Wu Jin closed the distance at a terrifying speed and landed another incredibly brutal attack. Witnessing this, Shiguk thought it was impossible, never imagining Wu Jin was this strong since that monster had nearly killed him. He could not even track the trajectory of Wu Jin's strikes, concluding that his ally was a monster of another level.
He knew his companion was hiding his real strength, but he never expected it to be at such an extreme level.
His spear techniques were simple yet highly lethal, targeting vital points with precision, making them seem strangely familiar to him.
That was when he remembered the auction, where Wu Jin's movements matched those of the masked man from the Ju clan, who used the exact same technique.
Plus, Wu Jin avoided using the full power of the spiral spear, attacking the same spots as the masked man, leaving Chigak wondering who he really was.
Kneeling on the ground, the beast groaned from the endless strikes. Wu Jin admitted he admired its persistence, but asked why it kept trying something so useless.
Terrified, the monster realized that his opponent was far too strong.
And if he kept fighting up close, he would lose. Seeking another plan, he decided to keep his distance and finish him with a devastating long-range attack. So he gathered his energy in his mouth and released a dark, destructive breath, screaming at our protagonist to burn in hell.
Wu Jin noticed the monster had hidden a second strike right behind the first. Not bad, at least it was using its head.
However, he easily defended himself with his spear, claiming that wouldn't even scratch him, before noticing the tip of his weapon was covered in venom.
Wu Jin remarked that for someone who dared to defy the heavens, its tricks were incredibly cheap, and he proceeded to purify his spear using nothing but his own powerful aura.
The beast gasped in horror at that corruption-free manner, screaming out that such a thing was absolutely impossible. Wu Jin declared that enough was enough. Having seen its capabilities, he had no further questions, sentencing it to die right then and there.
He realized this battle clarified the true nature of corruption, that dark negative energy used exclusively by those who defy the heavens.
He concluded no sane person would choose this destructive path, calling them fools for trying to master forces beyond nature with mere human means.
What do you guys think?
Join me as we watch Based, shaking with fear before our main character, desperately begging him not to take another step.
Wu Jin does not answer. In sheer panic, the monster unleashes its energy, screaming at him to back away as purple smoke erupts from its body. It then unleashes its Hell Dragon, but Wu Jin simply scoffs, calling the attack nothing more than an empty strike.
As the attack closes in, he warns that against the claws of a real dragon, this weak technique will be completely reduced to nothing.
With rare seriousness, he unleashes the second of the 7 demonic dragon stances, the Dragon Claw.
And just like that, Beast is torn to shreds. Instantly, the barrier of negative energy shatters, freeing them from their dark prism.
Wu Jin looks up as the system notifies him that as the dungeon boss, Cheon Wu Jin,
he achieved the feat of acting in perfect harmony with the heavens, meaning his reward will be calculated in 1 month.
The main character stands frozen, staring at the arena.
The media reports the tournament details, which left 730 casualties out of 1,300 participants, but thankfully ended with the total destruction of the terrorist group.
The news also highlights that Korea's great hero Kang Soo was critically injured during the fierce clash.
From his hospital bed, Soo reflects on how the press exaggerates his injuries, admitting this is exactly why he hates being hospitalized.
Now pay attention to this. His real issue is not the physical pain, but the massive headache from these sensational articles.
He wonders how he will handle this, since his attempts to calm the public by saying he is fine have completely failed.
He deeply analyzes the motives behind the attack.
The terrorists claimed they wanted his life, but Sue knows they were after something far more valuable, the stars-level artifact.
That legendary artifact, capable of changing mana attributes at will, was an infinitely superior reward.
However, exactly how and where they planned to use it remained a total mystery.
Amidst all this chaos, it is a relief that elite guilds like Shionic protected the civilians, and talented rookies like Jo Song-jun are rising up.
This gives him hope that the future of the country is not completely lost.
A sturdy man enters the room, asking about his health, but immediately warns him not to move and just rest.
He reminds him that the doctor warned any carelessness could put his very life in serious danger.
Sue replies that he knows his own body and tells him not to worry, immediately asking if he brought what he requested.
The assistant confirms that, since it was his request, he brought the documents, though he admits he is quite curious about the reason.
Sue explains that certain people have caught his attention and he needs to look into them further.
Before leaving, the helper asks him to take care of himself, and Sue calmly reassures him that he will. Stick with me here, because once he is alone, Sue begins to analyze the darkest details of this attack. He wonders how the terrorists bypassed the tournament's security and barriers, and where guys with such high-end gear even came from. And how they planned to steal the artifact, on top of that bizarre, highly dangerous mana that seemed to devour all life in its path. He admits that if Jong Yong-jun had not helped him, he would have surely died. Now he locks his gaze on the papers he was given, belonging to Cadet Chon Woo-jin. Sue thought he was just Kim Chi-guk's disciple, but the truth behind him is actually far more complex. He recalled seeing Woo-jin, after defeating the terrorists, approaching the Black Barrier to try and dispel it. Suspecting he was trapped, he used his magic detection to scan the area, witnessing something truly unbelievable. Woo-jin crushed Based with an unseen, overwhelming power. In that exact moment, all the puzzle pieces finally clicked. The moment Kim Chi-guk took Chan-Ru-jin as a disciple perfectly aligns with the discovery of a hidden piece. The conclusion is obvious. Kim Chi-guk's public achievements were actually the work of Chon Woo-jin. This raises a far more intriguing question. Why would Woo-jin agree to be someone else's disciple, letting another person take all his credit? It makes absolutely no sense. For now, he decides to investigate Cheon Woo-jin on his own, since his current information is extremely limited. It would be amazing to have him working for the association, but the timing is wrong, and his identity must not be exposed.
The fact that Woo-jin is ridiculously strong, yet only registers as Kim Chi-guk's disciple, proves he is deliberately hiding his identity.
And Sue decides to respect that. Knowing anonymity is a massive advantage, he starts planning how to turn Shan Woo-jin into his secret weapon against the terrorists. Sitting up in bed, he concludes that it is still not the right moment to take that bold step.
And that is where we leave it for today, with Sue preparing to face the chaos and meet up with Jo Se-yong-jun.
Join me as we watch how this guy keeps Chanon-Rujin a total secret while trying to quietly make contact. He knew a massive pile of work was coming.
Soon after, the news announced Kang Soo declared Kim Chi-guk the tournament's hidden hero, giving Cheon Woo-jin a massive sigh of relief.
He was terrified someone had spotted him fighting in the arena, but thankfully, that fear was completely groundless.
Even so, after that incident, things changed drastically for him. Hunter Academy cadets started devouring his food, while his spirit guardians celebrated the foolish humans finally recognized his master's absolute and undeniable greatness, claiming it had been a long, hard road to finally earn this massive recognition.
Woo-jin calmly replied that when you walk the right path, people will come naturally, without making a huge scene.
Nearby, other students were whispering that the rumors were actually true.
They said Victor and Jolong-jun trained hard thanks to Woo-jin's cooking, though one joked he would rather eat Professor Jung-doo's toxic herbs than try anything worse.
A redhead girl popped a piece of Woo-jin's food into her mouth, swallowed, and proudly declared she managed to finish it all.
Watching from afar,
Seola watched her, deeply intrigued by her identity, since she didn't look like a typical first-year student.
Seola believed Woo-jin's food was her own personal treasure, but pay close attention here. The redhead said it wasn't half bad and suggested they should eat together next time. She offered to help clean up, but he quickly refused, saying he would handle everything himself. The dish she tried was actually fried cactus, and suddenly, system notifications popped up announcing unlocked achievements. He gained experience based on his cooking, leveled up, and a new quest appeared right before him.
Shocked, he wondered what was happening, and the system explained that daily quests vanish at a certain chef level.
The spirit congratulated him, explaining that daily quests were only for rookies and disappeared at level 25.
Woojin nodded. His new main quest was to get 10 compliments to earn a special dungeon smoker reward.
Woojin figured that meat infused with rich wood aroma would captivate anyone, realizing this was no ordinary smoker.
The spirit confirmed it,
explaining that regular smokers would break from dungeon wood due to acid or excessive mana in the trees.
But a dungeon smoker was different, boasting a special function that cut down prep time significantly.
Woojin knew this would be a massive help, and when he thought of smoked food, Peking duck immediately came to mind.
He remembered that, according to the legendary dungeon chef's book,
that chef had created a smoker, and I know what you're thinking. Woojin never considered himself a bad cook. But the more the spirit told him, the more Woojin admired his skills, wishing he could meet him someday. And right at that moment,
a system alert popped up, revealing that clues about this chef would unlock once he reached level 50.
The system concluded with a note stating that the path of a chef might be a truly blessed road. Woojin realized that with his current level,
he couldn't even speak to the legend as an equal. To advance, he needed 10 people praising his delicious cooking.
But the system only registered 3 compliments so far.
He wondered what was wrong. It was already Wednesday morning, and after serving so many people, only 3 praised his food.
Every time he tried asking about the food, they just changed the subject and quickly walked away. He felt he still had a long way to go, but the spirit told him not to feel down over those falls, reminding him that there were people who truly appreciated a great meal, like Kim Chi-cook.
Thinking of Chi-cook eating so eagerly in the hospital motivated Woojin to stand up and take action.
Still, the recent incident had his mother deeply worried, so he decided to go home first.
Arriving, he found his mum scolding Zhang Ho, who claimed he was fine, but she anxiously told him to sit down and shut up.
She sobbed that even after losing his father, he still insisted on being a hunter and tormenting her.
His arrival interrupted their argument.
His mum noticed he returned quickly and asked if he was hurt, but he said no. She scolded him for not texting, saying Seong Ho called, and she panicked after seeing the television news.
Despite the lecture, she was just glad he was safe. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next.
All right, guys, his mum told him that lately, the Orange Guild members kept flooding her shop, leaving her so busy she could barely even use the restroom. Woojin said that was awesome, and things at the Hunter Academy were great since they finally appreciated his cooking.
This left his mum totally confused, wondering if even working at a restaurant could fix his absolute disaster of a cooking style. To prove it, Woojin announced he would cook dinner tonight to show them how much his culinary skills had improved. The idea completely terrified his mum and brother, who silently agreed they had to prevent this catastrophe at all costs.
His skeptical mum asked Shanghai if Woojin's cooking was actually starting to get that famous.
Shanghai looked away, but ended up confirming it, reluctantly admitting that it was honestly pretty hard to believe.
His mum admitted she never thought he would improve, calling it a total miracle that Woojin finally made normal food.
Then she asked for more details about the academy, but Woojin insisted there was nothing else to say.
Glancing at Sung Ho, she asked if he knew anything else, since those two talked all the time.
He denied it, but recalled seeing several students eating his brother's dishes during the tournament.
He realized he had never seen Biola make such a bizarre face, wondering if the food was actually good.
His brother's previous bulgogi looked decent, but made him super nauseous, so he felt he had to test it himself.
Pay close attention here. Seeing Woojin mix coffee with pineapple, his brother begged their mum to stop him.
She, on the other hand, wondered if that was just the exotic style everyone praised at the tournament.
Shang Ho was utterly horrified by the coffee and pineapple combo, but his mum told him to trust Woojin this once.
Arguing that if his own family did not support him, nobody would, feeling like this time would be different.
With no other option, Song Ho mentally pleaded with his brother to actually make something edible for once.
When Woojin set the table and announced everything was ready, his mum commented that the dish looked delicious.
Even Song Ho was shocked to see such a normal plate and took a bite, but that first mouthful shattered his hopes.
He wondered what on earth was in the food and immediately asked if there was pineapple in the fish.
Woojin confirmed it, explaining that fruit removes the odor and tenderizes meat, but to Song Ho, it just tasted like pure fruit.
Woojin kept explaining, insisting that in the culinary arts, even 1 single gram makes a massive difference. Songho then asked about the coffee, wanting to know if his brother had actually put it in the cake too.
I know what you are thinking, and yes, he happily confirmed it, making their mum bolt right up.
She apologized, saying that despite his hard work, she was on a diet and things just did not go as planned.
Ignoring her son shouting about what weight she could possibly lose, she simply bolted out of the room.
Back at the academy, Woojin took his brother's intense reaction as absolute proof of his massive improvement.
He figured his family was just too shy to admit his cooking was delicious, but he still needed more praise.
His thoughts were cut short by 2 students gossiping that the mage and Chiguk were visiting the school for their awards.
One of them mentioned that Chiguk had actually been discharged from the hospital just yesterday.
Right at that moment, Chiguk was walking through campus, thinking about the terrorists who attacked him during the tournament.
They were targeting him because of a hidden piece, and he knew very well the danger was far from over.
To survive, he had to get way stronger, and he felt staying close to Wu Jin was his only choice.
Though eating his dishes would be a huge nightmare, Wu Jin suddenly called him upon hearing he was out.
Shortly after, Wu Jin had already collected 9 out of the 10 praises he desperately needed.
Chiguk, unable to believe he was eating this right out of the hospital, joined 2 classmates in praising his cooking.
The spirit congratulated him, saying only 1 person remained, and as Wu Jin planned to finish tonight, a redhead approached.
She turned out to be one of the cadets who never missed a single meal of his.
The girl apologized for being late because her class ran over, anxiously asking if he had any food left.
Wu Jin, briefly thinking the system had sent him divine help, felt silly but immediately seized the golden opportunity.
He offered dinner and she gladly agreed, and that is where we leave this wild tale.